Chapter 584. When he discovered that 4 more alien Tao Lords had arrived, Jianghu was delighted. Another big fish had entered the net. Who would have thought that when he turned around the 4 big fish would run away again? I didn't notice. I killed them too quickly. Jianghu shook his head. Once the results of this battle spread, it would be very difficult for him to have such a good opportunity to kill Tao Lords again. 2 more. Jianghu turned his target to Tao Lord Tao Tai and Tao Lord Anlin of the demon race. Although the 2 of them were tied down by Tao Lord Sword 1 and Tao Lord Qingfeng of the human race, they were still approaching the vortex passageway closest to them. Don't even think about escaping. Swoosh. Jianghu transformed into a streak of sword light and flew over at high speed. Roar. Tao Lord Anlin was anxious. His 16 terrifying spider legs coiled in the void, wanting to borrow the power of the void to leave this place. He was weaker than Tao Lord Tao Tai and was now tied down by Tao Lord Qingfeng, so he was still some distance away from the vortex passageway. The scene of Jianghu fighting 2 Tao Lords of the ghost race alone and killing them had truly frightened him. His entire body turned cold and he felt as though he was gradually approaching the abyss of death. In truth, Tao Lord Anlin still didn't understand how Jianghu had become so terrifyingly strong in just 8 days. Back then he had personally descended to the ancient immortal world for the token of the chaotic sky immortal manor and forced Jianghu, who was disguised as perfected Lord Wuda, to flee. If the emperors of the heavenly court hadn't arrived in time, Jianghu probably would have died back then. Sword 1 Qingfeng Jianghu, you're triggering the final battle between the 3 races. On the other side Tao Lord Tao Tai, who was tied down by Tao Lord Sword 1, roared angrily as well. His voice was somewhat anxious. So be it. I'm not afraid of you. Tao Lord Sword 1 swung his sword in response. His sword was like a rainbow that pierced through the void. I'm just afraid that you'll hide in the demon realm and not come out. Tao Lord Qingfeng sneered. He waved his brush and splashed ink, causing one painting after another to cover the world. Roar. Tao Lord Tao Tai and Tao Lord Anlin were enraged. The battle also became more and more intense. Dazzling and glaring energy radiance covered the entire space like wild waves. 5 minutes later, Jianghu caught up to Tao Lord Anlin, GWAR. Tao Lord Anlin's panic was mixed with terror. Haha Jianghu, I'll leave this to you. I'll go help out senior apprentice brother Sword 1. Tao Lord Qingfeng laughed loudly as he flew towards Tao Lord Tao Tai. Thank you for your help, martial uncle. Jianghu thanked him and took over the battle. Tao Lord Qingfeng and Tao Lord Kamlan were both Dolard-class Tao Lords and were on par with each other in power. Thus, even after fighting for so long, neither was able to do anything to the other. Jianghu, however, was different. His overall combat power was comparable to that of a flood-level Tao Lord. Given that he had so many supreme treasures at his disposal, he was actually slightly more powerful than even floodlight Tao Lords in battle. This was why he was able to effortlessly kill Dulan-class Tao Lords. Back then, when you bullied the weak, did you ever think that such a day would come? And they came so quickly? Jianghu smiled. The tip of his Tier 4 supreme treasure, Abyss Devourer, instantly slashed out with a 5-colored sword light. Swoosh. Jianghu, I should have killed you last time. Tao Lord Anlin's ferocious face was filled with anger. One of the 10,000-meter-long spider legs was directly cut off. Die. He suddenly spat out a ball of multicolored energy that exploded in the air, turning into a strange spider web that pressed down. Child's play. Although Jianghu said that, he didn't let his guard down at all. His strength was indeed far superior to that of a Dulan-class Tao Lord, but these veteran Tao Lords had all lived for countless eras. Perhaps they had some powerful trump cards. Therefore he unleashed his full combat power right from the start, not giving Tao Lord Anlin any chance to escape. Swoosh swoosh, countless sword lights shot out, wreaking havoc in this space and naturally annihilating the energy spider web. Immediately after, he accelerated and approached Tao Lord Anlin, unleashing his full strength with a punch and a sword. Boom. The void exploded and heaven and earth rumbled. After Jianghu unleashed his full combat power, he once again transformed into a huge ball of energy and completely crushed Tao Lord Anlin. Boom. Tao Lord Anlin wanted to counterattack. However, in this situation where he was being crushed, the energy in his body was in a state of chaos. His huge body was shattered time and time again. The indestructible substance and another special substance in his body were also constantly being depleted. 3 minutes later, Jianghu punched out again, shattering the sky and destroying Tao Lord Anlin's last hope. You killed a Dulan-class Tao Lord. Eternal EXP +1. The phenomenon of a Tao Lord dying appeared again. This was the fourth Duelan class Tao Lord to die today. There's still Tao Lord Taotai, a flood-level Tao Lord. Jiang Xi's eyes flickered. The chances of him killing a flood-level Tao Lord by himself were very low. With Tao Lord Sword 1 and Tao Lord Qingfeng, the chances should be higher. I have to give it a try. Jiang Xi chased after him. 10 million kilometers away, the primordial beast Tao Lord Taotai roared as the abyss devoured everything. I, Taotai, was born at the beginning of the universe's evolution. Who can kill me? Tao Lord Taotai roared as he approached the vortex passageway. At this moment he was fighting 1 against 2. Although he was in a sorry state, he wasn't completely at a disadvantage. And this was when he was fleeing and fighting at the same time. If he didn't consider leaving the ancient immortal world and poured all his energy into the battle, he would definitely be stronger. A flood-level Tao Lord has at least walked a certain distance on the road of origins. His strength can't be underestimated. Jiang Xi's battle intent continued to rise. A moment later he was about to catch up to Tao Lord Taotai. But at this moment the situation changed. An even more terrifying aura filled the planet. At the same time, the figure of a giant golden wolf was reflected in the sky. A special space-time fluctuation spread out rapidly and powerfully, sweeping everything in its path. The space-time control of Tao Lord Sword 1 and Tao Lord Taotai, who were at the flood level, was instantly destroyed like paper. The third demon, Tao Lord Golden Wolf. Tao Lord Sword 1's expression changed drastically. Qingfeng Jiang Xi, let's go. Tao Lord Qingfeng's expression was very serious as he flew away. Big one is coming. Jiang Xi was also very decisive. He abandoned the last Tao Lord Taotai and sped towards the vortex passageway to leave the ancient immortal world with the 2 human seniors. As the third demon Tao Lord Golden Wolf was naturally extremely powerful. If this spacetime was controlled by Tao Lord Golden Wolf, the 3 of them could forget about escaping. You wanna leave? Tao Lord Taotai, who had been fleeing while fighting, immediately turned around and counterattacked. His giant abyssal mouth transformed into a terrifying black hole that swallowed everything and affected the speed of Jiang Xi and the other 2. Scram. Jiang Xi punched out. A huge fist mark instantly expanded to 1,000,000 feet and destroyed the abyssal black hole. Further away, Tao Lord Golden Wolf spacetime spread over rapidly and arrived in an instant. Boom. At that moment heaven and earth rumbled again. A figure with a murderous aura was reflected in the sky. Then a terrifying blood-red wave began to sweep across the planet and crush Tao Lord Golden Wolf's spacetime. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's slaughter clone arrived at this moment. 9 Firmaments. You dare to leave the ancient Tao origin world. Tao Lord Golden Wolf roared. Even heavenly venerates have come out to fight. Why wouldn't I dare? Tao Lord 9 Firmament's grand voice boomed between heaven and earth. Kaboom. The blood-red wave spread across the sky, transforming into terrifying demonic shadows that wanted to devour Tao Lord Golden Wolf. 9 Firmaments, you dare to be so arrogant with just a slaughter clone? Tao Lord Golden Wolf was furious. I'll still smash your dog head. The blood-haired Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was clad in blood-red armor. With a wave of his hand, he sent Tao Lord Golden Wolf flying with a palm strike that blotted out the sky. Tao Lord Golden Wolf let out a howl that reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The third demon Tao Lord howled and transformed into a golden werewolf. Wielding a supreme treasure saber, he fought Tao Lord 9 Firmament's slaughter clone in the sky. Boom boom. Terrifying and boundless energy fluctuations shattered piece after piece of the void. The chaotic gray fog outside the ancient immortal world's barrier surged out and wreaked havoc on this planet. More than half of the once incomparably sturdy planet 181 had been destroyed. On the other side, Tao Lord Taotai had fled the moment Tao Lord 9 Firmaments arrived. He was very close to a vortex tunnel, so he passed through it and fled to another planet in the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi and the other 2 continued to speed toward the vortex tunnel that would lead them out of the ancient immortal world. After leaving the ancient immortal world from planet 181, they would enter the human territory. Although Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had suppressed Tao Lord Golden Wolf, there was no guarantee that other powerful Tao Lords would arrive later. Therefore, leaving as soon as possible was the best choice. At this moment, the battle in the sky also shocked Jiang Xi. Master is truly terrifying. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's palm strike just now could probably kill a desolate-level Tao Lord. Isn't that so? Senior Brother 9 Firmaments is known as a half-step heavenly venerate. In this primal universe, even the 2 heavenly venerates of the demon and ghost races can't do anything to him. Tao Lord Qingyu said with a smile. Even heavenly venerates can't do anything to him? Jiang Xi was shocked. That's right. The universe has rules and restrictions. No living being in the primal universe can use the power of a heavenly venerate, Tao Lord Jinni explained. The power of a heavenly venerate is too terrifying. If he uses his full combat strength in the primal universe, countless races will be wiped out, Tao Lord Qinyu said. This was the first time Jiang Xi had heard such news. Although he was secretly shocked, he remembered it well. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's arrival also signaled the end of this battle. In just a short while, Jiang Xi and the others left the ancient immortal world through the vortex tunnel and successfully returned to the human territory. Not long after, the news and final results of this battle spread like a gust of wind throughout the billions of races in the universe. The shock it brought to the upper echelons of the various races was even greater than when they heard about the battle between the three heavenly venerates. After transcending 9 tribulations, Jiang Xi extinguished 5 soul lamps in a short 8 days and became a 5th transformation true lord with an endless lifespan. Then he killed 4 desolate level Tao lords in the ancient immortal world. Such a shocking battle record was rarely seen in a trillion eras. If it was in the Chaos Sea, it would be normal for 4 Tao lords to die in one battle. But in the primal universe the situation was very different. As long as the Tao lords who stood at the peak of the universe didn't court death, it was very difficult for them to die. But today these Tao lords bumped into Jiang Xi. They died in Jiang Xi's hands partly because they courted death, but mostly because Jiang Xi was too extraordinary. This was a peerless genius that had never appeared in history. At the same time, the name of Tao Lord Jiang Xi spread throughout the universe. With this battle, a new Tao Lord was born in the human race. After Jiang Xi left the ancient immortal world, he didn't return to Earth immediately. Instead, he returned to the heavenly court with Tao Lord Jinni and Tao Lord Qinyu. Jiang Xi, you want to go home after doing such a big thing? You're really ambitious, Tao Lord Jinni joked. Stay in the heavenly court for now. The Tao Lord conference will probably be held soon, Tao Lord Qinyu said. Jiang Xi laughed. That was true. The impact of this battle had just begun. Then he temporarily stayed in an immortal palace in the heavenly court. It was probably impossible for him to wave his sleeves and leave easily. In fact, Jiang Xi had been in a state of excitement since he left the ancient immortal world. This was because Tomorrow Venerate had made a promise during the last Tao Lord conference. As long as he was qualified to sit at that long table, he would take back control of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. Now that he had killed 4 alien Tao Lords, he was definitely qualified to sit there. Not long after, Jiang Xi received a message from his master, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, asking him to gather at the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. It seems that the battle in the ancient immortal world is completely over, Jiang Xi thought. Although the interior of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram was an illusory world, it felt extremely real, like a vast universe. Even though Jiang Xi now had the combat strength of a Tao Lord, it was difficult for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. What is the origin of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram? So magical. After this strand of my spiritual consciousness entered, it transformed into a spiritual body with the same strength as my true body. Jiang Xi stood in the starry sky of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. Disciple, come here. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's voice rang in Jiang Xi's ears. Jiang Xi exhaled softly. With a thought, he arrived at another starry sky. It was the place where the Tao Lord meeting was being held. A huge, rectangular stone table floated in the starry sky filled with auspicious clouds. There was a black throne at each end and a golden throne on both sides. At that moment, there was only one figure on the first golden throne on the left. It was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. This way. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments waved at Jiang Xi. Sit. This is your seat. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments pointed to the 5th throne on the left. Yes. Jiang Xi sat down and carefully looked at the thrones around the stone table. Apart from the black thrones at the 2 ends, there were 12 golden thrones on the left and 11 on the right. In other words, there are a total of 25 human Tao Lords and above? No, that's not right. Including me, there are 25 of them. Riverward thought. At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke with a stern expression. You were too rash this time. Master, please forgive me. It's all thanks to you that I was able to leave the ancient immortal world safely. Jiang Xi said honestly. I'm not talking about the ancient immortal world. You extinguished 5 soul lamps in a row. That was too rash. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. Reversing life and death. If your mental cultivation isn't strong enough and your foundation isn't strong enough, you'll still be in danger of dying no matter how talented you are. Thank you for your concern, Master. Actually, I've been in seclusion for 80,000 years. My foundation isn't weak. Jianghu told the truth. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was somewhat surprised, but he didn't ask further. He had long guessed that Jianghu had some sort of connection with Heavenly Lord Bluestone. This Heavenly Lord was known as the most mysterious loner in the primal universe. He had too many secrets. However, you did well in killing 4 alien Tao Lords. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord as a 5 transformations true Lord. Among all the human Tao Lords, only me, my master, and Heavenly Lord Ming have done so. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. So I'm not the first? This time it was Jianghu's turn to be surprised. You're not the first to defeat the strong as the weak, said Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. In terms of strength improvement speed, you can be ranked first. Jianghu chuckled. Of course. With the experience panel, no one could surpass him in terms of cultivation speed. Even Jiang Daodu, who became stronger while sleeping, couldn't catch up to him. Suddenly Jianghu was stunned. He realized that there was something wrong with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' words. Master, you have a master too? I already have a junior brother. Of course I have a master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Jianghu came to a realization. When Lu Yuzhou was in seclusion, his avatar reported his safety to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and learned of Tao Lord Qingfeng's identity. Back then he was puzzled. How could Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and Tao Lord Qingfeng be fellow disciples? Now he understood that there was a Grandmaster above him. But what about this Grandmaster? Jianghu was even more puzzled. Before he asked, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, before you sat at this table, there were a total of 22 Tao Lords of the human race. From today onwards, you are the 23rd Tao Lord of the human race. However, before the Tao Lord meeting officially begins, our Purple Firmament sect lineage would like to gather. Jianghu nodded. The Tao Alliance's 3 factions and 6 sects were a single entity to the outside world, but there was competition within. Tao Lords of the same sect would definitely band together. Soon, 2 more figures appeared before the stone table. They were Tao Lord Qingfeng and Tao Lord Mi Luo. Greetings, Uncle Master, 7th Senior Brother. Jianghu bowed respectfully. Tao Lord Qingfeng nodded with a kind smile. As an emperor of the heavenly courts, Tao Lord Mi Luo waved his hand. Junior brother, you already have the combat strength of a Tao Lord. There's no need for such formalities. Just treat me as an equal. Jianghu nodded. Everyone is here. Follow me to meet Master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments stood up and flew towards the endless void of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. Jianghu was filled with puzzlement as he followed closely behind with Tao Lord Qingfeng and Tao Lord Mi Luo. From what Master said, Grandmaster was still alive. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments seemed to sense Jianghu's puzzlement and explained with a smile. Jianghu, Qingfeng and I have been apprenticed to Master since the birth of the universe. Can be said that Master is the pioneer of the human race. He has contributed greatly to the entire human race. If not for Master, the human race would not have become a peak race so easily. Even tomorrow revered Lord had listened to Master's teachings back then. In terms of strength, Master is actually the #1 heavenly venerate of the human race. Tao Lord Qingfeng added. Jianghu was extremely shocked. He knew that what he was hearing was definitely the most secret information of the human race. He had always thought that the human race only had one Lord Ming. He had never heard of another heavenly venerate. No wonder there is a black throne at both ends of the stone table in the Tao Lord meeting. So, the human race really has 2 heavenly venerates. This information shocked Jianghu so much that he could not calm down. Master's name is Purple Firmament. He was the one who founded Purple Firmament sect. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, at the beginning of the universe the human race was only a peak race. We were far inferior to the demons and ghosts. It was under Master's leadership that the human race grew stronger and more experts appeared. Finally, we stood at the peak of the universe. Later on, Master roamed Chaos Sea and slaughtered the experts of other universes, establishing a reputation for himself. There are quite a number of heavenly venerates in the entire Chaos Sea. However, Master is the only one who dares to call himself invincible. No heavenly venerate can compare to Master. At this point, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Tao Lord Qingfeng and Tao Lord Mi Luo were also lamenting. When heavenly venerate Purple Firmament was around, the human race was at its strongest. They suppressed the demons and ghosts until they could not breathe. Jianghu was completely stunned by this information. The pioneers of the human race led the human race to the peak and were invincible in Chaos Sea. What kind of place was Chaos Sea? Jiang Xi had heard about it a few times from Heavenly Venerate Bluestone and Heavenly Venerate Lu. Although he did not know much, he knew that it was an even grander world and battlefield. For Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament to call himself invincible there, how freakish must he be? However, the question came back. Where was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament? Was he still alive? At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had already shut his mouth and led them through this illusory world. A moment later they arrived at a special area. In front of them was an incomparably huge spherical star. It was unknown how big it was, but it felt small in terms of light years. The spherical celestial body was enveloped by an invisible barrier, and within it, there was an endless amount of gray fog churning. This scene gave Jiang Xi a very familiar feeling. It was as if he saw the chaotic gray fog outside the barrier of the ancient immortal world. At that moment, a door of light appeared on the surface of the spherical star's barrier. The group passed through the door of light and entered the interior of the star. The gray fog dispersed on its own accord, extending into a wide stone path that kept extending inwards. At that moment, whether it was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Qingfeng, or Tao Lord Miluo, they all walked respectfully on the stone path and did not continue flying riverward, followed behind them and walked forward. After an unknown period of time, the group finally arrived at the end of the stone path. There stood a statue that looked like a real person. When they got closer, they saw a handsome man in a purple Taoist robe. He had a faint smile on his face. Just one look was enough to calm one's heart. The handsome man's eyes were looking ahead, as if he was looking at something deep and distant. Disciple greets Master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the statue. Disciple has come here today to report good news to Master. Today our human race and our Purple Firmament sect have another Tao Lord. His name is Jiang Xi and he's also my disciple. Jiang Xi. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments turned to Jiang Xi and said, "Come and pay your respects to your Grandmaster." Jiang Xi stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Jiang Xi greets Grandmaster. After listening to Master Nine Firmament's introduction, he also felt admiration for his Grandmaster. This was a legendary figure and also a powerful creator of the human race. Master, please bestow upon Jiang Xi a Taoist title. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments bowed respectfully to the statue of Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament once more. Jiang Xi was shocked when he heard this. Was the Grandmaster's statue alive? First released, then changed. Chapter 585. Although Jiang Xi was still a 5th transformation True Lord, his actual combat strength was already at the Tao Lord level. He was also a disciple of the Purple Firmament sect. It made sense for him to ask their founder, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament, to give him a Taoist title. However, it was very strange for him to ask their founder's statue for a Taoist title. Moreover, this was within the sky-piercing mountain river diagram, not the real world. Could it be that this legendary figure was still alive? Just as Jiang Xi was pondering, the lifelike statue standing in front of the 4 of them emitted strands of 5-colored brilliance. Then the 5-colored brilliance condensed into 2 simple symbols. They were the words Mountain Sea, in the common language of the Tao Alliance. Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi was shocked. Before the great changes on Earth, he had met Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone on Earth's second moon and talked about Earth's ancient history. At that time, Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone had told him that Earth's name in the previous era was Mountain Sea Star. Later, Earth was discovered by the 3 sects and 6 sects. Because there was no longer any need to hide it, Jiang Xi specially collected information about Earth. However, the words Mountain Sea Star did not appear in the information that could be considered top secret. In the history of the Tao Alliance, Earth was Earth. There had never been any other names. Therefore, it could be inferred that the Mountain Sea Star of the previous era that Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone spoke of was far before the Tao Alliance's human race. But now, the Taoist title that Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament statue had given him was actually Mountain Sea. Perhaps Earth's secret was deeper than he thought and the top secret information that he had collected. As for what secret it was, the answer definitely lay with the mysterious Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone. It might even have something to do with Jianghu. This was because compared to him, Heavenly Sovereign Bluestone obviously valued Jianghu more. Of course, Jiang Xi understood that he might be overthinking things. He had previously made a name for himself in the alien battlefield as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Perhaps Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament had given him this Taoist title. But then again he also had the title of True Lord Wuda. Why didn't he use the words Wuda? The nearby Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, Tao Lord Qingfeng and Tao Lord Miluo, upon seeing the words Mountain Sea, simply nodded gently. Clearly they did not think as much as Jianghu. They all knew that Jianghu was the mountain sea sword immortal. Jianghu, hurry up and thank Patriarch, Tao Lord Ninifirmament said. Jianghu collected his thoughts and bowed towards the statue of heavenly venerable purple firmament with a solemn expression. Jianghu thanks Grandmaster. Haha, junior apprentice brother, in the future you will be Tao Lord of the mountains and seas. You will use this name to shake the myriad races of the universe. Tao Lord Mi Luo laughed. I hope that you can make a name for yourself in the Chaos Sea like Master in the future. For example, the three of us have Tao names that Master gave us. However, only senior brother Jiushao is famous in the Chaos Sea. Miluo and I are far inferior to senior apprentice brother Ninifirmaments, Tao Lord Qingyu said earnestly. Jianghu nodded. Chaos Sea? He was getting more and more curious about this place. Now that he had become a human Tao Lord, he definitely had the right to know such top-secret information. Alright, let's go back, Tao Lord Ninifirmament said. Following that, the group of four bowed respectfully towards the statue of heavenly venerable purple firmament once more. Then, they followed the wide stone path from before and flew towards the spherical planet that was churning with gray fog. After they left, the stone path vanished. The lifelike statue of heavenly venerable purple firmament was once again covered by the gray fog. The endless gray fog sometimes flowed slowly, sometimes churning violently. The statue stood tall within the gray fog. Only its calm eyes that gazed into the distance flashed with a five-colored brilliance. Its gaze no longer seemed to be gazing into the distance. Instead, it seemed to be looking in the direction that Jianghu and company had left. Traces of the previous era. An ethereal voice seemed to ring out in this space. Elsewhere, Jianghu's group of four was traversing through the endless void at an extremely fast speed. They moved thousands of times faster than the speed of light. In the end, Jianghu could not help but ask the question in his heart, is Patriarch Purple Firmament still alive? What? Do you think Master has perished? Tao Lord Qingyu laughed first. Patriarch has existed since time immemorial. How could he have perished? Tao Lord Mi Luo laughed as well. Finally, Tao Lord Ninifirmament said, Master's strength is at the top of the Chaos Sea. There are very few experts who can threaten him. Then where did Patriarch go? Jianghu pressed. After Master reached the limits of a heavenly venerable, he engaged in a battle with the origins of the primal universe in order to pursue the path of eternity. However, the universe's will is inviolable. In the end, Master violated the laws of the primal universe and was permanently suppressed by the universe's origins. Tao Lord Ninifirmament's eyes shone with a divine light that was filled with reverence and worship. Fought with the universe's origins? Jianghu was shocked. Although he had not seen the battle, he could imagine the madness involved. The primal universe was vast and boundless. How powerful was the will? One could tell just by looking at the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world. In the ancient immortal world, even Tao Lords could not break through that barrier. Only heavenly venerables could pass through the chaotic gray fog outside the barrier, but they could not truly get close to the universe's origins. Therefore, although heavenly venerable purple firmament strength could be said to be invincible among heavenly venerables, such a crazy action still ended in failure in the end and he was permanently suppressed. However, even if Master was suppressed, Tao Lord Qingyu continued, his eyes filled with reverence. At the last moment of that battle, Master still used his strongest secret technique, the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram. He used this technique to cover every place in the primal universe. Only other heavenly venerables and places close to the universe's origins can isolate the coverage of the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram. Jianghu was speechless. So that was how the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram came about. He had always thought that the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram was the most precious treasure of the human race. He did not expect that this was just a mystic illusion brought about by heavenly venerable purple firmament's strongest secret technique. It was really powerful. At the same time, Jianghu also came to a realization. Back when he was in heavenly venerable Lu's Luyuzhou, he was unable to send messages to the outside world through the communication bead. That was because heavenly venerable Lu's will was present. The Skyspan Mountain River Diagram could not cover Luyuzhou. A similar situation was in the ancient immortal world. That place was close to the universe's origins. With the origins will, the Skyspan Mountain River Diagram naturally could not cover that place. By the way, Master said just now that Grandmaster fought with the universe's origins in order to search for the Eternal Road. The Eternal Road? Is that the realm after Heavenly Venerable? Jianghu asked. These two words reminded him of the new Eternal EXP and Eternal Fragments that had appeared after the experience panel was updated. You can say that. Tao Lord 9 Firmament nodded. He explained in detail, you should know that the prerequisite to becoming a Tao Lord is to completely grasp at least one heavenly Tao after the heavenly Tao realm is the Origins realm. If a Tao Lord can comprehend the Origins along the heavenly Tao and then completely grasp an Origins, he will reach the heavenly venerable level. At the same time, this is also the limit of the primal universe. If you continue cultivating, you will be rejected by the primal universe. With that said, Tao Lord 9 Firmament stopped. His eyes were filled with longing. He was only half a step away from completely grasping an origin and becoming a heavenly venerable. Jianghu nodded slowly. He had heard many times of the primal universe's rules. Only the strength of a Tao Lord was allowed. Otherwise, one would be punished by the universe's origins. It turned out that a heavenly venerable who completely grasped an origin had already exceeded the limits of the primal universe and was not tolerated by the universe. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments continued, I once heard Master say something. He said that the end of the origins is the eternal road. However, the eternal road is difficult to find. If one can't find it on their own initiative, can they only wait for it to be bestowed? I will always remember that Master, who had always been extraordinarily confident and could be said to be invincible, had a look of disappointment on his face for the first time. Jianghu, Tao Lord Qingfeng and Tao Lord Mi Luo fell silent. They seemed to hear heavenly venerable purple firmament's helplessness in those words. The eternal road was difficult to find. If one could not find it on their own initiative, they could only wait for it to be bestowed? Heavenly venerable purple firmament was already an invincible heavenly venerable expert. Who would dare to use the word bestowed to him? Master, who bestowed it? Jianghu asked. I'm not sure. Master didn't say anything back then. Tao Lord 9 Firmament sighed. Jianghu was silent, but his mind was racing. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had always had a question. Where did the experience panel come from? After the experience panel was updated, eternal experience points and eternal fragments appeared. It was obvious that this was related to the eternal road. If he could figure out the relationship, then it was possible to understand the essence and origin of the experience panel. Was it bestowed by some mysterious existence? Without an answer to this question, Jianghu would always have a sense of crisis in his heart. Even heavenly venerable purple firmament, who was said to be invincible among heavenly venerables, could not find the eternal road. In the end, he was forced to fight with the universe's origins and was suppressed. However, the eternal fragments appeared on his experience panel. It was suspected to be related to the eternal road. It was obvious that the experience panel had a great origin, far surpassing the level of heavenly venerables. If there was really some mysterious existence putting the experience panel on him. It even included getting him from the modern society of Earth to the era of Spirit Chi 200 years later. What was the purpose of all this? Using him as a carrier? Using him as a leak? Waiting for the day when he matured, cutting him off directly? Every time he thought of this, Jianghu felt a chill run down his spine. Especially as his strength continued to increase, the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. Until today he already had the combat strength of a Tao Lord, but he still could not sense the true location of the experience panel. He could check his entire body, including his primordial spirit, but he could not find the experience panel. However, this thing existed in his mind and could be awakened with a thought. I'm still too weak. Jianghu sighed softly in his heart. After thinking about it, he asked Tao Lord 9 Firmament, Master, Grandmaster is so powerful. Is it possible for him to escape? If this legendary powerhouse of the human clan could appear in front of people again, it would definitely be a cause for celebration for the human clan. At the same time, with heavenly sovereign purple firmament strength, he might be able to see through the essence of the experience panel. Tao Lord 9 Firmament was silent for a while before sighing. No. Back then, heavenly sovereign purple firmament also tried many methods, but none of them worked. Unless someone can defeat the universe's origin, perhaps they can save Master. However, even Master, who is known to be invincible among heavenly sovereigns, is no match for the universe's origin. Who can defeat it? Tao Lord Qingyu shook his head. Jianghu sighed softly. Based on the current situation, perhaps he could only find out something from heavenly sovereign Bluestone. In fact, he had always guessed that this old fellow might be playing the role of a guard. However, heavenly sovereign Bluestone clearly valued Jianghu more. He had been protecting Jianghu for so many years. Moreover, heavenly sovereign Bluestone did not bestow the strength of the eternal road. After all, It was something that even heavenly sovereign purple firmament could not find. Following that, Jiang Xi thought for a long time but still did not have an answer. However, knowing about the Eternal Road this time could be considered as finding some clues. When he became stronger in the future, perhaps he could solve all his doubts. At the same time, in the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram, where the Tao Lord meeting was held, a series of powerful figures appeared in front of the enormous stone table. These were the Tao Lords of the human race. Haha, Chang Yuan, I remember that during the last Tao Lord meeting, none of you were willing to give up. None of you were willing to return the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven World to Jiang Xi. In the end, Heavenly Sovereign Ming said that when Jiang Xi can sit at this table one day, he can take back Earth's Grotto Heaven World. I didn't expect that after only 200 years, Jiang Xi is qualified to sit with us. Now, do you regret offending this great genius? Tao Lord Jenny teased. I'm an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. Why would I be afraid of a brat like him? Tao Lord Chang Yuan, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, snorted coldly. Besides, didn't you not object when I proposed to refuse last time? He sneered. But I didn't support it. You should have agreed to Jiang Xi's request and used the token of the Chaotic Heaven Immortal Abode in exchange for the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven World. In the end, Jiang Xi took away a 4th-grade Supreme Treasure and 100 million Supreme-grade Immortal Crystals from the human race's treasury. Now that Jiang Xi is sitting at this table, he can take back Earth's Grotto Heaven World without paying any price. Tell me, don't you feel pained? Besides, don't say that he's a brat. Given Jiang Xi's cultivation speed, he might become a Universe Realm Tao Lord in a few hundred years. Tao Lord Jenny continued to tease with a smile. Tao Lord Chang Yuan's face darkened and he shut his mouth. Some of the other Tao Lords also looked displeased, but most of them just wanted to see a joke. The Tao Lords of the human race were naturally united against outsiders. Internally, however, they were divided into different factions according to their sects, and there was competition between them. Now that they had found an opportunity, they naturally had to take advantage of it at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 4 figures flew over from the endless void. Senior brother 9 firmaments. 9 firmaments, you're here. 9 firmaments went to see Lord Violet Firmament? The human Tao Lords all greeted Tao Lord 9 firmaments first. This was because in terms of power, aside from Exalted Dawn and Empyrean Violet Firmament, who had been suppressed by the Primorverse, there was no one else. Next was Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, the 3rd most powerful expert of the human race and a half-step Empyrean. In addition, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had always cared for the human race, and many of its major affairs were handled by him. He was definitely one of the most revered supreme experts of the human race. Afterwards, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments led Jiang Xi and the others to their seats. As soon as Jiang Xi sat down, he attracted the attention of many Tao Lords. Jiang Xi, you did well in this battle. You killed 4 desolate-level Tao Lords in a single battle. This isn't the Chaos Sea. It's mainly because of the help of Senior Jenny and Uncle Master Cheng Feng. Don't be so humble. Jiang Xi, did you really extinguish 5 soul lamps in 8 days? To be honest, during that period of time, I was cultivating in a space where the flow of time was 1,000,000 times faster. No wonder. That's not right. Even if you were cultivating in a special space-time, the speed at which your strength increased is still abnormal. Senior, you flatter me. To be able to sit at this table, everyone is of equal seniority. There's no need to call me senior or junior. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. He was at ease in such a situation and was not reserved or afraid. As he chatted with everyone, he observed the existences that stood at the peak of the universe. That's Tao Lord Yanqing. Although the #1 expert of the Tao sect is Lord Ming, Tao Lord Yanqing is in charge of the daily affairs. Jiang Xi glanced at Tao Lord Yanqing. He was a thin old man in a black and white Taoist robe. He looked rather dignified. Jiang Xi had a long impression of Tao Lord Yanqing. 6,000 years ago, Xian Tian was accepted as an in-name disciple by Lord Ming. Before he became an immortal, Tao Lord Yanqing had guided him in cultivation. Leader of the Buddhist monasteries, Tao Lord Shizun. Leader of Sword Sect, Tao Lord Pure Wind. Jiang Xi glanced at a bald man and an old man with a sword on his back. Following that, as he chatted, he had a rough impression of the leaders and Tao Lords of the various sections. Leader of Vast Frost Sect, Tao Lord Hong Lu. Leader of Chaos Essence Sect, Tao Lord Chang Yuan. Leader of Heavenly Sun Sect, Tao Lord Heavenly Sun. Leader of Infinity Sect, Tao Lord Three Essences. Leader of True Mystic Sect, Tao Lord Deep Truth. After getting to know everyone, Jiang Xi could not help but sigh. The human race was truly strong. Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Master and Tao Lord Pure Wind were all universe Tao Lords. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who was known as a half-step heavenly venerate, was also a universe realm Tao Lord. There were a total of 4 top-tier Tao Lords. In terms of number of experts at this level, the demons and ghosts could only fight against the humans if they combined. Not only that, there were many universe realm Tao Lords below. In terms of overall strength, Purple Firmament Sect is ranked second among the 3 factions and 6 sects of the human race. Although Uncle Master Qingfeng's strength is slightly weaker, Master is a half-step heavenly venerable and 7th senior brother Mi Luo is an universe realm Tao Lord. Now that I'm included, they're even stronger, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Of course he was now a flood realm Tao Lord. Among the Tao Lords of the human race he was still ranked in the lower middle. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, swoosh, the white-robed middle-aged man, Tomorrow's Supremacy, appeared out of thin air on a black throne at the end of the long stone table. The Tao Lords fell silent and stood up to bow respectfully to Tomorrow's Supremacy. Even Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did the same. Jiang Xi also looked at the number 1 expert of the human race with curiosity and respect. From the looks of it, Tomorrow's Supremacy did not give off the aura of a heavenly venerable expert. Instead, he seemed like a gentle gentleman. In terms of temperament, he was completely different from the mysterious heavenly venerable Qing Shi and the charming heavenly venerable Lu. Jiang Xi, I didn't expect to see you here so soon. Tomorrow's Supremacy's smile was gentle. Greetings, Tomorrow's Supremacy. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Tomorrow's Supremacy nodded and looked around at the Tao Lords. He smiled and said, "Today is a day worth celebrating for the human race. From today onwards, Jiang Xi is Tao Lord Mountain Sea." The number of Tao Lords of the human race has also increased from 23 to 24. The Tao Lords present all congratulated Riverward. Even Tao Lord Chang Yuan set aside his prejudices and welcomed Riverward into the highest echelons of the human race. Jiang Xi smiled and responded to them one by one. At the same time he was puzzled. It seemed that Tomorrow's Supremacy was related to heavenly venerable Purple Firmament. Otherwise how could he know his Tao name? After a while, when everyone finished congratulating, Tomorrow's Supremacy spoke again. During the last Tao Lord meeting, Jiang Xi mentioned that he wanted to use the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode to exchange for the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The other Tao Lords all fell silent. Some of their expressions changed slightly. Since Jiang Xi has met the conditions I mentioned previously and is sitting at this table, the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world will be returned to him from today onwards. Tomorrow's Supremacy said. Heavenly Venerable. Tao Lord Chang Yuan, the leader of the Primordial Chaos sect, suddenly spoke. According to the rules of the human race, when one is weak, one can enjoy all kinds of resources and be nurtured by the race. However, when one is strong, one must contribute to the race and become the backbone of the race. Now that Jiang Xi is a Tao Lord, he no longer has the right to take things from the race for free. If he wants to take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world, he must give something of equal value. That's right, Heavenly Venerable. The rules cannot be broken. Giving something of equal value to Earth is in accordance with the rules. Some of the other Tao Lords agreed. Jiang Xi glanced at Tao Lord Chang Yuan expressionlessly. Tao Lord Chang Yuan nodded at him in a friendly manner. Everyone. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke. The Tao Lords at the table fell silent again. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled at Jiang Xi. Back then we used 100 billion points to buy the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world from you. That's a fair price. Jiang Xi, are you willing to use 100 billion points to buy back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world from us? Your disciple is willing, Master? Jiang Xi immediately smiled. 100 billion points. After slaughtering so many people in the ancient immortal world, he had obtained a large amount of spoils of war. These points were nothing to him. Nine Firmaments, are you joking? Tao Lord Long Wall frowned. Setting aside the fact that Earth is the ancestral land of the humans of the Tao Alliance, just the value of Earth alone isn't worth 100 billion points. You might as well just say that you're giving it to Riverward. Besides, we already discussed this last time. Jiang Xi was weak back then. 100 billion points was already an astronomical price for him. Today is different from the past. How can you compare it like this? Although Tao Lord Chang Yuan was at the Ian realm, he didn't fear Tao Lord Nine Firmaments at all. Of course, more importantly, the matter of Earth did indeed affect his interests. Tao Lord Chang Yuan wasn't the only one. Many other Tao Lords expressed similar opinions. Over the past 6,000 years, The cultivators stationed in Earth's grotto heaven world had already tasted the benefits. In the eyes of these Tao lords, Earth was a cradle for experts. In time, it might become a sacred ground like the 3 gates and 6 sects. Thus, how could they give it up so easily? Jianghu watched coldly as this dispute unfolded. This was because all the Tao lords who spoke were at least at the Ian realm, and each of them was more powerful than he was. Enough. Tomorrow revered lord lightly knocked on the table. The dispute immediately stopped, and all the Tao lords looked at Tomorrow revered lord. Tomorrow revered lord said in a low voice, I said that when Jianghu can sit at this table and be on equal footing with us, he can take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. This is a promise I made and I'll carry it out. Of course, the rule of the strong contributing to the race cannot be broken. Since Earth's value is so high then, I'll hand over a 5th grade supreme treasure to the race. Treat it as my congratulatory gift to Jianghu for becoming a Tao Lord. Heavenly Venerable. Heavenly Venerable, how can we do that? The expressions of the Tao Lords changed. Although they argued if Tomorrow revered Lord took out a supreme treasure to settle the matter, they would have gone too far. Heavenly Venerable. Jianghu hurriedly spoke. A 5th grade supreme treasure was incomparably precious. Even many of the Tao Lords present probably didn't have one of this grade. All right, it's settled. There's no need to say anything else. Tomorrow revered Lord looked around and everyone immediately fell silent. They couldn't change the decision made by the Heavenly Venerable. First issued then changed. Chapter 586. The purpose of this Tao Lord conference was to congratulate Jianghu for becoming the 23rd Tao Lord of the human race. After confirming the return of ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world, the Tao Lords discussed some matters regarding the ancient immortal world and the Chaos Sea before leaving. Everyone's spiritual senses left the Tongtian Mountain River painting. Only Jianghu was left behind by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Master, it doesn't seem right for Tomorrow revered to take out a rank 5 supreme treasure for me. It's too valuable. Jianghu still felt bad. Although he had 2 rank 5 supreme treasures, the 6-fold mountain and the Heaven Awakening soul armor, it did not mean that rank 5 supreme treasures were cheap. Instead, they were very valuable. Even Universe or Ian Realm Tao Lords would probably only have 1 or 2 rank 5 supreme treasures. You don't have to worry too much about this. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled. Tomorrow revered is not as poor as you think. He's the number 1 expert of the human race and has the most supreme treasures. Even without the matter of Earth, Tomorrow revered would usually give some of his supreme treasures to the race for free. Jianghu sighed inwardly. Whether it was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament or Tomorrow revered, it was not easy for them. Unlike those Heavenly Venerates who had no worries about their race, they could be carefree and unrestrained. As for the Heavenly Venerates of the peak races, they could not be so carefree. Not only did they have to care about their race, but they also had to constantly gather resources for their race, nurture their descendants and ensure the prosperity of their race. Just keep this in mind, Tao Lord 9 Firmament said. Okay. Jianghu's expression was solemn. If not for Tomorrow revered's support, it would be very difficult for him to take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. Even if he could get it back in the end, he would have to pay a greater price. Don't resent Tao Lord Chang Yuan and the others. This is a conflict of interest within the race, not a grudge, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments advised. I understand. Jianghu nodded. You just became a rank 5 true lord. Next, you need to open your own grotto heaven world. Have you thought about where to place it? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked. Earth then. Place the grotto heaven world at home. I will be stationed there in the future. Then you'd better consider this carefully. Although Earth is the ancestral land of the humans of the Tao Alliance, it has been abandoned for many years, and its defensive measures are inferior to many of the secret realms of our human race. If he wanted to truly build Earth into a holy land, he was afraid that he would have to pay a huge price. What's more, if you were to be stationed there by yourself, it would take some time for the other Tao Lords of our race to reinforce you. Master, don't worry. I've already considered this. Jianghu's expression was resolute. He was now one of the highest echelons of the human race. However, his first identity would always be that of a great Xia citizen from Earth, and this would never change. The concept of home had long been engraved in the hearts of every great Xia citizen. Alright, I'll send you the method to establish a grotto heaven world and the things to take note of. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments did not try to persuade him any further. Thank you, Master. Jianghu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. A perfected lord could establish a grotto heaven world, but he was still clueless as to how to do so. "By the way, Master, what's the deal with the Chaos Sea?" Jiang Xi suddenly asked. "Chaos Sea?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave Jiang Xi a serious look. "You want to explore the Chaos Sea now? I'll make some preparations in advance. Who knows when I'll go there?" Jiang Xi smiled. "It's good to explore. With your current strength, it'll be difficult for you to meet any opponents if you continue to stay in the primal universe. You'll only be able to obtain true tempering in the Chaos Sea." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Then he explained, "As for the Chaos Sea, simply put, it's like a vast and boundless ocean, and the primal universe is one of the larger islands." Jiang Xi's expression did not change. Heavenly Lord Bluestone had said something similar to him before. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, "In the Chaos Sea, there are a total of 4 massive celestial bodies like the primal universe. They are known as the 4 primal universes, and the universe we live in is the 4th primal universe. However, the first 3 primal universes have existed for a much longer time than our 4th primal universe. Compared to them, the experts of our 4th primal universe are far inferior to the first 3 primal universes in terms of both numbers and strength. We're too young." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. Jiang Xi was shocked. His view of the world had broadened once again. There were actually 4 primal universes in the Chaos Sea. The first 3 were even more ancient. In terms of danger, the 4 primal universes are like cradles that nurture life, while the Chaos Sea is a vast battlefield. It's a true battlefield where the heavenly lords and Tao lords of every primal universe gather to engage in battle. The cultivation civilizations of the various primal universes collide and fight with experts from other primal universes. There will be unexpected gains and one's strength will increase even faster. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was in high spirits. He had a slaughter avatar that advocated battle and slaughter. These words filled Jiang Xi with anticipation. It wasn't just to see a bigger world. More importantly, there were more Tao lords in the Chaos Sea. They were all eternal experience points. The Chaos Sea is vast and boundless. To this day, no expert dares to say that they truly understand the Chaos Sea. The environment there is complicated. Not only are there the 4 primal universes, but there are also many miniature universes of heavenly venerables. There are also some forbidden lands that even heavenly venerables don't dare to enter. However, danger also means opportunity. Large amounts of true treasures and precious inheritances are hidden in the forbidden lands of the Chaos Sea. It's said that in some forbidden lands, even true treasures above the 7th stage might exist. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed again. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked when he heard this. Of course, with your current strength, you can only explore the outer regions of the Chaos Sea. As for the deeper regions, don't think about it for now. Go back and make some preparations. Let me know when you want to go out adventuring." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments chuckled. "Okay." Jiang Xi nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. "Also, are you going to participate in the war to destroy the Fengqiao clan?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. "Of course. Although the human race was the most powerful peak race in the 4th primal universe, it would still take some time to plan and destroy a peak race. Over the past 8 days, the human race had mobilized an army of immortals and used various other methods to completely lock down the Fengqiao clan's star domain. They ensured that no one would escape. However, the most troublesome person in this war was still Tao Lord Fengqiao. In the primal universe, there were no spatial restrictions like in the ancient immortal world. It was very difficult to truly kill a desolate-level Tao Lord. Thus, the main target of this plan was Tao Lord Fengqiao. If Tao Lord Fengqiao were to escape, there would be no end of trouble. Of course, after 8 days of careful planning, Tao Lord Fengqiao had nowhere to run. He was trapped in a remote, desolate star domain. The 3 Tao Lords of the human race, led by Jiang Xi, had successfully killed him. Naturally, the head had been harvested by Jiang Xi. After all, it was worth 1 eternal essence. Jiang Xi didn't feel any pressure about this sort of extermination war. First of all, Tao Lord Fengqiao deserved to die. Last time in the ancient immortal world, if Heavenly Venerable Bluestone hadn't acted in time, his main body would have died, and many of his treasures would have been lost. Secondly, the so-called extermination war didn't mean that all living beings of a race were exterminated. The human race had exterminated the cultivators of the Fengqiao clan, including Tribulation Transcenders, True Lords and Tao Lords. After this war, the Fengqiao clan would become a vassal race of the human race. Just like the races of the Battle Pattern Continent and the Myriad Mountain Star Sea. Finally, through this war, Jiang Xi had also announced his name as Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas to the myriad races of the universe. He had used the extermination of a peak race to awe the myriad races of the universe. Moreover, this war didn't just awe the myriad races of the universe, it also intimidated some of the rascals of the human race. In the fifth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, above a purple planet filled with dense spiritual qi, a huge palace was suspended. Inside the palace, Wuyi, a sixth tribulation transcender, wasn't cultivating. He wasn't in the mood to cultivate. What? How many years has it been? He was angry, confused, and worried. Some time ago his master, True Lord Yenyu, had told him not to think about the Purple Heaven Sword Manual anymore. Because Jianghu had already become a Tao Lord of the human race. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual was one of the most important inheritances of the Purple Heaven sect. It was the path of a Tao Lord. However, there could only be one inheritor. When the current inheritor died, the inheritance imprint would choose a new inheritor. Back then he and Jianghu's first master, Taoist Gu, had competed for this inheritance and lost. Later, Taoist Gu died on Earth. Due to the special nature of Earth, the inheritance imprint of the Purple Heaven Sword Manual didn't return to the Purple Heaven sect. Instead it chose Jianghu. This made Wuyi furious. On the day Jianghu entered the Purple Heaven sect for the first time, he tried to kill Jianghu and obtain the inheritance imprint. However, due to the appearance of Tao Lord Nine Heaven's decree in the end, his assassination attempt failed. Therefore he could only wait for Jianghu to die. When he learned that Jianghu entered the outer realm battlefield to temper himself, he was overjoyed because there was a high chance of survival in that place. However, now that more than 2,000 years had passed, his master, perfected Lord Yenyu, suddenly told him that Jianghu was already a Tao Lord expert. He cultivated for less than 10,000 years. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual must be the reason why he could become a Tao Lord so quickly. That was my opportunity. Wu Ye's expression was menacing and his heart was filled with hatred. Right then he sensed that someone had barged into his palace. Then he saw two figures suddenly appear. They were his master, perfected Lord Yenyu, and the sect's perfected Lord Iron Mountain. Greetings, Master, perfected Lord Iron Mountain. Wu Yi hurriedly stood up and bowed. Perfected Lord Yenyu's expression was dark and he did not say a word. That expression made Wu Ye's heart skip a beat and he felt uneasy. Perfected Lord Iron Mountain smiled. Wu Yi, back then you attacked Tao Lord Mountain C for your own personal gain. The might of a Tao Lord is not to be offended. Now, under the decree of the Tao Lord, I'm sentencing you to 60,000 years in prison. Do you have any objections? Wu Ye's expression changed drastically and his face was filled with fear. Tao Lord Mountain C? He had never heard of such a Tao Lord expert in the human race. It was obvious that this Tao Lord Mountain C was Jianghu. 60,000 years in prison. He was going to be locked up until he died. Because he was a sixth tribulation transcender and only had 50,000 years left. Master. Immortal Wu Yi looked at perfected Lord Yenyu for help. Life and death are two paths. Either you choose to be locked up in the Heavenly Court's prison or you die now, perfected Lord Yenyu said with an ugly expression. He was a first revolution perfected Lord. Although he did not have the strength to explore the ancient immortal world, he was qualified to enter the perfected Lord Palace. Therefore, he also knew of Jianghu's shocking achievements in the ancient immortal world. How would he dare to protect his disciple now? After all, Immortal Wu Yi had almost killed Jianghu back then. Now that Jianghu had become Tao Lord Mountain C, only letting Wu Yi go to prison for 60,000 years was already very benevolent. If Wu Ye's cultivation could improve in the prison, he might have a chance to come out alive. However, this possibility was very small. The conditions in the prison were extremely harsh. It would be good if his strength did not regress. Wu Yi, which path do you choose? Perfected Lord Iron Mountain was full of smiles. He still clearly remembered the scene from 6,000 years ago. Jianghu's batch of genius disciples from the 9 regions genius tournament had just finished cultivating in the ancient Tao source world and entered the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters for the first time. In the end, Wu Yi suddenly attacked and wanted to kill Jianghu. If not for Taoist Ji's Tao partner, Granny Yen, saving Jianghu would have died then and there would not be Tao Lord Mountain C today. In other words, Wu Yi almost killed a Tao Lord of the human race. 60,000 years in prison. Wu Yi knelt on the ground and spoke with difficulty. His face was ashen. In the fourth heaven world of the Purple Heaven sect, Tao Integration Core Disciple Qisong was very popular now. He had won the fourth heaven core disciple spot in the recent Tao Integration Cloud Summit competition. Back then, in order to compete for the fourth heaven core disciple spot in the Cloud Summit competition, he first sneaked an attack on Jianghu in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea and almost killed Jianghu. However, Jiang Xi did not die at that time and participated in the Cloud Summit competition. Furthermore, he was defeated by Jiang Xi. Since then, Qi Song gritted his teeth and wanted to surpass Jiang Xi. However, what happened next made him feel despair. Because Jiang Xi's strength improved too quickly, he could not even touch Jiang Xi's shadow. Now that 6,000 years had passed, he finally became a fourth Heaven Dao integration disciple. Dao integration cultivators pay more attention to accumulation. I still have a chance to surpass him. Qi Song's eyes were gloomy at this moment. Two figures appeared in front of him. Master? Qi Song was stunned. The person who came was his master, Nine Tribulation Transcender Day. He did not recognize the other person. What surprised Qi Song was that his master seemed to be very afraid. His master's face was pale and his hands were trembling slightly. Qi Song, this is true Monarch Iron Mountain. Nine Tribulation Transcender Day squeezed out a smile. Greetings, true monarch. Qi Song hurriedly bowed respectfully. True Monarch Iron Mountain was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, Qi Song, do you know your crime? Know my crime? Qi Song's heart trembled and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Combined with his master's terrified appearance, he suddenly had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. True monarch, I have always been diligent in cultivation and have never dared to violate the sect's rules. May I know, what crime have I committed? Qi Song looked terrified. Dai, your disciple is very good at sophistry. True Monarch Iron Mountain glanced at Dai. Dai broke out in cold sweat and angrily rebuked Qi Song. You evil disciple. Now that things have come to this, why aren't you admitting your crime? Do you know that Dao Monarch Mountain Sea has already issued a decree? If you can immediately admit your crime, you will be sentenced to 10,000 years in prison. If you continue to argue, you will be executed immediately. Dai almost couldn't stand still. Although he was a Nine Tribulation Transcender, he was only an ant in front of a Dao Monarch. Moreover, this ant had offended Jiang Xi in the past. This was because his disciple Qi Song had sneak attacked Jiang Xi in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, causing Jiang Xi to fall into a dead situation. He then turned around and slandered Jiang Xi as the attacker. At that time, Wine Sword Immortal had asked him about this matter, but he was ruthlessly mocked in the end. Now, for the first time, Dai felt that this beloved disciple, whom he regarded as his successor, was simply the biggest evil disciple in the world. He wanted to kill his master. Evil disciple, you still don't admit your crime. Dai angrily shouted again. Qi Song's body trembled and he hurriedly shouted in horror, I admit my crime, I admit my crime. Where is your crime? True Monarch Iron Mountain sneered. What crime? Qi Song looked at his master with an ashen face. Unfortunately, Dai couldn't even protect himself, so he didn't dare to remind him Qi Song's heart was in a mess. His childhood experience had created two completely different personalities. On the surface he was simple, honest and amiable. On the inside he was vicious and unscrupulous. He was confident that all the vicious things he had done over the years were watertight. Even if someone knew about it, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence. Dao Monarch Mountain Sea's decree? How could I offend Dao Monarch Mountain Sea's might? Could it be that I've harmed this Dao Monarch's descendant? That's impossible. I would never offend someone with a strong background. Who is it? Could it be Jiang Xi? Qi Song suddenly thought of this. He had been paying attention to Jiang Xi's growth, especially when he heard that Jiang Xi had become Dao Monarch Nine Firmament's disciple. He was afraid for a period of time, worried that Jiang Xi would complain to Dao Monarch Nine Firmaments. If that happened, he would be finished. However, later on, Qi Song specially asked his master about Dao Monarch Nine Firmaments and knew that this Dao Monarch was famous for being fair. He was slightly relieved. Without evidence, Dao Monarch Nine Firmaments wouldn't touch him. As time passed, Jiang Xi didn't find trouble with him, so he was completely relieved and put these worries aside. Now, it seemed that Jiang Xi hadn't forgotten about this grudge. Qi Song thought for a long time and finally raised his head. Jiang Xi wants to kill me? He really didn't know how he had offended a Dao Monarch. Only Jiang Xi could ask a Dao Monarch to kill him. However, a Dao Integration Stage 4th Heavenly Layer disciple had a status comparable to a 4th Tribulation Transcender. The Purple Heaven sect followed the rules. If there was no evidence, even a true Monarch powerhouse couldn't kill him. The fact that Dao Monarch Mountain Sea's decree didn't directly execute him showed this point. This Dao Monarch was still reasonable. As long as he insisted that he was innocent, everything would be fine in the end. After all, there was no evidence to prove that he had plotted against a fellow disciple. After understanding this, Qi Song had nothing to fear. When he saw that true monarch Iron Mountain and his master Dai didn't refute his question, he was even more certain of the answer in his heart. Sure enough, it was Jianghu. As for Jianghu's achievements in the foreign battlefield and the ancient immortal world, Qi Song naturally didn't know. With his status, he didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with people of a higher level. Being able to meet one or two true monarchs was already a great opportunity. Qi Song didn't know that when he was still working hard to become a fourth heavenly layer disciple, Jianghu had already made a name for himself as an invincible tribulation transcender in the foreign battlefield. When he finally became a fourth heavenly layer disciple, Jianghu could already kill Dao monarchs. If he knew this, he definitely wouldn't have said the words that were courting death. Master. Qi Song pretended to be miserable and looked at 9 tribulation transcender Dai. Master, don't tell me even you don't believe me? You know best what happened back then. At that time Jianghu and I were wandering the myriad mountain star sea. I regarded him as a close friend, but he secretly attacked me and almost caused me to fall into a desperate situation. I didn't expect that after so many years he still wanted to get rid of me, worried that I would tarnish his reputation. Master, you must testify for me. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied even if I die. Dai only felt his whole body tremble and almost vomited blood. This evil disciple. Did he have to drag him down with him? True monarch Iron Mountain sneered. Dai, your disciple is not bad. He still dares to quibble even now. If he hadn't offended Lord Dao Monarch, he might have become a powerful expert in the future. Dai squeezed out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Lord True Monarch, I'm really innocent. Qi Song's expression was miserable and indignant. He said loudly, if you don't believe me, you can call Jianghu over to confront me face to face and recreate the situation back then. Even if he's the disciple of Dao Monarch 9 Heavens, he can't bully others. Our Purple Heaven sect follows the rules. Everything has to have evidence. If he really wants to rely on his background to kill me, then I can only say that I've misjudged this world. Qi Song didn't dare to admit it. He knew that he had to grit his teeth and refuse to admit it. Only then would he have a chance to live. At the same time he cursed in his heart. This master is really unreliable, a piece of trash. However, True Monarch Iron Mountain's next words made Qi Song feel fear and despair. You want Lord Dao Monarch Mountain Sea to confront you face to face? True Monarch Iron Mountain sneered. Lord Perfected Lord, I wanted Jianghu and I to. Before Qi Song could finish his sentence, he froze in place, unable to think straight. The Lord Jianghu you speak of is Lord Dao Monarch Mountain Sea, one of the peak existences of the human race. True Monarch Iron Mountain said loudly. Jianghu? Impossible. How long has he been cultivating? Less than 10,000 years? He reached Dao integration 2,000 years ago. How can he be a Dao monarch? This is impossible. Qi Song was about to go crazy. Jianghu, who had almost been killed by his sneak attack, had become a Dao monarch? Lord Dao Monarch Mountain Sea stands at the peak of the universe. How could he accuse you wrongly? His words are more effective than any evidence. True Monarch Iron Mountain was expressionless. Moreover, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Your actions back then almost caused the human race to lose a peak expert. As True Monarch Iron Mountain spoke, he waved his hand and an invisible wave covered Qi Song's body. I won't. Qi Song was filled with despair and fear, but more than that he was unwilling to accept it. Poof. His entire body was reduced to dust. He couldn't be more dead. At the same time, the bustling grotto heavens on Earth were in chaos. All of us are to leave Earth? Who is it? Who gave the order? Our patriarch is Dao Monarch Dark Reign, one of the supreme existences of the human race. Who dares to chase us away? Do you want to die? Who gave the order? I sold 10,000 vital planets for 100 years of residency in the heavenly sun grotto heaven. You want me to leave just because you want me to? Then who will pay for my losses? You're finished? How dare you offend the Jianghu clan? Our patriarch is a 5th transformation true monarch. The factions stationed in the grotto heavens on Earth were enraged by the cold heavenly court enforcers. 6,000 years had passed, and these factions had long since witnessed the wonders of Earth. Therefore, even though the grotto heavens on Earth were very large, the residency rights were still incomparably expensive in the human race. Only the truly powerful clans had the right to enter. Moreover, the younger generation was allowed to come. After giving birth on Earth, they would immediately leave with the children. It wouldn't be a waste of time for others to come. They were the true nobles of the human race. They had paid a huge price to come to Earth, but now they were being chased away? The Tao Alliance, the Heavenly Court and the Three Gates and Six Sects have jointly issued an order. All factions in the Grotto Heavens are to leave Earth. Those who disobey will die. The so-called nobles of the human race could indeed flaunt their might in the human race's territory. However, in front of a Tao monarch they were nothing. They could only leave obediently. As for the members of the Three Gates and Six Sects, although they were unwilling, they didn't resist. This was because they more or less knew some inside information. The peerlessly talented human prodigy who had walked out of Earth had become a Tao monarch. Earth, my home. After everything calmed down, Jianghu stood in the starry sky of the solar system and looked at the azure planet. After 6,000 years, Earth had finally returned to him in one piece. Chapter 587. 6,000 years had passed and Earth had changed a lot. The environment had become more beautiful. In the cities, there were not only unique technology buildings, but also islands that were suspended in the air by the power of formations. Among the pedestrians on the street, some were wearing casual clothes, some were wearing high-tech uniforms, and some were wearing cultivator armor with a powerful aura. There were also people riding tamed monsters, showing off on the streets, but they were quickly driven away by the law enforcers of the Great Xia Alliance. In the early days of the Spirit Chi recovery era, the monsters that ravaged Earth had become the test subjects and pets of Earthlings. As for those wilderness areas, they had long disappeared, and only some ruins could be seen in museums. Today's Earth, nature, technology, and cultivation civilization were well integrated. Moreover, with the Great Xia Alliance as the main force, the Earthlings were no longer limited to exploring the solar system. Many Earthlings who had stepped on the path of cultivation had the strength to enter the depths of the Tao Alliance and leave traces in the distant starry sky. Earth Rain Viewing Pavilion. With the departure of the disciples of the Three Gates Six Sects and the various powerful families of the Tao Alliance, True Monarch Winesword was the last alien on Earth. Jianghu and True Monarch Winesword sat leisurely in the pavilion, drinking and admiring the beautiful mountains and rivers. True Monarch Winesword praised, "It's really a planet full of vitality." He had taken his revenge, his inner demon was gone, and he had become a true monarch with an endless lifespan. He didn't have to worry about life and death, so he was more carefree now. Compared to those big planets in the universe, Earth's foundation is still too weak. If Earth could have more true monarchs and a large number of tribulation transcender powerhouses, then one or two true monarchs would be enough. If one or two more Tao Lords appeared, that would be perfect. Riverward closed his eyes, letting his imagination run wild. True Monarch Winesword laughed, "Ha Kit, you really dare to dream. Tao monarchs are not cabbages and you want one or two more. For a peerless genius like you to come out, it already shows that this planet is a place of great providence." Jianghu laughed. Tao monarchs were indeed a bit difficult, and even he himself wasn't a Tao monarch. However, the number of true monarchs and tribulation transcender powerhouses was something to look forward to. Earth was a magical planet, and people born here seemed to have great providence compared to people of the same age. It was easier to encounter opportunities. He rarely encountered bottlenecks in his cultivation, and even if he did, he would break through them very quickly. And these were the key factors to becoming a powerhouse. One could imagine that in time, the number of immortal path experts on Earth would definitely increase. Forget about becoming a Tao Lord. With you around, no one on Earth will dare to bully you. In addition to the resources you brought, you can send the talented Earthlings to some of the human race's universe secret realms to train. For example, the Battle Tattoo Continent and the Myriad Mountain Starry Sea that you've been to in the past. Under these cultivation resources and environments, the strength of the people on Earth would definitely increase even more rapidly. I believe that Earth will definitely become a holy land of the Tao Alliance in the future. True Monarch Winesword said with a serious expression. Jianghu didn't say anything. He raised his cup with Sherzuan. The future was promising. Other than opening up a grotto heaven world, he had returned this time. Another thing was to transform the entire solar system and set up an all-encompassing offensive and defensive array formation for this solar system. During the 80,000 years that Liu Yuzhou was in seclusion, Jianghu learned all of Liu Yuzhou's secret techniques through the experience panel. Many of those secret technique stone inscriptions were related to array formations. In other words, he was now a master of array formations. In the entire universe, there shouldn't be many people who could surpass him in array formations. In addition, he killed 4 Tao Lords of other races and nearly 5,000 perfected monarchs of other races in the ancient immortal world. All of these brought him considerable spoils of war. Before returning to Earth, Jianghu had already disposed of these spoils of war and exchanged them for a huge amount of resources. He believed that with these resources he could definitely make Earth impregnable. Let Earth become a holy land in terms of environment first. This is my experience in opening up a grotto heaven world. Take it for reference. After the master and disciple finished drinking, True Monarch Winesword gave Jiangxi a jade slip. Thank you, master. Jiangxi took it. With my current strength I can't help you much. That's all I have. True Monarch Winesword laughed self-deprecatingly. Master, you must be joking. With master's talent, the method of opening up a grotto heaven world must be valuable. Jiangxi laughed. Don't bother. I know myself. I'm already very satisfied and proud to have a disciple like you. True Monarch Winesword looked at the starry sky and sighed. Jiangxi also looked at the endless starry sky. There was no need for formalities between the master and disciple. They were like family. In the following days, Earth and the entire solar system entered the stage of major transformation. With Jiangxi's strength and resources, he quickly set up a shocking secret technique array formation in the entire starry sky. Under the protection of these large arrays, coupled with the fact that the solar system was originally surrounded by the mysterious asteroid belt. Now even Tao Lords couldn't barge in directly. Then, it was the transformation of Earth, mainly the grotto heaven worlds. After all, Earth was only so big and the living space was limited. In comparison, there was a large amount of space in the grotto heaven worlds that could provide for the survival of people on Earth. In fact, even though the 3 gates and 6 sects had been stationed on Earth for 6,000 years, they had only barely developed a small part of the grotto heaven worlds. Especially the largest grotto heaven world, the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven in the Kunlun Mountains. There was a boundless continent with a diameter of 10 billion light-years inside. In the entire original universe, only the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance and the headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect each had such a huge continent. The vast territory, abundant spirit chi and safe environment were enough to support the development of Earth for countless eras. Therefore, Jiangxi focused on the transformation of the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven. It would be the main place where people on Earth would live in the future. In the Jasper Lake Grotto Heaven, Jiangxi stood in the sky above the continent. With his current essence soul stage, it was difficult for his spirit sense to cover this place. When a true monarch opens a small grotto heaven and becomes a Tao Lord, the small grotto heaven will expand into a large grotto heaven. If he can become a heavenly lord, the large grotto heaven will go through the process of creation and become a small universe. Jiangxi thought carefully. The information that Tao Lord Nine Clouds and True Monarch Winesword had given him gave him a deeper understanding of the various grotto heaven worlds. In fact, even a small grotto heaven could be considered a cultivation paradise in the human territory. However, it was still far from a sacred land. For example, the Tsangyun sect, which ruled the pale blue planet, had a Tsangyun grotto heaven. It was opened by the Tsangyun sect's patriarch, True Monarch Tsangyun. The larger a grotto heaven was, the better the cultivation environment. In the human race, every grotto heaven was a sacred land for cultivation. For example, the 9 Heavens world of the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters was actually a single grotto heaven. It was just divided into 9 layers of space. Its owner was Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who was known as a half-step heavenly lord. Under normal circumstances, a first revolution true monarch can open a grotto heaven with a diameter of 1 light-year. Similarly, a 5th revolution true monarch can open a grotto heaven with a diameter of 5 light-years. The grotto heavens of Tao Lords are divided into the universe, Aeon, Flood, and Desolation realms. A universe Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 900 million light-years. An Aeon Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 600 million light-years. A Flood Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 300 million light-years. A Desolation Tao Lord's grotto heaven has a diameter of 100 million light-years. Jiangxi carefully organized this information in his mind. He was both shocked and puzzled. This was because the Jade Pool grotto heaven had a diameter of more than 10 billion light-years. It was far larger than a universe Tao Lord's grotto heaven. However, this was still a grotto heaven world. It had not experienced the creation of a heavenly lord's miniature universe. The size of a grotto heaven world largely represents the strength of the owner. From this, it can be seen that the person who opened the Jade Pool grotto heaven was far stronger than a universe Tao Lord. He was even comparable to my master, Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who was a half-step heavenly lord. Jiangxi took a deep breath. The strength of a true monarch and Tao Lord didn't just include their body, primordial spirit, immortal energy, Taoist arts, secret arts, and so on. It also included the size of the grotto heaven world. This was because they could use the world energy of the grotto heaven world to increase their strength even more. It was worth mentioning that in the ancient immortal world, because it was close to the origin land of the universe, there was the existence of the origin will of the universe. Even Heavenly Lord Purple Firmament's strongest secret art, the sky-connecting mountain river painting, couldn't cover that place. Those true monarchs and Tao lords didn't have the strength to use the world energy of the Grotto Heaven world. Jianghu knew very well that if he wasn't in the ancient immortal world, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to kill so many Tao lords and true monarchs so easily. If he was in the original universe and hadn't opened the Grotto Heaven world, those true monarchs and Tao lords would have been enough to make him suffer. Back to the main topic, Jianghu was puzzled. Where did the owner of the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven go? With such strength, as long as he didn't seek death, he could definitely live until the end of the universe. Moreover, Jianghu was very sure that the owner of the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven was still alive. This was because according to the information provided by Tao Lord Nine Clouds, when a true monarch or Tao Lord died, the Grotto Heaven world he opened would also be destroyed and become dilapidated. In the end, it would be swallowed by the spatial turbulence. However, the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven in front of him was obviously just a wasteland and not destroyed. It still had rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As long as a seed was planted, it would quickly take root and sprout. I can imagine that a long time ago, this place gave birth to countless species of life. However, these life forms, including animals, plants, and all spiritual bodies, seem to have disappeared overnight without a trace. It's not just the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven. The other Grotto Heaven worlds on Earth, except for the most dangerous one, the Fengdu Grotto Heaven, are also in a wasteland and not destroyed. The owners of these Grotto Heaven worlds might not have died. Or perhaps, there's a mysterious power that I don't know about that allowed these Grotto Heaven worlds to be preserved, even if the people who opened them died. Jianghu's feelings were very complicated. Even with his current strength, he still couldn't find out the true secrets of Earth. Tao Lords had opened Grotto Heavens, and there were a total of 7 Grotto Heavens on Earth. This meant that in an era long ago, there had been 7 Tao Lords on Earth. It had to be understood that, excluding Riverward, the human race of the Tao Alliance only had 22 Tao Lords. This was definitely a shocking and bewildering matter. This was because there were no traces of the existence of these 7 Tao Lords in the history of the Tao Alliance. Did they exist in the era when Earth was known as the Mountain Sea Star? Jianghu thought to himself. This was the only possibility. Venerable Ming Ming and Master Nine Firmaments might know some of these secrets. I'll find some time to ask them. The 3 gates and 6 sects had been stationed on Earth for 6,000 years. Given their background and knowledge, they definitely knew what these Grotto Heavens represented. However, the human Tao Lords didn't publicize this. Even Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't take the initiative to mention this to Jianghu. Is it because I'm not strong enough to know these secrets? Jianghu frowned and shook his head. No, I'm definitely qualified to know what the other human Tao Lords know. Perhaps the time isn't right. Or perhaps only Venerable Ming Ming and Master Nine Firmaments know about these secrets. The other human Tao Lords don't know. At that thought, Jianghu suddenly laughed. There was someone beside him who knew, yet he still had to think hard. His special supreme treasure, the heaven-reaching building, was obtained in the Jade Pool Grotto Heaven. The supreme treasure item spirit, Enai Shang, definitely knew something. Enai Shang, I asked you last time where the people here went, but you didn't answer. Can you tell me now? Jianghu smiled. Of course. Enai Shang's voice sounded. Although you haven't become a Tao Lord with your current strength, you're qualified to know. What is it? Jianghu asked. They stepped on a path and then disappeared, Enai Shang replied. Jianghu listened quietly. After waiting for a long time, he realized that this was the only sentence. Gone? Yes. Jianghu took a deep breath. How concise. However, Enai Shang's words were very important. This reminded him of the first time he met Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi on the second moon. At that time he first fell into a spacetime vortex. As a spacetime observer, he saw many illusory scenes from countless eras ago. In those scenes, there was the majestic ancient heavenly court and the beautiful moon palace. Then, there was a path to heaven that looked like a galaxy extending from the starry sky not far away. There was a white-robed female immortal leading 100,000 female immortals in silver armor. Together with the golden armored generals and the mighty immortal army, they stepped onto the path to heaven with a resolute aura. In the end, after an unknown period of time, there were only white bones left on the path to heaven. Everything was silent. Now that he heard Enai Shang's words and thought of those scenes, Jianghu's heart was in turmoil. Clearly, Enai Shang was talking about the scene he saw when he fell into the spacetime vortex. Then what was this path to heaven? Was it the Eternal Road? He asked Anai Shang this question. It's been too long. My memories are already blurry, but I'm sure that it's not the Eternal Road. It seems to be even more powerful. Anai Shang replied. This shocked Jiang Xi. Even the invincible heavenly venerate Zi Shao could not find the Eternal Road. This showed how precious the Eternal Road was. Now, Anai Shang was telling him that there was something even more powerful than the Eternal Road? I only remember one thing. There seems to be a huge karma involved, so don't reveal these things and don't let anyone know about that path. Otherwise, even if you're a heavenly venerate, you'll be killed. Anai Shang reminded. Jiang Xi was shocked. It was rare for him to be frightened. So scary. He immediately guessed that all of this might be related to the experience panel. Since it was more powerful than the Eternal Road, then the mysterious existence behind it might be the creator of the experience panel. Cultivate, improve? Who cares about the huge karma or the evil spirits? I'll find them sooner or later. Jiang Xi calmed himself down, and his gaze became extremely determined. Regardless of whether he was someone else's leak or not, before the question was answered, he had to improve his strength. The sense of danger was also a form of motivation. After Jiang Xi finished modifying the solar system and Earth's grotto heaven world, he immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. First, he had to open up his own grotto heaven world. Enter the space mezzanine. Jiang Xi stretched out his hand and directly tore open the void. Then he stepped into it. Simply put, the space mezzanine was divided into the space fragment layer, grotto heaven world layer, space turbulence layer. When powerful beings fought, the void torrents that were shattered were actually the space mezzanine's fragmentation. Of course, in the eyes of a true powerful being, the space mezzanine did not need to be divided into so many layers. The closer one was to the original universe, the smaller the space fragment. The deeper one went into the space mezzanine, the larger the space fragment. The danger level also increased. In the safest place at the edge, even Dao integration cultivators could survive. However, there was a chance that even perfected lords could die after venturing deeper. The step of opening up a grotto heaven world was to choose a space fragment in the space mezzanine. Then one would integrate all kinds of energy into one's body and refine it to open up their own grotto heaven world. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to actually do. In particular, shuttling through the space mezzanine was extremely dangerous. Perfected lords will generally place their grotto heaven in the grotto heaven world layer. Then, as their strength increases, they will slowly expand their grotto heaven world into the depths and finally reach the space turbulence layer. The deeper one goes, the safer the grotto heaven world will be, and the requirements for strength will also be higher. Whoosh! Jiang Xi turned into a sword light and teleported through the space mezzanine. He directly skipped the space fragment layer and grotto heaven world layer and arrived at the space turbulence layer. After that, he carefully shuttled and no longer teleported. In the space turbulence layer, there were pieces of mirror-like space fragments that floated without any pattern. The speed of their flow seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. The impact was extremely strong. These space fragments are getting bigger and bigger. Their diameters are at least 10 billion kilometers. If hit, even a ninth tribulation transcender will die. Whoosh! Jiang Xi constantly searched for suitable space fragments. He found that some of the illusory space fragments had already developed land and sea. As he continued to go deeper, 2 days later, he found a space fragment with a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers. Oh, if I hit it, even a perfected lord will be annihilated in an instant. Jiang Xi became even more careful. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of these. He was just afraid that he would encounter something bigger. After all, the flow of these space fragments was very irregular. 3 days later, Jiang Xi found a suitable target. It was a super large space fragment. The largest diameter is over 10 trillion kilometers, and the smallest diameter is over 6 trillion kilometers. It's enough to carry my cultivation, Dao techniques, and various other powers. Open a grotto heaven world. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and stood in the space turbulence. He opened his arms and immediately covered this space fragment with his spiritual sense. After he reached the 5th revolution true monarch realm, the strength of his spiritual sense had also undergone substantial changes by relying on the peacock visualization method and the secret Dao seal technique. Now he could easily cover an area of nearly 1,000 light-years. It was naturally easy to cover a space fragment with a diameter of just over 1 light-year. Buzz? Then Jiang Xi followed the method that he had already concluded. He injected his physical strength, primordial spirit power, immortal power, Dao techniques, secret techniques, and so on into the illusory space fragment to fuse and refine it. The huge space fragment began to tremble more and more violently. The originally illusory space fragment gradually became real, as if it was being led from another dimension to the real world. Rumble. This process created a terrifying shock wave that washed away the surrounding space fragments like a wave. Finally, after an unknown period of time, this huge space fragment became incomparably real. There was no illusory space at all. A real grotto heaven world was formed inside. Whoosh! With a thought, Jianghu disappeared from the space turbulence and instantly appeared in the newly opened grotto heaven world. The vast and mighty world was filled with rich spiritual energy. And the edge of the world was still expanding outwards at an unimaginable speed. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in the process. He benefited a lot. Soon, the grotto heaven world's diameter reached 5 light years. Under normal circumstances, a rank 5 true lord's grotto heaven world was this size. However, Jianghu's grotto heaven world could not be judged by common sense. His primordial spirit was already at the level of a flood-level Tao Lord, and his body was also a rank 4 supreme treasure. He had also cultivated 7 Tao techniques and reached the perfected great Tao realm. Even if he had not stepped into the heavenly Tao, his Tao techniques were comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord. It could be said that Jianghu's immortal power was not comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord's. In other aspects, he was at the level of a flood-level Tao Lord, and some of them even surpassed him. Therefore, his grotto heaven world continued to expand after reaching a diameter of 5 light years. In the end, it took 10 years for the expansion of the world to stop. This originally irregularly shaped grotto heaven world had become a huge spherical celestial body with a diameter of 500 million light years. 500 million light years in diameter. It's only one step away from being comparable to a flood-level Tao Lord's grotto heaven. Jianghu was in high spirits. A flood-level Tao Lord's grotto heaven had a diameter of 600 million light years. He knew where he was when compared to a real desolate level Tao Lord. Apart from the strength of his immortal power, there was also the difference in his Tao technique realm. Although the power of 7 perfected great Taos was extraordinary, it was still inferior to the heavenly Tao in essence. I'm only a rank 5 true lord. It's already heaven-defying for me to be able to open up a grotto heaven of this scale. Let's try out the new power. With a thought, Jianghu felt as if he was in control of everything. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with the grotto heaven world. He was the grotto heaven world. Everything in this world was under his control. In the huge space with a diameter of 500 million light years, there were primitive stars and starry sky continents surrounded by stars. On those stars and starry sky continents, there were mountains and seas. On the land there were rivers, lakes, forests, grasslands, swamps, etc. In the sea there was endless seawater and starry islands. At the same time, there was a brand new power in this world, the power of the world. Jianghu drew the new power into his body, and his strength instantly increased. A tenfold increase. Jianghu was shocked. Then he rejoiced. Back in the ancient immortal world, it was fortunate that those true lords and Tao lords were unable to borrow the power of the world because it was close to the universe's origin. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. I wouldn't have had the chance to kill so many true lords, and I wouldn't have had the strength to kill 4 desolate level Tao lords. Jianghu thought back to the war that had destroyed the Fengqiao clan not long ago. At that time, he had discovered that Tao Lord Fengqiao was far stronger than the 4 desolate level Tao Lords he had killed in the ancient immortal world. He had only been able to kill Tao Lord Fengqiao with the help of the other 2 human Tao Lords. At that time, Jianghu didn't know the many secrets of opening a grotto heaven world, so he didn't think too much about it. He thought that Tao Lord Fengqiao was really stronger than the 4 desolate level Tao Lords. Now that he thought about it, it was because Tao Lord Fengqiao had borrowed the power of the grotto heaven world that his strength had increased by tenfold. That was why he was so strong. Now that my grotto heaven world has been completed, although it's a bit smaller than the grotto heaven of a flood level Tao Lord, it's still a huge improvement. In the future, when I encounter Tao Lords below the flood level, I won't have to be afraid. Jianghu smiled. At that moment, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The power of the body, the power of the primordial spirit, immortal power, Tao arts, and secret arts that are closely related to one's strength can all be fused into the grotto heaven world, allowing it to expand. Can the shard of eternity do the same? Jianghu's heart thumped rapidly. Chapter 588. Jianghu guessed that the eternal shard should be related to the eternal road. If his guess was true, then the level of this thing, or rather its nature, would far surpass the heavenly Tao. Mastering a complete heavenly Tao was the key to becoming a Tao Lord. Mastering a complete origin was the key to becoming a celestial lord. And mastering eternity would allow one to surpass a celestial lord. My body, primordial spirit, mystic arts, Tao arts, etc. that are related to my strength can all be integrated into the Grotto Heaven world, allowing it to expand. If the eternal shard can also be integrated, then my Grotto Heaven world can expand again and become even larger. Jianghu was filled with anticipation. The size of the Grotto Heaven world would greatly affect the strength of a Tao Lord and a Tao Lord. The larger the size, the stronger the world power it could provide. Jianghu looked at his experience points balance. Experience points, 2,884 trillion eternal experience points. 5 yuan. He had killed 4 Tao Lords of foreign races in the ancient immortal world and then killed Tao Lord Buckwheat in the war to destroy the Buckwheat race, so he still had 5 yuan of eternal experience points. According to the interface's conversion function, 1 yuan of eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 yuan of eternal shard equals 1 yuan of eternal experience points. These two processes were reversible and could be converted into each other. There was no need to worry about the eternal shard not being used or being wasted. Convert. Since he wanted to do it, Jianghu did not hesitate. The 5 yuan of eternal experience points were instantly converted into eternal shards. Whoosh! 5 almost transparent diamond-shaped crystals appeared in front of him. Each of them was 3 inches long and emitted an intoxicating halo. Eternal shard. Jianghu discovered that at this moment, it was as if the entire Grotto Heaven world was transmitting an extreme desire. It seems that my guess was correct. The eternal shard can really be integrated into the Grotto Heaven world. Jianghu's eyes lit up, his heart filled with surprise and anticipation. Then how much can the eternal shard expand the Grotto Heaven world? Jianghu took a deep breath and began to try to integrate it. Although the Grotto Heaven world he had opened had a diameter of 500 million light-years, far exceeding the range of his spiritual sense. But at this moment, his mind was integrated with the Grotto Heaven world. With a thought, he could completely control everything in this world. He was the god of this world. Merge. Jianghu said in his heart. Instantly, the rhombus-shaped crystal turned into a dazzling stream of light. Like the wind, it disappeared in front of him and merged with the entire world. Rumble. This massive celestial body with a diameter of 500 million light-years seemed to have received some sort of catalyst as it began to tremble violently. The borders of the paradise world were expanding at an unimaginable speed. Amidst the turbulent flow of space, one spatial fragment after another was crushed. It was unstoppable. This expansion lasted for another 10 years. When the tremors of the heavenly abode subsided, Jianghu held his breath and used his heart to feel the expanded volume. 600 million light-years in diameter. Jianghu's eyes widened in surprise. One shard of eternity had increased the diameter of his Grotto Heaven world by 100 million light-years. Right now, the scale of his Grotto Heaven was already the same as the Grotto Heaven of a flood-level Tao Lord. There was no difference. It's not over yet. There were still 4 yuan eternal shards in front of him, and he could continue to improve. With a thought, Jianghu chose to fuse everything into the heavenly abode. The size of the heavenly abode was closely related to one's strength. Since it could increase his strength, then the bigger the better. Rumble. In the next moment, this heavenly abode trembled even more violently and began to expand. This expansion took an exceptionally long time, and it was still not over after 10 years. Jianghu was very patient and waited in the heavenly abode. 100 years later, the expansion finally ended. Phew, a diameter of 1 billion light-years. Jianghu held his breath, completely stunned. Under normal circumstances, the Grotto Heavens opened by Tao Lords had diameters of 100 million, 300 million, 600 million, and 900 million light-years, corresponding to the desolate level, flood level, Aeon level, and universe level Tao Lords. In other words, the scale of his heavenly abode had already surpassed that of a universe-level Tao Lord. How strong is the power of the world? Jianghu hurriedly channeled the new power into his body. Boom. Instantly, he felt as if he had broken through a barrier and entered the next realm. A powerful feeling surged from all parts of his body and shot into the clouds. My actual combat strength has surpassed that of an Aeon-level Tao Lord. Jianghu's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. Although it was still slightly inferior to a universe-level Tao Lord, this result was already beyond his imagination. This was because compared to a true universe-level Tao Lord, he still had many shortcomings. Immortal power, Tao arts, and essence spirit were all too inferior. If he really wanted to compare, his current advantage was the strength of his body, which was comparable to a fourth-grade supreme treasure, and this heavenly abode with a diameter of 1 billion light-years. I need more eternal shards. Jianghu took a step forward and left his heavenly abode. Then he passed through the spatial mezzanine and returned to Earth. He stood in the sky above the Kunlun Mountains and looked at this mysterious mountain range that was called the ancestor of all mountains. After the great changes in Earth's environment, this place that was covered in snow all year round had become even more majestic, and primordial forests were everywhere. The spiritual energy was dense, and some had already condensed into spiritual mist that floated around the mountain range, turning this world into a paradise. The heavenly abode has been formed. I am Tao Lord Mountain Sea, so the name of this heavenly abode shall be the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. I'll place the entrance in the Kunlun Mountains, adjacent to the Jade Lake Grotto Heaven. As Jianghu thought, he waved his hand and used a great mystique to establish a teleportation channel in a valley. Through this channel he could enter the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. With his current strength, he was not worried about others barging into his world. This was because in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven he was a god. Even if a universe-level Tao Lord entered, they would be suppressed by his world. In other words, he did not fear a universe-level Tao Lord in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. Next, I'll let my clone continue to deduce Tao arts in the original universe. As for me, it seems like I'll have to go to the Chaos Sea to explore. Jianghu looked at the universe's starry sky. The path of cultivation was endless. He was not satisfied with his current strength. Moreover, he had not become a Tao Lord yet. Moreover, according to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone, Jianghu had many secrets. Without strength, he would not be able to protect Jianghu's safety. He could not let Jianghu sleep forever. In addition, if he wanted to solve the many doubts in his heart, he had to become stronger. According to Jianghu's plan, his clone was mainly responsible for deducing Tao arts and trying to let his 7 Tao arts enter the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Once he comprehended the heavenly Tao, he could continue to deduce the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture's heavenly Tao scroll. At that time, his strength would definitely increase even more. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that he had to have enough experience points. Without experience points, everything was empty talk. Therefore, only by going to the Chaos Sea would his strength increase speed be guaranteed. That was the battlefield of Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables. The peak experts of the various universes gathered and improved through battle. Killing a desolate-level Tao Lord would give him 1 yuan of eternal experience points. Whether it was the interface deduction or the choice to continue expanding the Grotto Heaven world, it could increase his strength. What is a wider world like? Jianghu wanted to see it. Before opening up the Grotto Heaven world, he was only below average among the Tao Lords. Even if he entered the Chaos Sea, he could only barely protect himself in the outer realm. He did not have the strength to go deep into it. Now his strength had increased greatly. Among the Tao Lords he was already above average. He could go all out in the Chaos Sea. Of course, he still had to make the necessary preparations. Only by making sufficient preparations could he increase his survival ability. To always be in awe of unfamiliar environments, this was Jianghu's principle. Then he began to gather information about the Chaos Sea in the Eye of Heaven network. As one of the top experts of the human race, he had the authority to know this. However, there was not much information, nor was it very detailed. In the end, Jianghu only obtained some general information. The Chaos Sea was a truly boundless existence. It was filled with endless chaos fog and a large number of dangerous places. Among them, the most dangerous were the 3 great danger zones, Gold Flow River, Mount Shenhuang, and myriad worlds ruins. Apart from these dangerous places, there were also island-like universes in the Chaos Sea. Those universes were divided into 2 types. The first type was the 4 primal universes that were naturally formed in the Chaos Sea. These 4 primal universes were the 4 largest known existences in the Chaos Sea. Jianghu had learned about them from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmament, last time. Their universe was the 4th universe. Among the 4 universes, it was the youngest one. The other 3 primal universes had existed for an extremely long time, far longer than the 4th. The second type was a miniature universe created by a celestial venerable. After a Tao Lord completely mastered an origin, if he could break through and become a celestial venerable, he could turn his Grotto Heaven world into a miniature universe. My human race's Celestial Venerable Ming and Celestial Venerable Lu both have miniature universes. There's another one. Grandmaster Purple Firmament's universe should be the ancient Tao Source world. Grandmaster was suppressed by the origin of the primal universe, so the evolution of the miniature universe has stagnated. In the end, it degenerated into an existence between a Grotto Heaven and a miniature universe. Jiang Ci carefully organized the information. Of course, in general, miniature universes created by celestial venerables were far inferior to primal universes. They were not on the same level at all. The 4 primal universes were the roots of the entire Chaos Sea, nurturing countless lives and powerhouses. Many celestial venerables and Tao Lords were born in the 4 primal universes. In terms of time of appearance, the first universe was the earliest to appear, then the second, third, and now the 4th. Based on this deduction, could it be that the 4 primal universes were created by a powerful being? Jiang Ci was shocked when this thought flashed through his mind. If that was the case, then it was terrifying. Celestial Venerable Ming and Master must have similar guesses, but they probably don't have an answer. Jiang Ci shook his head and temporarily put this thought to the bottom of his heart. With his strength, it was too early to consider this. In terms of the number of powerhouses, the first universe has existed for the longest time, so it has the most powerhouses. Then the second universe, the third universe, and finally the 4th universe, which is completely at the bottom. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. He couldn't find any information about the powerhouses of the first 3 primal universes in the Eye of Heaven network. I can only ask Master. In addition to collecting information about the Chaos Sea, Jiang Ci didn't forget to refine supreme treasures. First was the special supreme treasure, Sky-Piercing Tower, which had a total of 99 seals. He had been in seclusion in Luyuzhou for 80,000 years and had already refined 36 seals of Sky-Piercing Tower. He could use 1% of its power. With my current strength and this treasure, I don't need to fear Universe Tao Lords. If I can refine even more, then my ability to protect myself will increase even more. Maybe I can protect myself in front of a celestial venerable. Jiang Ci calculated in his mind. Refining Sky-Piercing Tower required a huge amount of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Coincidentally, he didn't lack resources now. The only problem was that refining would take a long time. There's no need to worry about time. I have an endless lifespan now, so I'll finish refining sooner or later. Next was the 4th stage flying supreme treasure he had obtained from the ancient immortal world. This supreme treasure was called Green Bird Palace. It looked like a palace and had both flying and defensive functions. In the future, I'll use Green Bird Palace when I'm in the Chaos Sea. I'll only use Sky-Piercing Tower when I'm in danger. Jiang Ci understood that treasures arouse the envy of others. Sky-Piercing Tower's value was too high. If the power of this supreme treasure was exposed in the Chaos Sea, it would definitely attract the attention of many experts. Next, Jiang Ci spent another 100 years to refine the 4th stage flying supreme treasure, Green Bird Palace. At the same time, he refined Sky-Piercing Tower to 42 levels, increasing its power once again. With these 2 supreme treasures, he had a greater chance of exploring the Chaos Sea. He believed that as long as he didn't actively seek death, he shouldn't encounter any life-threatening dangers. Let's go. Jiang Ci ended his seclusion and left Earth once again. At the entrance of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court and the ancient Tao Origin World, Tao Origin Palace. Master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. More than 200 years have passed. Are you ready? Tao Lord 9 Firmament's slaughter avatar, who had long blood-red hair and was clad in blood-red armor, appeared in front of Jiang Ci. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded. He knew that this master of his also had a main body and a doppelganger. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's main body had always been exploring the Chaos Sea, while his slaughter avatar was responsible for guarding the ancient Tao Origin World and rarely left. This time he wanted to enter the Chaos Sea, so Tao Lord 9 Firmament's slaughter avatar would personally send him over. Follow me. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded and teleported away with Jiang Ci. Swoosh. Then they appeared on a huge space teleportation platform. The 2 of them passed through the teleportation array and finally arrived at a barren land in the primal universe. In this barren space there was a huge black hole. Its huge suction force had already devoured everything around it, making it appear extremely dark. Swoosh swoosh, Jiang Ci and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments figures appeared in this dark space. There are 2 ways to go to the Chaos Sea, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said. The first is to pass through the spatial mezzanine. At the end of the spatial mezzanine, you can break through the universe barrier and enter the Chaos Sea. Although the universe barrier is tough, the strength of a Tao Lord is enough to break through it. Jiang Ci nodded gently. When he opened the Grotto Heaven world, he had already reached the depths of the spatial mezzanine. He believed that if he went deeper he would be able to see the universe barrier. The second way is to leave the primal universe through the Twilight Plains black hole in front of us. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments pointed at the huge black hole. The Twilight Plains black hole is the most powerful black hole in the entire primal universe. The suction force it emits is constantly distorting and destroying the universe barrier. Therefore, through this black hole, you can directly enter the Chaos Sea. Moreover, the peak experts of the various races will basically choose this path. The Twilight Plains black hole is that strong? Jianghu was surprised. There are strong and weak black holes, Tao Lord Nine Firmament said with a smile. Of course, if they can only leave through this black hole, there is no need for the peak experts of the various races to choose this path. The reason why the Twilight Plains black hole is important is that there are 46 spatial vortexes in the region after leaving this place. Through the spatial vortexes, you can go to many places in the Chaos Sea. Spatial vortexes? Jianghu's heart skipped a beat. The spatial structure of the primal universe was stable, and spatial vortexes rarely appeared. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, the Chaos Sea is vast and boundless. It is not the primal universe, so there is no way to use teleportation arrays or travel through the origin space. If you want to roam the primal universe, you can only use teleportation, flying treasures, or spatial vortexes. However, the Chaos Sea is boundless. I don't know how big it is. How long will it take to travel by teleportation or flying treasures? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Jianghu listened seriously. The shock in his heart had not subsided. Yes, just like sailing in the ocean on Earth, how far could one go with a small raft? The fastest way to roam the Chaos Sea is through spatial vortexes? Jianghu asked thoughtfully. That's right. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. The Chaos Sea is extremely dangerous. There are many spatial vortexes everywhere. Through spatial vortexes, one might be able to cross a distance of hundreds of billions of light years in an instant. The speed far exceeds teleportation or flying treasures. Therefore, in general, in the Chaos Sea, everyone usually travels through spatial vortexes. Teleportation and flying treasures are only used for short distances. Spatial vortexes alone should not be enough to travel long distances, right? Jianghu asked. Of course, if you want to roam the Chaos Sea, you need something essential, and that is a map. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Then he explained in detail, over the years, the locations connected to a large number of spatial vortexes in the Chaos Sea have been recorded and formed corresponding paths. These paths and some celestial bodies that can be used as reference coordinates form maps. In the primal universe, because the volume of the spatial structure is fixed, everyone can confirm the coordinates from anywhere. However, in the boundless Chaos Sea, it is not possible. Only with a map can you confirm the corresponding reference coordinates and find a safe spatial vortex. This way you can avoid many dangers and not get lost. Getting lost in the Chaos Sea is a very scary thing. Once lost, if you want to use teleportation or flying treasures to find the way back, you will probably deviate from the correct path. If you are lucky, you might only be able to find it after countless eras. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. Jianghu was shocked when he heard this. This was like an ordinary person getting lost in the sea. The final outcome was usually death. It seemed that the Chaos Sea could not be underestimated. Therefore, under normal circumstances, pinnacle experts who roam the Chaos Sea will leave their avatars or avatars in the primal universe. If they get lost in the Chaos Sea under special circumstances, their avatars will at least have a chance to obtain a map. At this point, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. However, sometimes even if you have a map, you can't find the reference coordinates on the map because the area you are lost in is too far away. You can only drift in the endless Chaos Sea. If you are not careful, you will fall into danger and eventually die. Jianghu's expression was solemn. This information was extremely important. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, exploration, battle, treasure hunting, these are the three main directions pinnacle experts roam the Chaos Sea. Every one of them is extremely dangerous, but the most dangerous is still exploration. Therefore, you must remember not to run around in the Chaos Sea. Without a map, if you want to explore the Chaos Sea, you have to rely on flying cardinal treasures. This is because you can remember the path you take when flying and form a new map. Jianghu nodded repeatedly and memorized it seriously. You can teleport to the places marked on the map. Teleportation is prohibited in unknown areas that the map does not cover. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments instructed with a solemn expression. This is the map of the Chaos Sea that our human race has collected for countless eras. It is also the most detailed one. As Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke, he passed a map to Jianghu. Of course, this is only a corner of the Chaos Sea. At least the three most dangerous lands are included. Jianghu memorized it carefully. This was a huge and complicated map that contained all sorts of information. It shocked him. Let's go to the Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments led Jiang Ci towards the Twilight Plains black hole. Boom. As they got closer, they could clearly feel the power of the Twilight Plains black hole. This was the strongest black hole in the original universe, and it was emitting a powerful suction force. Moreover, this suction force was increasing with the passage of time. Just the shockwave alone was enough to turn a perfected cultivator into ashes. However, Jiang Ci had the Tier 5-6 mountain armor and a body that was comparable to a Tier 4 cardinal treasure. Although the suction force was strong, it was no threat to him. Soon, the two arrived at the depths of the Twilight Plains black hole. That is the main body of the Twilight Plains black hole. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments pointed at the mysterious celestial body in front of them. Jiang Ci's gaze was already attracted. It was a black sphere about 9 meters in diameter. Its surface was covered with golden patterns that formed a complicated pattern. A terrifying suction force was constantly emitting from the black sphere, devouring everything around it. It was also devouring the universe barrier not far away. That layer of sturdy barrier that only Tao Lords could break through was torn apart by the suction force. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments flew past the main body of the Twilight Plains black hole and easily resisted the suction force. Then they flew out of the barrier through the hole. On the other side was the Chaos Sea, a vast world. Chapter 589. The boundless Chaos Sea was like a vast ocean. The turbulent waves rolled up to a height of millions of light years. If one was strong enough and had a wide field of vision, one would discover that there were 4 incomparably huge primal universes, like islands rooted in this vast ocean. In the surroundings, there were many small universes scattered around, floating like reefs. Above them were endless abyssal cracks, and an endless stream of chaotic gray fog poured down from those abyssal cracks. It was incomparably magnificent. Buzz. As soon as Jiang Ci flew into the Chaos Sea, he felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. As far as the eye could see, there was endless chaotic gray fog, like a tide roaring wildly in the vast world. A monstrous aura and pressure floated along with the chaotic gray fog. Such power! Jiang Ci exclaimed. The power of this chaotic gray fog was so strong that if one was swept by it, even a ninth tribulation transcender would be annihilated in an instant. The chaotic gray fog is the energy source of the universe. Tao Lord Nine Clouds stood beside Jiang Ci and looked at the endless chaotic gray fog. Whether it is the 4 primal universes or the miniature universes of celestial venerables, they all use the chaotic gray fog as energy to maintain normal operations. Jiang Ci listened and nodded slowly. He thought of the chaotic gray fog outside the barrier of the ancient immortal world. It was close to the land of origin of the 4th universe, so it was not surprising that there was chaotic gray fog there. Leaving the primal universe is like leaving home, and the real process of tempering begins. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked back. Jiang Ci also looked back. In the void behind him was the hole in the universe barrier that was torn open by the black hole of the primal universe. Continuing to observe along the broken barrier, one could see that this was a huge wall that seemed to never have an end. The entire Chaos Sea seemed to have been divided. This is the 4th universe that gave birth to billions of races, and also the cradle that gave birth to me? Jiang Ci looked silently. In front of this behemoth, he did not feel any pressure at all, only a feeling of looking up. It was like an ant seeing a dragon. The ant would never feel any pressure or fear. The difference between the two was too big, so big that they were not qualified to be compared. Jiang Ci was the same in front of the huge universe 4. How did Grandmaster dare to challenge the primal universe back then? Jiang Ci lamented. The higher you stand, the further you can see. Master, what you see has already exceeded the scope of our understanding, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. In the entire Chaos Sea, apart from Master, no other heavenly venerables would dare to challenge the original universe. Perhaps one day, you will be able to traverse the Chaos Sea and become a true invincible expert. Only then will you understand why Master dared to challenge you back then. Jiang Ci nodded. He increasingly felt that his Grandmaster, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament, was truly powerful. Let's head to the region where the spatial vortexes are first. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments brought Jiang Ci with him and teleported to a spot in the void. Within the chaotic gray fog, there were 46 spatial vortexes emitting tearing energy waves. There are 46 spatial vortexes of different sizes and different distances to traverse through them, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. You should be able to identify the serial numbers of these spatial vortexes by now, right? Yes. Jiang Ci nodded. The map that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had given him was extremely detailed. It also gave him the method to identify the spatial vortexes. This was very important because if he were to make a mistake and enter the wrong spatial vortex, it would definitely be worse than going in the opposite direction. He might even get lost in the chaos sea. Our route this time requires us to pass through spatial vortex 14. Jianghu pointed at one of the larger spatial vortexes. Haha, not bad. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded with a smile. Following that, the two entered spatial vortex 14. In the endless chaos sea, there was a limit to what one could see with their eyes alone. Only by using their spiritual consciousness as a feeler could one see further. In the spatial vortex, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments constantly teleported with Jianghu. Every time they crossed a distance of nearly 10,000 light-years. With Tao Lord 9 Firmament's strength as a half-step heavenly venerate, he could maintain a high frequency of teleportation without rest. In the end, they teleported in spatial vortex 14 for 3 days. Whoosh! The two came out from the other end of the spatial vortex and re-entered the void space. That is? Jianghu was stunned by the scene in front of him. Not far away, there was a huge celestial body floating in the endless chaotic gray fog. The huge universe barrier extended in all directions and one could not see the end of it. However, this universe barrier was already in a dilapidated state. Large and small cracks and irregular holes could be seen all over the universe barrier. The chaotic gray fog was like flowing water that could freely flow into this universe and then flow out again. Master, this is the coordinate reference for passing through spatial vortex 14? Jianghu was astonished. That's right. This is a miniature universe with a diameter of more than 1 trillion light-years. Unfortunately, it has been destroyed long ago and has become dilapidated. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Destroyed? Jianghu was shocked. Although he had obtained the map, it contained too much information. He had only briefly glanced at some of the coordinate reference objects and did not understand them in detail. Therefore, he did not know the situation of this miniature universe. A miniature universe created by a celestial master had a diameter of at least 1 trillion light-years. If the miniature universe was destroyed, it meant that the celestial master who created this miniature universe had died. Let's go. I'll take you to see this dilapidated miniature universe. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments teleported again with Jianghu and came to an irregular hole in the miniature universe barrier. A large amount of chaotic gray fog was crashing against the hole like a tide and constantly tearing apart the miniature universe barrier. Even if it's a destroyed miniature universe, it's still emitting terrifying power. A celestial master is not to be underestimated. Jianghu looked into the distance. Through this hole, which had a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers, he could see the situation inside the miniature universe. In the vaguely visible starry sky, there was desolation and dilapidation. A large number of space fragments were floating irregularly. Among the star fragments and continent fragments, there were some huge bodies floating. After some great beings had died, even after countless eras, their bodies were still indestructible. Voila! The barrier of the miniature universe was once again breached by the chaotic gray fog, creating yet another opening. A huge fragment of the barrier fell into the desolate and dilapidated starry sky, smashing the space fragments and star fragments into smithereens. The entire miniature universe was constantly collapsing and dying. Even if a celestial master dies, the miniature universe created by him will last for countless eras. Tao Lord 9 Firmament said with a sigh, every celestial master corresponds to a miniature universe, and these miniature universes are like islands and reefs. Some of them will drift further and further away in the chaos sea and exceed our detection range. According to statistics, a total of 25,624 miniature universes have been discovered. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's words were shocking. Riverward's face was full of astonishment. Doesn't that mean that the Chaos Sea has a total of this many Empyrean powerhouses? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head with a smile. How can there be so many? More than 90% of those miniature universes have been destroyed. Obviously, the corresponding celestial masters have also died. As long as a celestial master is cautious, it shouldn't be so easy to die, right? Jianghu found it hard to believe. Celestial masters weren't ants that could be killed easily. Chaos Ocean was vast and boundless, and more than 20,000 miniature universes had been discovered. It was certain that in the long history of Chaos Ocean, there had been more than 20,000 celestial masters. Had they all died? Of course, celestial masters won't die so easily. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. In the early years, my master, Celestial Master Purple Firmament, mentioned some secrets. He said that every endless eras, Chaos Ocean will experience a calamity that can destroy everything. It's called the Calamity Era. I think those celestial masters and broken miniature universes were destroyed during the calamity. Jianghu was shocked. A calamity that could destroy everything? If even celestial masters couldn't survive it, how terrifying would that be? Was the so-called endless lifespan just empty talk? He asked this question. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled and answered, compared to the calamity era that will last for an unknown amount of time, true lords, Tao lords, and even celestial masters can see this long period of time as endless lifespan. Realization dawned on Jianghu. It was like comparing the life of an ant to an ordinary person. In the eyes of an ant, the lifespan of an ordinary person was equivalent to longevity. Master, are there any great beings who can survive the calamity? Jianghu asked. Yes. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments answered with certainty. There are 2 Holy Land universes in Chaos Ocean that don't fear the calamity. According to speculation, they've existed for even longer than the first universe. Holy Land universes. Jianghu was puzzled. He had never heard of them. Yes, the limit of a celestial master miniature universe is 9 trillion light-years in diameter. However, among the miniature universes that are still intact, there are 2 that are far larger than the other miniature universes. One of them has a diameter of 35 trillion light-years, and the other has a diameter of 50 trillion light-years. In order to distinguish them, the great beings in Chaos Ocean call those 2 miniature universes Holy Land universes. The great beings from those 2 Holy Land universes are extremely powerful. They're the 2 most powerful forces in Chaos Ocean, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jianghu was secretly shocked. Didn't that mean that those 2 Holy Land universes had surpassed the limit of a celestial master? Before he could ask this question, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments answered him. My master, Purple Firmament Master, once made a guess. He said that the masters of those 2 Holy Land universes might have found the path of eternity. That's why their miniature universes could surpass the limit of a celestial master and not fear the calamity. Even with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' half-step celestial master strength, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected, Jianghu thought to himself. This reminded him of the eternal fragment. His grotto heaven world had been greatly expanded after fusing with the 5 yuan eternal fragment. If the masters of those 2 Holy Land universes had found the path of eternity, they could, of course, make their miniature universes surpass the limit of a celestial master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed again. The 4 original universes and the 2 Holy Land universes are all the forces in Chaos Ocean. However, none of the original universes are united. Just like in our 4th universe, there are 3 pinnacle races, the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, as well as dozens of other top races. They fight against each other. It's the same for the other 3 original universes. Each original universe can be divided into dozens of forces. There are nearly 100 forces in total. However, none of these forces can compare to the 2 Holy Land universes because they are extremely united. Jianghu listened carefully and sighed in his heart. Although the 2 Holy Land universes weren't as big as the 4 original universes, they could stand tall in Chaos Ocean because of their unity and become the 2 most powerful forces. You must remember, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exhorted. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. When you wander in Chaos Ocean, you must be careful if you encounter any powerful beings who aren't on your side. They can attack you at any time. Okay. Jianghu kept it in mind. This is the information of all the powerful beings in Chaos Ocean. It's the top secret of our race. The pinnacle of the human race took countless eras to collect this information. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments took out a jade slip and handed it to Jianghu. After you read it, destroy it. Understood. Jianghu took it. He now understood why Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had personally brought him to Chaos Ocean. His purpose was to impart this important information to him on the way. Because he couldn't see the dangers of Chaos Ocean in the original universe, even if Tao Lord Nine Firmaments told him this information, he might not be too vigilant. Only when he saw this dilapidated universe with his own eyes and experienced all kinds of dangerous environments would he truly take it seriously. After that, Jianghu stood outside the dilapidated miniature universe, grabbed the jade slip, and checked it carefully. A large amount of information about powerful beings and important events that were worth paying attention to flowed into his mind from the jade slip. After a while, the difference is too big. Jianghu opened his eyes and looked at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Do you feel the pressure? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Very big. Jianghu nodded with a complicated expression. When Tao Lord Nine Firmaments told him about the comparison of the 4 original universes and the 2 Holy Land universes, he didn't feel much. Now, after reading the information in the Jade Slip, he was really shocked and felt a strong sense of danger. It turned out that the 4th universe they were in was the weakest in Chaos Ocean. As one of the pinnacle great beings of the human race, Jianghu had a higher status and could access more secret information. He also had a more detailed understanding of the situation of the powers in the 4th universe. In the 4th universe, there were the 3 pinnacle races of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race. There were also 64 pinnacle races. There were originally 66 of them, but 2 of them, the Hunzi race and the buckwheat race, had been destroyed by Jianghu. The difference between the pinnacle races and the pinnacle races was that they didn't have celestial venerables. In terms of Tao Lords, some of the pinnacle races might not be much weaker than the Tao Lords of the pinnacle races. In addition to some Tao Lords who traveled alone and some Tao Lords who hid their tracks, the total number of Tao Lords in the 4th universe should be close to 1,000. At the Celestial Venerables level, the number of Celestial Venerables in the 4th universe was about 10, but even with this overall strength, they were still the weakest in Chaos Ocean. Although the number of Tao Lords in the 2 Holy Land universes combined is inferior to our 4th universe, they have existed for too long. Tao Lord Nine Clouds sighed. He shook his head again. Although the number is inferior, the quality of their great beings is extremely high. As long as the Tao Lords dare to walk out of the Holy Land universes, they have basically comprehended the strongest secret technique of the Tao Lords. Jianghu felt the pressure increase. The strongest secret technique of the Tao Lords was the ultimate limit. Their mastery of Tao techniques was only one step away from the origin realm of Celestial Venerables. There's no need to talk about the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd universes. They have existed for a longer time than our 4th universe. The long time has allowed them to give birth to more Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables. Tao Lord Nine Clouds sighed. The 4th universe was too young. Jianghu was silent. Among the Tao Lords in the 4th universe, his strength could be ranked above average. Originally, he was very confident that he could roam the Chaos Ocean well. Now he was even more vigilant. Compared to the large number of great beings in the Chaos Ocean, he was too ordinary. Haha, don't belittle yourself. Youth represents hope. Tao Lord Nine Clouds seemed to have seen through Jianghu's thoughts and laughed. Back in the day, during the savage era of the 4th universe, my master was able to make a name for himself as an invincible celestial venerable in the Chaos Ocean. All the major powers avoided him. In you, I can see my master's glory back then. In fact, he's even better than my master. If you train well in the Chaos Sea, you might be able to reach that height one day. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with anticipation. Okay. Jianghu nodded vigorously. Let's go. I'll take you to the next place. Tao Lord Nine Clouds teleported again with Jianghu and left the dilapidated miniature universe. They continued on their way. After Jianghu became a rank 5 true lord, he could teleport as well. Compared to Tao Lord Nine Clouds' teleportation distance, it was still too far away. The range of his spiritual senses was the limit of teleportation, which was 1,000 light years. Tao Lord Nine Clouds could teleport close to 10,000 light years. Next, the master and disciple teleported again and again in the endless gray fog. Occasionally they would pass through some space whirlpools and cross trillions of light years along the way. Jianghu saw many scenes that were different from the original universe. They were magnificent and dangerous. Soon 3 days passed. Do you see that? That's the Three Realms pool. Tao Lord Nine Clouds stopped temporarily and pointed to a place far away. Jianghu had already seen it. It was a huge abyss like the eye of the sea. 3 huge rocks stood on top of the abyss. Although they were called huge rocks, each of them was close to 1 light year tall. If such a huge rock was thrown into the solar system, it could cause the entire system to collapse. The Three Realms pool is far less dangerous than the 3 lands of extremis. But for you, if you enter without permission, you might die. Even if I enter, I have to explore carefully. I don't dare to teleport recklessly, Tao Lord Nine Clouds said. Riverward was already a little numb when he heard this. No dangerous place in the Chaos Sea could be underestimated. Tao Lord Nine Clouds continued, in the Chaos Sea, we humans know of more than 4,000 lands of extremis. As time passes, this number will continue to increase. After all, the Chaos Sea is too big. The 2 Holy Land universes might know of more lands of extremis, but they won't announce it to the outside world. Jianghu understood this logic. This kind of secret would be tightly guarded by anyone. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day since Jianghu entered the Chaos Sea. We will soon see one of the 3 lands of extremis, Gold Flow River. Compared to Gold Flow River, those lands of extremists are not worth mentioning, Tao Lord Nine Cloud said as he teleported again with Jianghu. When this teleportation ended, they stopped and stood in the void, looking into the distance. This? Jianghu's face was filled with shock. Chapter 590. The scene in front of them was simply too spectacular and beautiful. Looking from afar, one could see a long golden river stretching across the boundless chaos sea, separating the boundless chaos fog. Countless gravel of various sizes floated in the golden river water. The chaos fog flowing in it formed chaos cyclones that were as terrifying as an abyss. That's the Gold Flow River. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Look at those gravel. They're very small, right? Actually, we're still more than 100 million light years away from the Gold Flow River. If we can see those gravel from here, how big do you think it is? Jianghu was shocked. The map that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave him also recorded information about the Gold Flow River. The Gold Flow River was nearly 100 million light years long and 1 million light years wide. The riverbanks and the surface of the river were in the outer regions and were less dangerous. However, there were still some dangers that could kill Tao Lords with weaker life-saving abilities. The depths of the river were in the inner regions and were extremely dangerous. Even the strongest universe Tao Lords could die there. The depths of the river were the most dangerous places. Even heavenly venerables could die there. It was worth mentioning that the golden river water was not made of water but a special substance that flowed like water. As for the gravel floating in the river, the large ones were tens of thousands of light years long while the small ones were only a few light years long. A single gravel was larger than the solar system. Jianghu took a deep breath. At the very least, such a scene could not be seen in the primal universe. Let's go. We're still quite a distance away from the Gold Flow River. We'll need to teleport for a while. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. A moment later, they arrived at the outer regions of the Gold Flow River and stood on the banks of this majestic golden river. Rumble, the golden river water churned and let out a deafening roar. The gravel looked very small from 100 million light years away. Now that they were closer, they felt that they were incomparably huge and were floating in the river water. Some of the smaller gravel was being wrapped around by the river water and was flowing at an extremely fast speed. They were moving at least the speed of light. Look over there. That's a Tao Lord from the first universe's Houndwing race. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments suddenly pointed 100 light years away. Jianghu instantly probed with his spiritual sense and saw a huge strange beast that looked like a dog but had a pair of scaled wings. The other party also glanced at them. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The expert from the Houndwing race was shocked and immediately teleported away. Clearly he was afraid of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Houndwing race. Jianghu had already memorized the information of a large number of experts in Chaos Sea, so he was not unfamiliar with the Tao Lord of the Houndwing race. This race was once born in Universe 4, but it was exterminated in ancient times. But in the first universe the Dog Wing race was now a top race. Huff huff. The master and disciple duo continued to teleport, passing by the rocks and gravel that were flying at superluminal speeds. Finally they landed on a huge boulder that was over 100 light years in diameter. A boulder of this scale was not afraid of being washed away by the water of the Golden River. It stood in the river, unmoving. This boulder is the temporary base of the fourth universe's human race in Flowing Gold River. In recent years, venerated Ming has been adventuring in Flowing Gold River. Therefore, the peak experts of our human race are mainly here. Of course, there are also many experts from some of the top races that are on our side, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. Jianghu understood that venerated Ming was the strongest human in Universe 4. With venerated Ming presiding over the Golden River, if anyone encountered danger, they could seek help from venerated Ming in time. Whoosh. Following that, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments teleported more than 10 light years with Jianghu and arrived at the other side of the boulder. There was a sunken valley that was more than 1 million kilometers deep. In the valley there was a majestic temple. At that moment there were two figures chatting outside the temple. They suddenly saw Jianghu and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments coming over and hurriedly stood up to welcome them. Nine Firmaments. Senior brother Nine Firmaments, you personally sent Jianghu here? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded gently and led Jianghu into the temple. Riverward greeted the two Tao Lords as well. At the same time, his spiritual sense had already detected that there were 4 other Tao Lords in the temple. Together with the 2 outside, there were 6 of them among the 6 Tao Lords. 3 were human Tao Lords and the other 3 were alien Tao Lords. However, they belonged to Universe 4's human camp. Haha, Nine Firmaments, your slaughter clone is here. The 4 Tao Lords in the temple also walked out to welcome them. Clearly Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had a very high status. Everyone's gaze was focused on Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, welcome to the Chaos Sea and to the real battlefield. A hearty laugh sounded. This was someone Jiang Xi was familiar with, Tao Lord Sword One. In fact, Jiang Xi knew these three human Tao Lords. They had met at the Tao Lord conference previously. They were Tao Lord Sword One of the Sword Gate, Tao Lord Liang Yu of the Tao Gate, and Tao Lord Chang Yuan of the Primordial Chaos Sect. As for the other three alien Tao Lords, they looked similar to humans but were not human. Jiang Xi had never seen any of them before. Afterward, everyone sat down in the temple's banquet hall. A banquet had already been prepared. Before the banquet began, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments introduced them to Jiang Xi. These three are Tao Lord Zui Yen, Tao Lord Cinnabar, and Tao Lord Shen Qing. Greetings, Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi smiled and bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Aha, Riverward, we knew that you were coming. We came from every corner of Goldflow River to welcome you, Tao Lord Salsword said with a laugh. He had helped out Riverward on 2 occasions, and the two were now quite close to each other. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Xi raised his cup and thanked them. This is your first time entering the Chaos Sea. Since we could make it back in time, of course we had to come. Tao Lord Sword One shook his head with a smile. Then he continued, quite a few of the other Tao Lords of the Fourth Universe's human alliance are adventuring in the depths of Goldflow River. If they wish to leave, they have to fly through the many dangerous areas. It'll take them at least a few centuries to an entire epoch. Otherwise, there would be even more people coming to welcome you. Jiang Xi nodded. The Goldflow River was an incomparably dangerous place. Even universe-level Tao Lords wouldn't dare to teleport within it. If they were the slightest bit careless, they could end up falling into fatal danger zones. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, this is your first time entering the Chaos Sea. Welcoming you is one thing, but there are also some things we need to remind you of. Tao Lord Longwall, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke out. He had a red mole in the center of his forehead. When he frowned, he gave off a rather dignified aura. Please speak, Tao Lord Longwall. Jiang Xi's expression didn't change. Tao Lord Longwall said in a low voice, I know that you've killed 4 desolate-level Tao Lords in the ancient immortal world. You've also joined forces with Tao Lord Xiangshan and Tao Lord Qingfeng to kill Tao Lord Buckler in the war that destroyed the Buckler clan. In terms of strength, you are indeed stronger than some desolate-level Tao Lords. However, there's no need to enter the Chaos Sea in the ancient immortal world or the primal universe. The situation here is much more complicated. If you want to truly adventure in the Chaos Sea, you'll need to temper yourself. As for adventuring alone or searching for treasures, you're still far from being able to do so. In particular, if you encounter experts from the top 3 universes, you'll have to be even more vigilant. I know you have a clone, but if your main body dies, you'll lose all your treasures. I'm sure your treasures are quite valuable, right? Jiang Xi smiled calmly. He had already experienced Tao Lord Longwall's style of doing things during the last Tao Lord conference. Later on, he learned from his master, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, that the leader of the Primordial Chaos Sect had always been very straightforward. He would do whatever he needed to do and never beat around the bush. However, he had just arrived at the Chaos Sea. It didn't seem appropriate for him to directly insult someone and slap them in the face, right? Jiang Xi Longwall is right. You must be careful of the experts from the top 3 universes. Tao Lord Sword One hurriedly changed the topic. They're very domineering, especially when they're facing the 4th universe. They'll be even more domineering and attack at the slightest disagreement. Shouldn't I be more careful of the experts from the 2 Holy Land universes? Jiang Xi was puzzled. The Holy Land universes aren't afraid of the dangers of the cataclysm. As long as they aren't killed, they don't have to worry about suddenly dying one day. Therefore, the experts from the 2 universes generally won't fight to the death with their opponents, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. It was just like how the experts from the Holy Land universes had more precious lives. In short, you need to memorize all the information you have on the universe and Ian Tao Lords of the Chaos Sea, as well as some of the top-tier Flood Tao Lords, Tao Lord Longwall continued. In the future, if you run into them, you need to avoid them as soon as possible. You're still far too weak compared to them. Jiang Xi frowned. It was getting annoying to hear Tao Lord Longwall say this over and over again. Although he could sense some concern in Tao Lord Longwall's words, they were far too direct and displeasing to hear. I know you're displeased, but I have to say what needs to be said. This is for the sake of the human race. Tao Lord Longwall said in a low voice. If you run into any danger, Immediately use one of your clones in the primal universe to call for reinforcements. Have the experts of the human alliance who are closest to you rush over to help you. Understood. Jiang Xi nodded and didn't say anything else. There was no point in arguing now. In the future, facts would speak for themselves. After the banquet ended, the 3 human Dao Lords and the 3 alien Dao Lords left the temple and entered the inner reaches of the Gold Flow River. Long Wall, you really didn't give Dao Lord 9 Firmaments any face when you said those words in front of him. That Dao Lord Mountain and Sea shouldn't be as bad as you say, right? Dao Lord Arcane Azure and Dao Lord Long Wall were chatting on another gravel celestial body within the Gold Flow River. What, are you going to lower your head in front of Dao Lord 9 Firmaments? Besides, I've already given him enough face. There are still many things I haven't said yet. Dao Lord Long Wall snorted coldly, and the gray mist around him instantly began to roil. Although that Dao Lord Mountain and Sea killed 4 desolate-level Dao Lords in the ancient immortal world, do you know what sort of place the ancient immortal world is? There's no way to borrow the power of an estate world there, and teleportation is impossible there. For a Dao Lord to fight there is equivalent to severing an arm. If you ask me, he's only been able to do so because of his supreme treasures. If he didn't have any supreme treasures, he'd barely qualify as a desolate-level Dao Lord. Even amongst the supreme experts of the 4th universe, he'd be considered one of the weakest, to say nothing of the Chaos Sea. I imagine that any Dao Lord would be able to crush him. Where did he get so many supreme treasures? Dao Lord Arcane Azure asked in surprise. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments is in charge of the human treasury. None of the treasures left behind by Empyrean Purple Firmaments have been found. Where do you think he got them? Dao Lord Long Wall snorted coldly. Dao Lord Arcane Azure was enlightened, but he didn't say anything. As he wasn't a human Dao Lord, it wasn't appropriate for him to judge the internal affairs of the human race. We've only managed to find a decent supreme treasure after much difficulty while roaming the Chaos Sea. He's only been cultivating for a short period of time, but he already has a pile of supreme treasures. If you ask me, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments dotes on him so much, he'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Dao Lord Long Wall shook his head. If that's the case, he's indeed much weaker. Dao Lord Arcane Azure sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments is his master. If he's in danger, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments will definitely help him. However, if he really does perish, it'll be a pity for those supreme treasures. Dao Lord Long Wall sighed. At that moment, only Jiang Xi and Dao Lord 9 Firmaments were left in the Temple of the Human Race's temporary base in Gold Flow River in the 4th universe. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments didn't discuss what had just happened because there was no need to. If Jiang Xi couldn't even withstand these words, it was best for him to return as soon as possible. He said, Jiang Xi, I'm going to meet up with my true body. There's some trouble over there. Trouble? Is it dangerous? Jiang Xi's heart tightened. His master was a half-step heavenly venerable. If he said it was a little trouble, it could be an extremely dangerous matter. It's fine. This time, my true body and avatar will merge into one. I'll be able to handle it. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled. If there's anything, just use your avatar to send me a message from the primal universe. Okay. Jiang Xi nodded. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled as he glanced at Jiang Xi. Then he teleported and disappeared. Phew. Jiang Xi exhaled softly. He was the only one left in the empty temple. None of the experts roaming Chaos Sea chose to stop and rest. They were all working hard to improve themselves. Although Dao Lord Chang Yuan's words weren't pleasant, he was right about one thing. I do need to study the information of the experts in Chaos Sea. In addition, I need to study the information of Gold Flow River in detail. Jiang Xi teleported and appeared outside the temple. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the boulder and sensed the terrifying chaos fog. Then he closed his eyes and began to organize the information in his mind. Rumble. It was unknown where the surging golden river water flowed. However, Jiang Xi remained calm and wasn't in a hurry to explore Gold Flow River. Oh. Suddenly Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out a green token. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone actually took the initiative to contact me? As expected of a Heavenly Venerable expert. He can actually contact me in Chaos Sea through this token. Jiang Xi used his spiritual perception to check the message. Jiang Xi, you've come to Chaos Sea? This was Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's message. Yes. Which of the 3 most dangerous lands are you in? I'm in Gold Flow River. Senior Bluestone, how do you know that I'll definitely be in one of the 3 most dangerous lands? Although the 3 most dangerous lands are the most dangerous, they also have the most high-grade supreme treasures. All the major factions in Chaos Sea are basically gathered in the 3 most dangerous lands. I think it's the same for you humans. You shouldn't be so foolish as to go to places with high danger and no treasures. In the future, use this token to contact me. If you encounter any danger, you can ask me for help. However, I don't want you to ask for help. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone sent another message. Understood. Jianghu replied. Since it was a trial, he naturally couldn't call for help whenever he encountered danger. In the depths of Chaos Sea's famous dangerous land, treasured Lotus World, an endless amount of chaos fog roiled about, causing a series of terrifying waves to appear. A bronze palace stood tall within the chaos fog. This was Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's true estate. The reason why treasured Lotus World was such a dangerous place was largely because of Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. Although the 4th universe was young, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was known as the most mysterious person in the universe. He was not someone to be trifled with. There were nearly 100 organizations in Chaos Sea, but none of them were willing to offend Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. There were quite a few servants standing respectfully within the Bronze Palace. Judging from their auras, even the weakest of them was a desolate-level Tao Lord. An old man dressed in simple fur-hide Taoist robes was seated at the front of the palace. He looked like a primitive barbarian as he casually sat on his throne. He's been training for less than 10,000 years before entering the Chaos Sea. His rate of growth is still a bit slow. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head, his deep gaze staring into the endless void. I wonder if he'll be able to make it in time. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The largest stone celestial body was more than 100 light-years in diameter, and it had taken root within the surging waves of Goldflow River, unmoving. On the surface of this giant stone, Jianghu was like a speck of dust, almost undetectable. The Chaos Sea. Jianghu looked up into the void and saw the abyssal rifts that stretched to an unknown distance. Endless gray mist poured down like a waterfall. He believed that even a speck of dust could defy the heavens. Of course. First, I'll conquer this Goldflow River. Jianghu's eyes shone with a shocking light. Swoosh. He teleported away, passing over the rocks and gravel in the Golden River and going deeper and deeper into the Goldflow River. The Goldflow River was more than 100 light-years long and more than 100 light-years wide. The river banks and the gravel in the sky were the outer region, while the depths of the river were the core region. The inner region was sandwiched between the 2 regions and it was extremely vast. Even a universe Tao Lord would be in danger of dying in the inner region of Goldflow River if they weren't careful. Still, in most cases it was quite safe unless one actively sought death. Jianghu's combat power had already surpassed that of an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. As long as he was careful, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, he had the unique Supreme Treasure Skyspan Tower on him. This was his greatest trump card in the Chaos Sea. What? After going a certain distance into the inner region, Jianghu plunged into the surging Golden River water, heading toward the true danger of the Goldflow River. Even perfected lords find it difficult to survive in the Chaos Sea, but the golden water in the Goldflow River has existed for so long without being destroyed. Clearly this so-called water isn't an ordinary liquid. Jianghu exclaimed. He casually picked up a drop and discovered that the golden water droplet's mass was even greater than that of a star. No wonder it's one of the 3 most dangerous lands. It's indeed extraordinary. After that, Jianghu continued to dive deeper into the Goldflow River. According to the map that Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had given him, no expert had truly reached the deepest part of the Goldflow River. Therefore, no one knew how deep the Goldflow River was. Perhaps some experts knew but weren't willing to reveal it to the outside world. It's just that the humans of the 4th universe know that the Goldflow River's depth exceeds 300 million light-years. It's even larger than a human star zone. Jianghu shook his head gently. Such a vast region hides many dangers, but it also hides many treasures and opportunities. If you want to obtain them, you must have luck, strength, and courage. You can't lack any of these. Jianghu was very patient. After diving to a certain depth in the Goldflow River, he stopped teleporting and began to search the area. At the same time, about 2 million light-years away from Jianghu, Tao Lord Long Wall, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, was also carefully flying through the river. He was now alone and had separated from Tao Lord Shen Qing. This was because in the Chaos Sea, the chances of 2 people finding treasures when they were separated were naturally higher than when they were together. Jianghu's talent is indeed high, but it's still too dangerous for Tao Lord 9 Firmaments to let him explore the Chaos Sea. If he runs into any of the veteran Tao Lords of the Chaos Sea, he'll probably suffer greatly. He might even ask us for help. Dao Lord Longwall sighed softly. Although he didn't like it, he understood that if Jianghu really did run into danger and asked for help, he would immediately rush over if he was nearby. If he asks for help and I happen to be the one to save him, I'll have to give him a good scolding. Dao Lord Longwall thought to himself. He had cultivated for countless years and was the leader of the Primordius sect. He was a lofty figure who did as he pleased. As for whether Jianghu was happy or not, that had nothing to do with him. So long as he felt that what he said made sense and was happy, that was all that mattered. As Dao Lord Longwall thought to himself, he carefully avoided the numerous water vortexes. These water vortexes were very dangerous because some of them were so powerful that they might contain spatial vortexes. If one was trapped in one, they might instantly travel countless light years and enter an unknown region of the Chaos Sea. Dao Lord Longwall's face suddenly changed. Spatial shackles. He discovered that the spatial ripples around him had suddenly frozen. This was a sign of danger. That was because there was no way the spatial ripples would stop for no reason. Be it because of the environment or the fact that other experts were secretly attacking, it wasn't a good thing. I have to leave this place immediately. Dao Lord Longwall's expression was extremely solemn and he was extremely anxious. Even now he still had no idea what was causing this. Whoosh. Right at that moment, Dao Lord Longwall discovered that a figure was flashing towards him from an extremely distant river. Dao Lord Longwall of the Fourth Universe's human race? The figure's voice was extremely loud and clear. It passed through the Golden River water and instantly reached Dao Lord Longwall. Upon closer inspection, the figure was a humanoid creature with 5 pairs of white wings. Its entire body emitted a holy light and its aura was astonishing. The Heavenly Feather Race. Dao Lord Longwall did not hesitate and turned to flee. The Fourth Universe also had the Heavenly Feather Race, but that was just an ordinary race. However, things were different in the First Universe. The Heavenly Feather Race had developed into a pinnacle race, and the strongest one at that. They had a total of 9 Heavenly Venerables. And this Dao Lord before him was a Universe Dao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race of the First Universe. First released, then modified. Chapter 591. From afar, it seemed like only the riverbanks and the surface of the river were the most dangerous places in the turbulent Gold Flow River. However, this was not the case. The true danger was actually the whirlpools hidden in the Golden River water. This was because there was no pattern to the formation of whirlpools. They could appear at any time and anywhere. Therefore, one had to be on high alert while traveling in the inner region of Gold Flow River. One had to be alert at all times. If one were to fall into a whirlpool, one might be doomed eternally. The other danger was the experts from other factions. This was mainly targeted at the various factions of the Fourth Universe. This was because the Fourth Universe was at the bottom of the entire Chaos Sea. Aside from a few extremely powerful Dao Lords, the vast majority of Dao Lords had to avoid the Dao Lords of other primal universes and Holy Land universes. Just like now. Although Dao Lord Longwall and Dao Lord Jiafa were both Aeon-level Dao Lords, Dao Lord Longwall knew very well that he was no match for Dao Lord Jiafa. If I don't escape today, I'm afraid I'll die here. Dao Lord Longwall was extremely anxious. Under the situation where space was sealed, he could only fly at high speed and could not teleport. Do you think you can escape from me? Dao Lord Jiafa had a holy smile on his face. 5 pairs of white wings flapped gently, and an enormous world projection descended upon this space. This was the combination of the Dao Lord's spacetime control and his Grotto Heaven world. It was like a spacetime domain, and he had temporarily become the master of this space. Dao Lord Longwall's flying speed instantly dropped as he was suppressed. He shouted angrily, "Dao Lord Jiafa, I know you're stronger than me, but when I saw you, I immediately fled. Besides, I don't have any high-grade true treasures on me. Is there a need for you to chase me so relentlessly? My Dao is the Dao of battle and slaughter. I seek the path to becoming a celestial lord in battle. You're a good opponent. Come and fight me." Dao Lord Jiafa laughed loudly as his 5 pairs of white wings flapped. Within his spacetime domain, he flashed rapidly and approached Dao Lord Longwall. Damn it. Dao Lord Longwall was furious. You want to kill me? Dream on. Although he said this, he had already asked for help from the human camp through his avatar in the Fourth Universe. I was just saying that Jianghu would ask for reinforcements. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, I would be the one to ask for reinforcements first? Dao Lord Longwall felt bitterness in his heart. Dao Lord Jaffa is a famous madman amongst the Dao Lords of the First Universe. He's a battle maniac. How unlucky of me to have met him. Right now, the only two Tao Lords of the human race who are adventuring in Goldflow River are Tao Lord Nina Firmaments and Tao Lord Flameclear. If they can make it here in time, I'll have a chance at survival. Tao Lord Longwall knew very well that he was truly in danger this time. This was a life-or-death crisis. Tao Lord Yanqing was the first to be eliminated because he was too far away. Right now, the ones who were most likely to rush over were the ones he had met at the temporary base in Goldflow River. Tao Lords like Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Liangyu, and Tao Lord Arcanite definitely weren't strong enough. As for Jianghu, there was no need to consider him at all. He would be courting death if he came. Therefore he could only place his hopes on Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Only this half-step heavenly venerable could save him. However, given Tao Lord Nine Firmament's strength, he must have ventured deeper into Goldflow River. It might take him a long time to rush over. After Tao Lord Longwall's avatar sent out a request for help in the fourth universe, all the Tao Lords in the human camp quickly received it. Tao Lord Jaffa of the first universe is chasing after Longwall? In the depths of Goldflow River, a cold-looking youth with a long sword on his back frowned slightly. Waves of energy emanated from his body, repelling a large number of water whirlpools. The dangers in the depths of the river did not pose much of a threat to him. He's too far away. I'm in the depths of Goldflow River. It'll take me a long time to rush back. I won't make it in time. Longwall, let's see how lucky you are. I hope Nine Firmaments can make it back in time. In truth, the person closest to Tao Lord Longwall was Tao Lord Xianqing of the fourth universe's human camp. After all, they had not been separated for long. At this moment, Tao Lord Xianqing, who was a million light-years away, was conflicted. Longwall is in great danger. Although Tao Lord Jaffa is also an Eon-level Tao Lord, his actual combat strength is barely comparable to a universe-level Tao Lord. I'm afraid I won't be of much help even if I go. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll go take a look and try my best to help him. Since he was tied to the human camp, he could not shrink back now. Whoosh! Tao Lord Xianqing soared into the sky and teleported to the sky above Goldflow River. Then he quickly teleported in the direction of Tao Lord Longwall. The Heavenly Feather Race? Jianghu also received the distress signal. He raised his eyebrows and his expression turned serious. In the entire Chaos Sea, the Heavenly Feather Race was second only to the two Holy Land universes. In terms of overall strength, they were truly a peak race. The humans of the fourth universe were also a peak race, but compared to the Heavenly Feather Race, they were not on the same level. The Heavenly Feather Race alone had more than 400 Tao Lords roaming the Chaos Sea. They had a total of 9 Heavenly Venerables. This race alone was comparable to more than half of the fourth universe. Tao Lord Jaffa? You'll be my first opponent in the Chaos Sea. Jianghu's eyes shone with a divine light as his fighting spirit burst forth. The Heavenly Feather Race was strong, but it did not mean that every Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race was strong. Tao Lord Longwall's previous actions had indeed made him unhappy, but he was still a human Tao Lord. In the face of the greater good of the race, his will could not be swayed by personal emotions. Swoosh! Jianghu teleported and arrived above Goldflow River. He also teleported continuously towards his destination, each time traveling thousands of light-years. At the same time, in the water of the inner region of Goldflow River, two figures were fighting. The momentum was great and the Golden River water was swept up into terrifying abyssal vortexes. Tao Lord Jaffa, who was in human form but had 5 pairs of white wings, held a giant crimson sword in his hand and slashed out time and time again. Every attack was the strongest ultimate secret technique. Moreover, every time they collided, Tao Lord Jaffa never used any defensive methods. He only attacked with all his strength. It was extremely crazy. Madman. This battle maniac. Tao Lord Longwall was completely suppressed. He was anxious and in pain. He tried his best to dodge Tao Lord Jaffa's attacks and delay as much as possible until reinforcements arrived. However, things did not go as he wished. Tao Lord Jaffa's secret technique was much stronger than his. He also surpassed him in terms of spacetime control and Grotto Heaven World control. The spacetime domain formed by the combination of these two was not something he could contend against. He could not use his own spacetime domain at all. Therefore, under the suppression of Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain, he was caught up time and time again and was injured. Tao Lord Longwall, it's useless even if you resist. The humans of the first universe have been wiped out by the Heavenly Feather Race in the distant past. The humans of the fourth universe should also be wiped out. Therefore, give up resisting and become the cornerstone of my path to becoming a heavenly venerate. Tao Lord Jaffa looked incomparably sacred as he slashed out with his giant crimson sword. Crack! This sword landed directly on Tao Lord Longwall's body, and the dark golden armor treasure trembled. Unfortunately, it could only block a small portion of the power. The remaining half of the power still caused great damage to Tao Lord Longwall. Dense cracks appeared on his body, and he was sent flying at an extremely fast speed. Clang. At the same time, Tao Lord Longwall's staff also hit Tao Lord Jaffa. However, Tao Lord Jaffa's armor treasure was of a higher grade. His attack only caused Tao Lord Jaffa's body to sway slightly, but it did not cause much damage. What a madman. Even if I encountered other Tao Lords of the First Universe, I would still be able to fight them. Why did I have to encounter this madman? Tao Lord Longwall was filled with grief and indignation. Speaking of which, he was also an Aeon-level Tao Lord. Among Tao Lords, he was an upper-middle level existence. Usually, when he encountered some universe-level Tao Lords, he was confident that he would not be in any danger if he fought them. However, Tao Lord Jaffa was different. He was a top expert among Aeon-level Tao Lords. Whether it was Dharma treasures, secret techniques, or other means, they were all top-notch. In terms of actual combat strength, Tao Lord Jaffa had already stepped into the threshold of a universe-level Tao Lord. Only a true universe-level Tao Lord could suppress him. Cultivation, attack, and defense all crush me. What should I do? The indestructible substance and other special substances in Tao Lord Longwall's body were constantly being consumed. He was in despair. If this continued, he might not be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Longwall, Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain is too strong. Even I don't dare to barge in recklessly. I'm sorry, I can't help you. At that moment, a spiritual sense voice transmission sounded in Tao Lord Longwall's ears. Tao Lord Shenqing. Tao Lord Longwall's heart was filled with joy before it dimmed again. Although Tao Lord Shenqing was also an Aeon-level Tao Lord, he was slightly weaker than him in terms of strength. Once he entered Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain, he would be in danger. Furthermore, teleportation was not possible in the spacetime domain. It would take a long time for someone to fly to him. Right now, only a universe-level Tao Lord of the human race could save him. Universe-level Tao Lords were naturally not afraid of Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain. No one can save you now. You have less than half of the indestructible substance left in your body. I'll kill you in 10 strikes at most. Wielding a scarlet greatsword, Tao Lord Jaffa's figure flashed as he teleported in front of Tao Lord Longwall. Damn it! You're just relying on the power of your supreme treasures. Tao Lord Longwall was furious. Tao Lord Jaffa's armor and greatsword were both grade 5 supreme treasures. In comparison, his supreme treasures were only grade 4. The difference of a single grade between supreme treasures was like heaven and earth in terms of power. Therefore, Tao Lord Jaffa could attack with all his might without worrying about defense. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Tao Lord Longwall was getting more and more desperate. Pfft. Once again he was struck by Tao Lord Jaffa's scarlet greatsword, and a portion of the indestructible substance in his body was depleted. From less than 50% it was reduced to 40%, then 35%, then 30%. Die. Tao Lord Jaffa had a holy smile on his face. No, I can't die just like this. I still want to become a top-tier Tao Lord and a heavenly venerable. I can't die just like this. Tao Lord Longwall struggled in despair and indignation. Unfortunately, he was no match for Tao Lord Jaffa at all. He could not even break through Tao Lord Jaffa's defense. It looked like he was about to reach the danger line of death. Far away, Tao Lord Shenqing stood outside Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain. Although he was anxious, he could only sigh. Longwall, I'm sorry. Apart from Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, no one can help you now. Swoosh. A figure appeared out of thin air not far away from Tao Lord Shenqing. Tao Lord Shenqing. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Tao Lord Shenqing turned around abruptly and saw that it was Jianghu who was dressed in golden patterned black armor. Jianghu? The surprise on Tao Lord Shenqing's face disappeared and was replaced with disappointment. Then he hurriedly said, Jianghu, Tao Lord Longwall is currently being pursued by Tao Lord Jaffa of the First Universe. Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain is extremely strong and only universe Tao Lords can fight against it. Don't go in. Otherwise you'll be in danger if you enter. It's fine. I might not be a match for Tao Lord Jaffa, but I'm not afraid of him. Jianghu smiled. You. Tao Lord Shenqing was shocked. The next moment there was a boom. A massive projection of a grotto heaven descended from the void. In the world projection, the cosmos, continents, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas were extremely realistic. With endless might, it crushed towards Tao Lord Jaffa's spacetime domain. Rumble. Boom. The The two spacetime domains collided and Tao Lord Jiafa's spacetime domain was quickly destroyed. In front of Jiangxi's spacetime domain, it could not resist at all. Although Jiangxi's self-created heaven and earth was inferior to a Tao Lord's, his grotto heaven world had already surpassed the limits of a Tao Lord. It was more than 100 million light-years in diameter compared to a universe Tao Lord's grotto heaven. Furthermore, his supreme treasure, the six-fold mountain, could also control space and time. The combination of the two was equivalent to a weakened version of controlling spacetime. The combination of the six-fold mountain, self-created heaven and earth, and grotto heaven world formed an extremely powerful spacetime domain, Mountain Sea Spacetime. At the same time, Tao Lord Longwall was in complete despair. He only had less than 20% of the indestructible substance in his body. At most, he would die after 4 sword strikes. To be precise, there was no need for 4 sword strikes at all. He was already powerless to resist and the indestructible substance in his body was being consumed even faster. Haha, Tao Lord Longwall, say your final goodbye. Tao Lord Jiafa laughed and slashed down once more. Suddenly, boom, a sound that sounded like the world was collapsing echoed in the space. Who is it? Tao Lord Jiafa's expression changed starkly. He realized that his spacetime domain was collapsing continuously. The spacetime domain that could initially suppress Tao Lord Longwall's speed mostly dissipated in the blink of an eye. In its place was an incomparably realistic projection of a world. Boundless galaxies, starry continents, mountains and rivers filled the entire space. Tao Lord Longwall, who had regained his freedom, was overjoyed. Tao Lord Longwall, why aren't you leaving? A familiar voice sounded in Tao Lord Longwall's ears. This is. Tao Lord Longwall was stunned. Wasn't this familiar voice Jiangxi whom he had reprimanded previously? Why aren't you leaving? The voice urged once more. Swoosh! Tao Lord Longwall no longer hesitated and used his fastest speed. At that moment he felt like a fish in water. His flight was extremely smooth and his speed was no longer suppressed. Moreover, the spacetime of the mountain sea was helping him, allowing him to move even faster. In comparison, Tao Lord Jiafa was suppressed and his speed was constantly decreasing. Who is it? Tao Lord Jiafa was furious. His prey was about to be captured but was rescued by someone else. Which universe realm Tao Lord of the fourth universe is it? In Tao Lord Jiafa's opinion, only the spacetime domain of a universe realm Tao Lord could suppress his. Soon he used his spirit consciousness to investigate and saw Jiangxi's appearance. He had never seen him before. Why are you disguising yourself? Since you're a universe realm Tao Lord, why are you hiding? Who are you? Tao Lord Jiafa was even more furious. He felt that the other party was humiliating him. He immediately retracted the spacetime domain that was about to collapse. Whoosh! Seeing that, Jiangxi also retracted his mountain sea spacetime because he could not teleport in the spacetime domain. In the distance, Tao Lord Longwall was overjoyed and immediately teleported to Jiangxi and Tao Lord Xianqing's side. Behind him, Tao Lord Jiafa also teleported over. He wanted to get closer and see who this sneaky fellow was with his own eyes. Several light years away, Jiangxi and Tao Lord Xianqing stood in the Golden River water. Tao Lord Longwall appeared out of thin air. When he saw Jiangxi, he was immediately embarrassed and ashamed. Jiang, we'll talk later. Jiangxi's expression changed slightly. Whoosh. At this moment, Tao Lord Jiafa's figure followed and appeared not far away. He stood in the Golden River water and flapped his 5 pairs of white wings gently. He looked at Jiangxi angrily. Who are you? Why are you disguising yourself and hiding? Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm me. Why should I disguise myself? Jiangxi said indifferently. No disguise? But I've never seen you before. Perhaps we'll see each other more often in the future. Jiangxi smiled. Swoosh. In the next moment, the 3 of them teleported out of the inner area of Goldflow River and appeared above the river. Then they teleported continuously and arrived at a safe place. At the place where the battle had taken place, Tao Lord Jiafa's aura erupted. He was furious but he did not dare to chase after them. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. After a moment of anger, he quickly calmed down. A universe realm Tao Lord should disdain disguising himself. It seems that another universe realm Tao Lord has been born in the humans of the 4th universe. Of the 4 primal universes of the Chaos Sea, the humans of the first universe had been wiped out by the Heavenly Feather race at the beginning of the universe. The humans of the other 3 universes had developed into peak races. Among them, the 3rd universe was the strongest, with a total of 6 celestial venerables. The humans of the 2nd and 4th universes were slightly weaker. However, the humans of the second universe also had 3 celestial venerables. Although the fourth universe had 2 celestial venerables, celestial venerable purple firmament had been permanently suppressed by the universe, so it was equivalent to having none. Of course, this was mainly because the fourth universe was too young and was far inferior to the first 3 universes. Otherwise, the humans of the fourth universe would definitely have produced more celestial venerables. I can confirm that I've never seen this Downlord Mountain Sea before. His aura fluctuations are completely different from the other universe realm Downlords of the fourth universe. It seemed that the humans of the fourth universe had hidden themselves well. A universe realm Downlord had actually been hiding until now. Humans are all the same. They're all scheming. The other peak races of the fourth universe are also useless. They didn't wipe out the humans at the beginning of the universe. Downlord Jiafei's eyes were filled with coldness. The heavenly feather race of the first universe had 9 celestial venerables, so they naturally had 9 miniature universes. Within one of the miniature universes, Downlord Jiafei's avatar walked out of his heavenly palace and looked up at the endless void. He asked with a respectful expression, "Ninth Sacred Master, has a new Downlord been born in the humans of the fourth universe?" I was just about to kill Downlord Chang Huan of the fourth universe when I was stopped by a human Downlord dressed in black armor with golden patterns. He's also a cultivator of the sword, but I've never seen him before. I want all his information. He can stop you? He's a universe realm Downlord? A loud voice rang out from the sky. He should be. My spacetime domain was easily destroyed by him. Since I don't know anything about him, I didn't pursue him, Downlord Jiafei replied respectfully. Alright, I'll go investigate now. The voice rang out from the sky. Thank you, Ninth Sacred Master. Downlord Jiafei hurriedly bowed. There were nearly 100 powers in the Chaos Sea. Some were enemies, some were allies, and some were trading with each other. There was no distinction between the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands. There was only a division of benefits. Even the powers of the first universe and the fourth universe might have secret connections. This was especially true for the heavenly feather race of the first universe. As the 3rd largest power in the Chaos Sea, they were extremely powerful. There were many who wanted to curry favor with them. However, the secret transactions between the heavenly feather race across universes were mostly presided over by the 9 celestial venerables. Downlord Jiafei wasn't qualified to come into contact with them. A moment later, the 9th Sacred Master's voice rang out from the sky again. I found him. Downlord Jiafei immediately listened attentively. You've never seen a cultivator of the sword dressed in black armor with golden patterns, and he was able to easily destroy your spacetime domain. Based on this information, I can confirm that he should be a new Downlord of the human race of the fourth universe, Downlord Mountain Sea. The voice said. A new Downlord? Downlord Jiafei was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe his ears, but he was listening very carefully. Ninth Sacred Master, this is impossible. Since he's a new Downlord, his strength should be at the desolate level. How could he destroy my spacetime domain so easily? Downlord Jiafei shook his head repeatedly. At the same time, he felt ashamed and angry. If that was the case, then his performance just now was too embarrassing. He was actually frightened by a desolate level Downlord? If news of this spread, he would probably become the laughing stock of the entire Chaos Sea. It's not your fault. According to the information I found, he should have a supreme treasure that can control spacetime. In addition, he can control spacetime himself. That's why he was able to destroy your spacetime domain. Even if you catch up, you can't do anything to him. The 9th Sacred Master's voice rang out in the sky. Supreme treasure? Downlord Jiafei's expression changed. That's right. It might be a 6th grade supreme treasure. Downlord Mountain Sea is known as the most talented genius in the history of the fourth universe. The human race might have given him a precious supreme treasure to protect his life. In terms of strength, he's at most a desolate level Downlord, the 9th Sacred Master said. It was worth mentioning that the 9th Sacred Master didn't find out Jiangxi's true cultivation level because not many people knew about it. Moreover, after Jiangxi's battle in the ancient immortal world, the human race in the fourth universe announced that Jiangxi had become a Downlord. Therefore, apart from the upper echelons of the human race in the fourth universe, not many people knew that Jiangxi was actually a rank 5 true lord. Phew. Downlord Jiafei calmed down a little, and his expression was no longer as ugly. So he's just a new desolate level Downlord. The next time we meet, I'll be able to attack without worry. If he really has a 6th grade supreme treasure. Downlord Jiafei's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Even though the heavenly feather race was the strongest force in the first universe, there was still fierce competition among the races. He was an Ian-level Tao Lord and wasn't qualified to obtain a 6th grade Supreme Treasure from the race. If he had a 6th grade Supreme Treasure, then his strength wouldn't just barely be considered a universe-level Tao Lord. He would have the strength to fight against a universe-level Tao Lord. Just you wait. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you'll eventually be my prey. Chapter 592. Gold Flow River. A gigantic boulder stood on the surface of the river, constantly being washed by the majestic golden water. The boulder was originally empty, but 3 figures suddenly appeared. They were Jianghu, Tao Lord Changyuan and Tao Lord Shenqing. After the 3 of them stood still, Tao Lord Changyuan bowed to Jianghu with a serious expression. Jianghu hurriedly helped him up. Tao Lord Changyuan, there's no need for that. However, Tao Lord Changyuan was very insistent. Jianghu, you saved my life. You're the one who owes me the most. If you have any instructions in the future, just let me know and I'll rush over immediately. I won't back down even if I have to risk my life. Jianghu shook his head and chuckled. He had finally seen another side of Tao Lord Changyuan. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had previously told him that Tao Lord Changyuan was a very straightforward person. He was stubborn and did things as he pleased. However, Tao Lord Changyuan was a person who knew how to repay kindness. As long as he remembered it, he would rush over to help no matter how difficult it was. Tao Lord Changyuan, you're also at the Ian realm like Tao Lord Jiafe of the Heavenly Feather race. Why are you completely at a disadvantage in front of him? Jianghu could not help but ask. This was a question in his heart and he did not want to embarrass Tao Lord Changyuan. Tao Lord Changyuan did not care about this and sighed. That's because his secret techniques and supreme treasures far exceed mine. Of course, the root of it is the difference in foundation. The first universe has existed for too long. The Tao Lords who were born there have basically mastered ultimate secret techniques after a long period of accumulation. The more powerful their secret techniques are, the more vast the grotto heavens they open up. In terms of supreme treasures, the first universe has even more supreme treasures. An Ian realm Tao Lord like Tao Lord Jiafe has at least 1 grade 5 supreme treasure on him. This is also the reason why I told you to take a detour when you see the elites of the top 3 universes. However, I didn't expect your strength to be so. At the end of his speech, Tao Lord Changyuan felt extremely ashamed. Everything he had said to Jianghu had come true, but it was all because of himself. I was just lucky. If Tao Lord Jiafe had really caught up to me, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Jianghu shook his head. Changyuan, don't say that. You were quite unlucky to have met a battle maniac like Tao Lord Jaffa. If you were facing any of the other Aeon Tao Lords of the first universe, you wouldn't end up in such a sorry state even if you weren't a match for them. Tao Lord Arcanum tried to console him as well. Tao Lord Longwall let out a bitter laugh. No matter how you look at it, he's still weaker than others. Jianghu and Tao Lord Shenqing exchanged glances worriedly. Clearly, Tao Lord Changhuan's confidence had taken a hit. Phew. Tao Lord Longwall suddenly let out a long sigh. Then his gaze became determined. You don't have to worry. After this matter, I've thought it through. If I want to truly roam the Chaos Sea, I have to create an ultimate mystic technique. It just so happened that when I was facing death this time, I had a trace of inspiration. Therefore, I've decided to return to my race and enter seclusion. I won't come out until the mystic technique is completed. Then, I wish you success in your cultivation. Tao Lord Arcanum smiled. Good luck. Jianghu nodded. Jianghu, I'll never forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. Tao Lord Longwall cupped his hands. Goodbye. With that, he teleported in the direction of the 4th universe. As for Jianghu and Tao Lord Arcanum, who stayed at the end of the month, after chatting for a while, they each found a direction and went their separate ways, continuing to roam the Gold Flow River. Jianghu dived back into the waters of the Gold Flow River's inner region. While carefully avoiding the dangerous whirlpools, he sighed inwardly and recalled the conversation just now. Although Tao Lord Longwall's words were usually unpleasant, some of them made sense. Just like what he said just now, if he wanted to truly roam the Chaos Sea, he really couldn't do it without an ultimate mystic technique. Only by mastering one's own ultimate mystic technique would he have the strength to stand firm in the Chaos Sea. He wouldn't have to hide when he saw the powerhouses of the top 3 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes. The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra is still the most basic ultimate mystic technique. After all, this is a mystic technique that I created with 7 perfected great Taos. There's still a gap between it and those ultimate mystic techniques that are created with the heavenly Tao as the foundation. My main advantages right now are those supreme treasures and an estate world that surpasses the limits of a Tao Lord. These things allow me to be able to protect myself against Tao Lords at the cosmic level, but my chances of defeating one are still minuscule. As for an Ian Tao Lord, I'm definitely not afraid. It's also very difficult to kill one. The only thing lacking is mystic techniques. My attack power is lacking. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Because his strength had increased too quickly, his attack power had become a constant problem. The current solution is to create an ultimate mystic technique. The second is to become a Tao Lord. The third is to obtain a 6th-stage offensive true treasure. The first two methods depend on time. Because whether it's an ultimate mystic technique or becoming a Tao Lord, the prerequisite is to master a complete heavenly Tao. My avatar is constantly deducing Taoist techniques. As long as there's enough time, it'll be able to deduce the heavenly Tao sooner or later. As for a 6th-stage offensive true treasure, it depends purely on luck. Jiang Xi was very clear that the core of his cultivation was the sword Tao. Only a sword-type offensive true treasure could allow his strength to be maximized. Therefore it really depended on luck, and it was extremely heaven-defying luck. One had to know that even the entire human race in the 4th universe didn't have a single 6th-stage offensive true treasure. Of course there's another way. Kill Tao Lords, obtain eternal experience points, and then expand the Grotto Heaven world. As long as my Grotto Heaven world is big enough, with the power of the world and the space-time domain, my strength will definitely improve further. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. This was even more difficult. The Chaos Sea was too big and there weren't many Tao Lords. There were even fewer for him to kill. It could be said that with his current strength, hunting Tao Lords in the Chaos Sea was definitely as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Let's explore first. This Goldflow River is one of the 3 most dangerous places. There are many true treasures and inheritances hidden in it. What if I'm lucky? Jiang Xi thought. In the following days, in the process of exploring the Goldflow River, Jiang Xi sometimes encountered experts from the first 3 universes and fought with them. The results of the battles were mostly as Jiang Xi had expected. With his many methods, he wasn't even afraid of Universe Realm Tao Lords, but he couldn't kill them. The Chaos Sea was completely different from the ancient immortal world. The strength of Tao Lords could be fully unleashed here without any restrictions. As for the weakest desolate level Tao Lords, it was very difficult to meet them in the Chaos Sea. After all, not many desolate level Tao Lords dared to explore the Chaos Sea. However, as time passed, Jiang Xi's name as Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas gradually spread in the Chaos Sea. The experts from the first 3 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes basically knew that the human race of the 4th universe had an additional Tao Lord with such a unique trait. His defense was very strong and difficult to deal with, but his attack methods were weak. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. In the inner area of the Goldflow River, there was a huge stone celestial body that was countless light years tall. It extended from the depths of the river to here. Due to its large size, this stone pillar-like boulder wasn't afraid of the impact of the Goldflow River and stood tall in the water. In the Goldflow River there were many such boulders and pillars. Each of them was like a towering mountain range that pierced through the heavens and the earth. With Jiang Xi's size, he was on top of a boulder of this scale. To him it was just a depression like a huge canyon. The protruding part was a huge mountain peak, and the flat part was like a boundless plain. At this time, Jiang Xi was sitting cross-legged in a depression of the boulder, temporarily resting and looking at the whirlpools that appeared in the water. It's been 30 years and I haven't seen a single true treasure. This probability is even lower than in the ancient immortal world. Of course, even so, Jiang Xi knew that the true treasures unearthed in the ancient immortal world were basically 3rd grade and below. There were very few high-grade true treasures. The Chaos Sea was different. As long as there were true treasures that appeared, most of them were 3rd grade and above. The more than 100 battles over the years have made me a lot of progress in terms of actual combat, Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Ever since he had the combat power of a Tao Lord, he had only experienced 2 battles at the Tao Lord level in the primal universe. His combat experience with Tao Lords was still somewhat lacking. During the years in the Chaos Sea, he had been fighting with the Tao Lords of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd universes. Although the cultivation civilizations of the various universes were essentially secret techniques that were based on Tao techniques, in terms of practical application, there were differences. The collision of these differences had benefited Jiang Xi a lot, and his understanding of Tao techniques and secret techniques had also deepened. Compared to those old antiques, my advantage is that I'm young. Just wait. When my Tao techniques are deduced to the heavenly Tao level, my strength will be greatly improved. The years in the Gold Flow River are basically like this. Most of the time it's peaceful. But when an opportunity suddenly comes, it's like water suddenly hitting a boulder, causing monstrous waves. That's when the madness comes. Jianghu got up and left the boulder, ending his rest and continuing to explore the Gold Flow River. The Gold Flow River was simply too big. Its length was 100 million light-years and its width was more than 1,000,000 light-years. As for its depth, it was unfathomable. Just the human race of the fourth universe had explored a depth of 300 million light-years. One could imagine how vast the space covered by the Gold Flow River was. In the entire Chaos Sea, countless powerhouses had spent countless years, but it was still difficult to explore the entire space covered by the river. At this moment, in another part of the Gold Flow River, two figures met. They looked similar to humans and had 5 pairs of white wings. They looked rather sacred. If Jianghu was here, he would be able to recognize that one of these two Tao Lords was Tao Lord Jiafe of the Heavenly Feather race of the First Universe. The other was also quite famous. He was Tao Lord Blue Moon of the Heavenly Feather race, and his strength was similar to Tao Lord Jiafe's. Jiafe, have you gained anything recently? Tao Lord Blue Moon asked. Don't mention it. I didn't gain anything. I only met Tao Lord Long Wall of the Fourth Universe last time. I followed him for a long time before I finally had a chance to attack. Then I used my spacetime domain to suppress him. I was about to kill Tao Lord Long Wall, but in the end, Tao Lord Mountain Sea suddenly appeared and rescued him. Tao Lord Jiafe was still somewhat resentful. If I could kill Tao Lord Long Wall and obtain his many supreme treasures, I would have been able to obtain some of them. Coupled with some of my accumulated wealth, I should be able to exchange it for a Tier 5 cardinal treasure. Unfortunately, Tao Lord Jiafe sighed, unwilling to give up. That's a pity. I've heard about this Tao Lord Mountain Sea recently. I heard that his defense is very strong and he has many life-saving methods. If we meet again, call me over and we'll work together to kill him. Tao Lord Blue Moon smiled. No problem. Tao Lord Jiafe immediately agreed. However, whether or not he would call Tao Lord Blue Moon was another matter. He remembered very clearly that the 9th Sacred Lord speculated that Tao Lord Mountain Sea might have a grade 6 supreme treasure on him. Any expert who knew of such an opportunity would want to obtain it for themselves. How could they share it with others? There was also competition within the Heavenly Feather race and it was even more intense. Then, the two of them left after a short conversation. Wandering in the Gold Flow River was a very lonely thing. Occasionally, when they met experts of the same race, they would stop and chat. Soon, another 3 years had passed. Tao Lord Blue Moon flapped his 5 pairs of white wings with a calm and holy smile on his face as he slowly flew in the Golden River. He was now 100 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River. If he continued to go deeper, he would be under pressure. The deeper the danger, the more likely he would die. Only the top universe realm Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables could explore the region between 100 million light-years and 200 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River. Tao Lord Blue Moon kept his spiritual consciousness spread out and carefully probed, not letting any place go. In this vast river, there were many huge stone pillars that were countless light-years tall. The smaller ones were tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones were millions of kilometers in diameter. There might be some opportunities hidden inside. Suddenly, Tao Lord Blue Moon's spiritual consciousness detected a weak aura fluctuation. However, the aura was a little blurry, and he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Is it the aura of another Tao Lord? Or the aura of a supreme treasure? Tao Lord Blue Moon's eyes lit up, and his entire aura changed. He stopped and carefully probed his surroundings with his spiritual consciousness. Soon he locked onto the direction. It was a huge stone pillar in the distance. Over there. He flew over carefully, keeping his guard up. As he got closer, the aura fluctuation grew stronger, and it was completely different from the aura of a Tao Lord. Clearly, this was a supreme treasure. Tao Lord Blue Moon was very excited, but he was even more careful. This was because he knew that the stronger the supreme treasure, the greater the danger around it. After flying for a full 3 days, he finally arrived in front of the huge stone pillar. However, his spiritual consciousness detected that the source of the aura was even deeper in the Gold Flow River. That was an area that only Universe Realm Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerables could explore. In the region between 100 million light-years and 200 million light-years deep in the Gold Flow River, there were even more powerful whirlpools. He was an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. Although he barely had the combat strength of a Universe Realm Tao Lord, once he was sucked in by a whirlpool, only death awaited him. Fortune comes from danger. Tao Lord Blue Moon gritted his teeth and flew deeper. Based on the aura fluctuation he detected so far, it was already a Tier 4 supreme treasure. What if he got closer? Down, down, down. Another half a month passed. Tao Lord Blue Moon's aura had weakened by more than half, and only 40% of the imperishable substance was left in his body. As the pattern of the whirlpool's appearance was unpredictable, he had been very careful during this period. However, he was still attracted by some whirlpools and almost got sucked in. Every time he could only detonate part of his immortal body to escape the whirlpool's attraction. Almost there, right? Tao Lord Blue Moon took a deep breath and his eyes grew brighter. At this moment, the supreme treasure aura he detected was already a Tier 6 supreme treasure. His destination was close at hand. It was a cave tens of millions of kilometers away. However, what puzzled Tao Lord Blue Moon was that even now, his spiritual consciousness was still unable to detect the situation inside the cave. Who knows how many supreme treasures and legacies are hidden in the Gold Flow River? Every supreme treasure's appearance is different. The supreme treasure this time is of such a high grade. The situation must be very strange. It's normal that I can't detect it. Tao Lord Blue Moon thought to himself. He became more excited and calmer. As a veteran who had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless epochs, he was very experienced. He knew very well that when facing an opportunity, the closer it was to the end, the more careful he had to be. A distance of tens of millions of kilometers was covered in an instant for Tao Lord Blue Moon. However, it took him a full minute to fly close to the cave. During this time, he was almost swept away by the whirlpool and used up another 5% of his imperishable substance. Phew. I'm finally here. Tao Lord Blue Moon carefully checked the entrance of the cave that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. He did not discover any dangers or traps. It's better to be careful. He flipped his hand and took out a black flying boat. This is a Tier 4 flying supreme treasure. I'll hide in it. With the supreme treasure's sturdiness, I'll be able to withstand an attack even if I encounter danger at the heavenly venerable level. The time it took for this attack was enough for him to escape. Tao Lord Blue Moon steered the black flying boat into the cave. The cave was also filled with golden river water. The supreme treasure's aura came from the depths of the cave. The flying boat flew slowly and approached the depths of the cave. Moments later, Tao Lord Blue Moon finally saw the source of the supreme treasure's aura. It was a spatial crack that was about 10,000 kilometers wide and 100,000 kilometers long. White rays of light were constantly emitting from it. A special space? Tao Lord Blue Moon's eyes widened in excitement. He had wandered the Chaos Sea for countless years and had seen many special treasures appear. Among them, there were supreme treasures hidden in special spaces. However, he had always been with the other experts of the Heavenly Feather race. This time he was monopolizing this opportunity. Haha, after wandering for countless years, my chance to rise in the Chaos Sea has come. Tao Lord Blue Moon took a deep breath and calmly steered the supreme treasure flying boat towards the spatial crack. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the white rays of light were actually emitted by the barrier within the spatial crack. It was because of the barrier that his spiritual consciousness could not enter. Poof. The supreme treasure flying boat pierced through the barrier and truly entered the special space. Boom. No. In an instant, the deep cave and the spatial crack in the special space became calm again, as if nothing had happened. In the boundless Chaos Sea, near the enormous First Universe, the 9 miniature universes of the Heavenly Feather race floated together like 9 pearls in one of the miniature universes. No. Tao Lord Blue Moon's avatar had been extremely excited, but in an instant he let out a terrified and indignant roar. Poof. Then he turned into ashes and dissipated into thin air. The moment his avatar was annihilated, the 6th sacred leader of the Heavenly Feather race immediately appeared. Lan Ho has been annihilated. A sigh reverberated throughout the miniature universe. Soon, dozens of Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race who resided in this miniature universe formed their avatars and arrived at the Sacred Leader continent. 6th Sacred Leader? Blue Moon has fallen? How could he have fallen? This is impossible. Who killed him? The dozens of Tao Lords were all extremely frantic and furious. According to the definition of power, Tao Lord Blue Moon's cultivation level was at the eternity level. However, with his various techniques, he barely had the combat power of a universe-level Tao Lord. Even if he encountered a celestial venerable, he still had a chance of escaping. To the Heavenly Feather race, it had been countless eras since a great being of such a level had fallen. Blue Moon died instantly. His avatar didn't have time to leave behind any information. The 6th Sacred Leader's sigh could be heard in the sky. If he had encountered an extremely terrifying danger, he would have contacted the other great beings of the race to help. However, this time he died in an instant and didn't have time to react. Thus, we can deduce that Blue Moon probably didn't sense any danger beforehand. When he did, he died immediately. The sixth sacred leader sighed. I wonder how he died. Even a celestial venerable wouldn't be able to kill Blue Moon instantly. Unless it was one of those legendary invincible celestial venerables, but that's impossible. Ever since celestial venerable purple firmament was suppressed by the fourth universe, no invincible celestial venerables have been born in the chaos ocean. It seems that he must have fallen into some dangerous place in Gold Flow River. Some of the Tao Lords were silent. Some sighed. Their expressions were solemn. The 9 miniature universes of the heavenly feather race were closely connected. News of Tao Lord Blue Moon's death quickly spread among the upper echelons of the race. Blue Moon usually only explores the inner area of Gold Flow River at a depth of 100 million light-years. He's always been cautious, so the chances of him being swallowed by the whirlpool are very low. We can basically confirm that the danger must have come from somewhere in the river. Or it could have come from somewhere deeper in Gold Flow River. In any case, if this place can cause Blue Moon to die instantly, it must be extraordinary. The upper echelons of the heavenly feather race discussed for a while. In the end, the sixth sacred leader said, based on the information Blue Moon gave us, he was most recently active in the inner area of Gold Flow River near coordinate 29867. Now, I order the 3 Tao Lords of our race who are exploring Gold Flow River, Tao Lord Jiafa, Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su, to head to that area and search. The 3 of you must be careful. If you discover anything strange or dangerous, don't barge in directly. Yes, sixth sacred leader. The avatars of Tao Lord Jiafa, Tao Lord Kuan Yu, and Tao Lord Fang Su respectfully bowed and accepted the order. At the same time, the 3 of them teleported continuously in the void above the Golden River and came to the sky above the 29867 coordinate reference point. Then they went deep into the Golden River and began a large-scale search. Chapter 593. The golden water of the Gold Flow River surged towards an unknown direction at several times the speed of light. 3 figures with powerful auras gathered above the river. Each of them had 5 pairs of white wings and looked very sacred. They were the 3 Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race. Lan Rong didn't even have time to leave behind any information before he died. One can imagine how terrifying the danger he encountered was. Even in the inner area of the Gold Flow River, there's only a very small chance of such danger appearing below 100 million light-years. Only when it's more than 200 million light-years deep will such danger be more common. Tao Lord Kuan Yu frowned. So, this mission isn't simple. Tao Lord Fang Su shook his head. We'll follow the sixth sacred lord's orders and search first. If we find any unpredictable danger, we'll report it immediately. We won't take the risk, Tao Lord Jiafa said in a low voice. I'm just afraid that we'll work for nothing. The place where Lan Rong died might not even be near the reference point 29867. Yes, this reference point is only the location that Lan Rong reported to the race 100 years ago. The place where he died might be near these coordinates or extremely far away. Forget it. We can't disobey the sixth sacred lord's orders. Let's split up and search. Each of us will be responsible for 1/3 of this reference point. That's all we can do. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race teleported away and entered the river water of the Gold Flow River to begin a large-scale search. However, the river water of the Gold Flow River covered a very large area and the environment was very complicated. None of the nearly 100 factions in the Chaos Sea dared to say that they could search the entire Gold Flow River. 10 days later, Tao Lord Jiafa, Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su met again. I finished searching the area I'm responsible for. I didn't find any useful information. Me too. The 3 Tao Lords of the heavenly feather race were worried. What should they do next if they didn't find anything? The area around a reference point is too large. We used our spiritual senses to search and covered at least 5,000 light-years at a time. Although this search speed is fast, some of the truly dangerous areas and treasure areas are affected by the environment of the Gold Flow River and the river water. It'll be very hard for us to find any truly valuable clues just by using our spiritual sense. Tao Lord Jaffa sighed. Then what can we do? We know all of this. Do we really have to investigate every light-year? This is impossible. An area of 1 light-year was not only 1 light-year in length, but also 1 light-year in length, width, and height. In the inner area of the flowing Gold River, where the environment is complex, I'm afraid that even 10,000 eras won't be enough to explore an area that covers 1 light-year. The three of them were second-tier Tao Lords amongst the Heaven Wing Tao Lords. They were all Aeon-class Tao Lords, but by relying on various techniques they were able to just barely reach the level of a Universe-class Tao Lord. However, strength was strength. This kind of blind investigation without any information would still consume a lot of time and energy. It would definitely take at least 100 million eras. I can't do a detailed investigation at all. I can only do a simple investigation like this. Let's report the results to the clan first. Agreed. Agreed. Tao Lord Jia Fa and the other two quickly reported the results of their investigation. Continue investigating. Since the reference object 29867 isn't there, expand the scope of the investigation. Do a simple investigation of all the areas that correspond to the 100 reference objects nearby. At the same time, expand the investigation area to a depth of 100 million light-years in the flowing Gold River by another 10 million light-years. The sixth Sacred Lord ordered once more. Understood. Tao Lord Jia Fa and the other two had no choice but to accept the order. Fortunately, it was just a simple investigation with their spiritual senses. It didn't take too long. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The three Heaven Wing Tao Lords had done a simple investigation of all the areas that the sixth Sacred Lord had designated. Tao Lord Fangshu had even been lucky enough to obtain a 4th-grade supreme treasure. In addition, they had also discovered 3 strange places. The sixth Sacred Lord of the Heaven Wing race had personally descended and investigated them. However, in the end he didn't find anything. What a waste of effort. I wonder where Lan Rong died and how he died. The mission is over. The Heaven Wing race had spent more than 10 years, but in the end, they could only choose to give up on the investigation if an expert of the Heaven Wing race had been killed by another force. They definitely wouldn't have let the matter rest. However, this time they couldn't find any traces. Tao Lord Lan Rong's supreme treasure didn't appear on the bodies of other Tao Lords either. Without any clues, the Heaven Wing race could only swallow their anger. Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fangshu left separately, but Tao Lord Jia Fa didn't. He continued to go deeper into the flowing Gold River. Before Lan Rong died, I met him near the reference object 29867. At that time, he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. The place where he died might be near this reference object. In that case, I'll carefully investigate this place and treat it as a search for treasures. In the following time, Tao Lord Jia Fa began to carefully investigate the situation in this area. The huge stone pillars in the river, the caves, and the sunken valleys were all places that he focused on investigating. It said that the flowing Gold River is extremely dangerous and is one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. However, I haven't encountered any real danger in the past 40 years. Jianghu flew carefully in the 70 million light-years deep region of the flowing Gold River. His spiritual consciousness was constantly spread out. Let's go deeper. He made up his mind and quickly dived deeper. As he dived deeper, he felt the pressure getting stronger. The whirlpools in the Golden River water appeared more frequently and without any pattern. They all emitted a frightening and dangerous aura. Soon, Jianghu arrived at the 90 million light-years deep region after several short-distance teleportations. Some of the dangers in this region already had the possibility of killing a Universe Realm Tao Lord. He had to be more careful and be wary of the whirlpools that could appear at any time. However, at this moment Jianghu suddenly stopped. He looked at the golden patterned black armor on his body. This was the transformation of the Tier 5 Supreme Treasure, the Six-Fold Mountain. The Six-Fold Mountain armor trembled just now? Given his strength, he was 100% sure that what he sensed just now was not wrong. The Six-Fold Mountain armor had indeed trembled ever so slightly. What's going on? Jianghu frowned. Could it be that something had collided with the Six-Fold Mountain armor and caused it to tremble? Or perhaps this supreme treasure had sensed something. Swoosh, swoosh. Jianghu dived deeper. At this moment, the Six-Fold Mountain armor trembled even more intensely. A supreme treasure is attracting me. Jianghu's eyes lit up. It was like the attraction between 2 magnets. The closer they were, the stronger the attraction. I'm sure it's deeper in the flowing Gold River. Jianghu looked even deeper. He had encountered such a situation before. Back in the ancient immortal world, when he met True Monarch Black Time, such a situation had occurred. The Threefold Mountain on his body and True Monarch Black Time's Threefold Mountain were 2 incomplete parts of the Sixfold Mountain. However, the attraction at that time was very strong while the attraction now was very weak. Could it be that the Sixfold Mountain is not complete, and there are other incomplete parts below? Jiang Xi thought to himself as he dived deeper. Whoosh. He performed another short-distance teleportation of 10 light-years. It's indeed much stronger. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The six-fold mountain armor on his body trembled even more intensely. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He continued to teleport downward. Buzz. The six-fold mountain armor trembled even more intensely, to the point where it could be seen with the naked eye. What a strong attraction. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. However, he remained calm. Each time he teleported, he would not exceed 10 light-years. Teleporting in such a large area in the flowing gold river was undoubtedly a suicidal act. Even if he had a map and a strong defense, he would not dare to do so. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Xi performed short-distance teleportation at a high frequency, approaching the direction of the Supreme Treasure's reaction. It must be the other parts of the six-fold mountain. I didn't expect to sense it in the Chaos Sea. The last time the two six-fold mountains recombined, it became a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. What about this time? However, I still have to be careful. I don't know if the missing parts are on other experts or hidden somewhere below. Jiang Xi did not dare to relax for even a moment, and his mind was on high alert. Soon, he reached a depth of 100 million light-years in the flowing gold river. Jiang Xi stopped. His spiritual sense detected a slight aura fluctuation, but he could not determine whether it was the Supreme Treasure's aura or an expert's aura. However, the six-fold mountain armor trembled even more intensely. It's even deeper? Jiang Xi frowned. Only universe realm Tao Lords and heavenly venerables could venture into the depths of the flowing gold river from 100 million light-years to 200 million light-years. Be vigilant. Whether it's on other experts or hidden somewhere, be careful. If there's any danger, teleport away immediately. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. He was not blinded by the temptation of the Supreme Treasure. In terms of life-saving ability, he had the Heaven-Connecting Tower. Even if there was danger, he was confident that he could escape. However, the prerequisite was that he had to be calm enough. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In this area, Jiang Xi did not dare to teleport anymore. He followed the attraction between the Supreme Treasures and flew. The direction was very clear. Soon 10 days had passed. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense finally found the source of the aura. In other words, he was only 1,000 light-years away from that place. However, what puzzled him was that there seemed to be something blocking his spiritual sense, and he could not detect the specific situation. The aura of the Supreme Treasure coming from there has reached the level of a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. Jiang Xi did not continue down. He was hesitating. The six-fold mountain he had was only a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. However, at this moment, from 1,000 light-years away, he sensed that the incomplete part of the Supreme Treasure was already a fifth-grade Supreme Treasure. This discovery was indeed a pleasant surprise, but at the same time, he also felt a dangerous aura. I can basically confirm that the incomplete part of the Supreme Treasure is not on other experts. Otherwise, they would have taken the initiative to confront me. It can only be hidden in a dangerous area below. However, the surrounding dangers must not be underestimated. After some consideration, Jiang Xi decided to continue exploring. His confidence came from two aspects. First, the Heaven-Connecting Tower was a special Supreme Treasure. He was confident that he could escape even if there was danger at the Heavenly Venerable level. Secondly, his defense was very strong. The six-fold mountain armor was a Tier 5 Supreme Treasure, and his body's toughness was comparable to a Tier 4 Supreme Treasure. With these two attributes combined, his defense was even comparable to a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure. Of course, there was another reason. His current cultivation level was only a 5th-grade True Lord. In terms of recovery speed and price, it was far lower than those Tao Lords who were similar in strength to him. A Tao Lord's rapid recovery required the consumption of imperishable substances. However, he only needed healing immortal medicines. Next, Jiang Xi carefully flew down for another 10 days and finally arrived at his destination. He saw a cave with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. It's actually the aura of a 6th-grade Supreme Treasure. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and became calmer. He had indeed encountered many dangers along the way. Many times he was attracted by the sudden appearance of flowing water whirlpools. However, with his strong defense and recovery ability, he survived. Therefore, his strength was still at peak condition. The source of the aura is in the depths of the cave, but my spiritual consciousness still can't detect the specific situation inside. I have to use the Heaven-Connecting Tower now. There are not many experts wandering in this area, so the possibility of being discovered is very small. Whoosh, A simple and unadorned 9-story pagoda appeared in the golden river water. Riverward, on the other hand, disappeared, having already entered the inner space of the heavenly reaching tower. What? An undercurrent of the river that could kill an Aeon Realm Dao Lord crashed into the heaven-connecting tower? However, this 9-story tower that didn't emit any aura remained unmoved, as if it hadn't been hit at all. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. Jianghu felt as if he had entered a safe house. The sense of danger in his heart lessened greatly, but he still maintained his vigilance. He controlled the heaven-connecting tower and flew into the depths of the cave. Moments later, Jianghu finally saw the source of the Supreme Treasure's aura. It was a spatial crack about 10,000 kilometers wide and 100,000 kilometers long. White rays of light constantly escaped from within. At this moment, the 6-fold mountain armor on his body trembled even more violently. There were even blurry phantoms that appeared, as if conveying an extreme desire. It's actually a special space. I don't know why, but a crack has been torn open in this space. Moreover, under the scouring of the Golden River, the exposed layer of the barrier has become very weak. That's why the Supreme Treasure's aura can be emitted. Jianghu quickly analyzed the general situation behind it. Let's give it a try first. Even if there was a heaven-connecting tower, Jianghu did not rashly barge in. He controlled the heaven-connecting tower and approached the spatial crack, carefully sensing the strength of the barrier. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense still could not penetrate it. Then Jianghu took out a Grade 1 Supreme Treasure armor. After a simple refinement with his spiritual sense, he threw it into the spatial crack. The Supreme Treasure passed through the barrier and entered the special space inside the barrier. Poof! In the next moment, he clearly sensed through his spiritual sense that the Grade 1 Supreme Treasure armor had been completely shattered. It's at least at the level of an Aeon Dao Lord. Jianghu's expression froze. Only experts at the level of an Aeon Dao Lord or above could destroy a Grade 1 Supreme Treasure with a single blow. However, this was just a conservative estimate. In reality, the danger behind the barrier was even greater. Let's try again. At this juncture, Jianghu did not care about the Supreme Treasure at all. He took out another Grade 2 Supreme Treasure. After a simple refinement, he threw it into the spatial crack. Poof! The Grade 2 Supreme Treasure was also completely shattered, but it lasted a little longer, a millionth of a second. This was already at the level of a Universe Dao Lord. Let's try again. This time it was a Grade 3 Supreme Treasure, but it still shattered. However, it lasted a millionth of a second. It's already at the level of a Heavenly Venerable. Jianghu took a deep breath. He could clearly sense all of this through his spiritual sense in the space of Sky Piercer Tower. He had obtained those 3 supreme treasures in the ancient immortal world. At that time he had disposed of most of the spoils of war, leaving only these 3 supreme treasures. He had originally planned to leave them for the Earth lineage as a foundation, but now they came in handy. Is it worth it? Jianghu was weighing the pros and cons. He had only saved these 3 supreme treasures. If he continued to try, it would be a supreme treasure that he could use. The functions of Green Bird Palace and Sky Piercer Tower overlap. If I lose it, so be it. Jianghu gritted his teeth and took out the Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure, Green Bird Palace. The Supreme Treasure aura emanating from the spatial crack was already at the level of a Grade 6 Supreme Treasure. If he succeeded this time, the gains would undoubtedly be huge. I killed 4 Desolate level Dao Lords and nearly 5,000 Perfected Lords in exchange for this Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure. I have to succeed. Jianghu still felt a little pained. The value of a Grade 4 Flying Supreme Treasure was comparable to that of a Grade 5 Supreme Treasure. Then he shook his head and decisively threw the Green Bird Palace, which he had never used before, into the spatial crack. He entered the special space through that layer of barrier. It works. After a millionth of a second, the Green Bird Palace was not instantly destroyed like the previous 3 supreme treasures. However, after a tenth of a second he could no longer sense the existence of the Green Bird Palace. A Grade 4 supreme treasure can only last for 0.1 seconds? Jianghu's expression was solemn. What kind of danger was hidden inside? He stood there and thought for a long time. The sturdiness of the Heaven-Span Pavilion far surpasses that of a 4th grade treasure. You can use it to enter this special space. Using this supreme treasure, I can at least last for 0.1 seconds. That's enough time for me to escape. After considering many possibilities, Jianghu decided to enter the special space himself. Sky Piercer Tower easily passed through the barrier in the spatial crack and truly entered the special space. Given riverward strength, his spiritual sense was able to detect everything in the space in an instant. This space was barren as if it had been forgotten for countless eras. Buzz, endless spatial wind blades, under the effect of a terrifying suction force, swept through this space wantonly like a storm with the power to destroy the world. With just a glance, a storm formed by spatial wind blades had already swept dozens of light years away. It was obvious that the Green Bird Palace and the other 3 treasures had been destroyed by this storm. However, these spatial wind blades and the suction force were not the real danger. The source was the huge spatial vortex in the middle of the space. How big was it? Jianghu's spiritual consciousness clearly detected that the diameter of this spatial vortex was a full light year. He had never seen such a huge spatial vortex. Even if the entire solar system was filled in, it would not be able to block this huge spatial vortex. At this moment, facing the terrifying suction force, even Skypiercer Tower could not withstand it. It trembled violently and was sucked in by the suction force. Not good. Jianghu's expression changed. Hold on. Big. As Skypiercer Tower was being sucked in, it was also rapidly expanding. Its size and weight were increasing. Quick. Jianghu controlled Skypiercer Tower. In an instant, this 9-story tower became 9 light years tall. It was like a real Skypiercer Tower sitting on the ground of this space. The top of the tower almost reached the spatial barrier above. In the end, Skypiercer Tower resisted the terrifying suction force and no longer continued to approach the spatial vortex. The distance between the 2 sides was only 3 light years. Phew, the powerful Skypiercer Tower indeed did not disappoint me. Jianghu let out a long breath. Although he was in Skypiercer Tower space and did not suffer any harm, once he entered this unknown and huge spatial vortex, who knew what kind of danger would there be? In the Chaos Sea, the most taboo thing was to enter an unknown spatial vortex because no one knew where they would be sent to. The unknown was always the most terrifying. But the damaged part of the supreme treasure that attracted the sixfold mountain is not here. Jianghu's expression did not look too good. He had lost Green Bird Palace and gained nothing in the end. He had almost lost himself. This special space was empty. Apart from the spatial vortex, he did not see any supreme treasures. However, the sixfold mountain armor was still trembling violently, and the trembling was even more intense than when he entered. The source of the aura is actually coming from the spatial vortex. At this moment, Jianghu really did not know whether to be pleasantly surprised or to laugh bitterly. Just the aura coming from the spatial vortex was already at the level of a stage 6 supreme treasure. Then what if he passed through the spatial vortex and reached the other end? How powerful would this aura be? What level would the damaged part that attracted the sixfold mountain be? Stage 7? Jianghu shook his head. Definitely more than that. But no matter what, he would not choose to enter this spatial vortex. Just the spatial wind blades and the suction force it emits can destroy a stage 4 supreme treasure instantly. Even if a heavenly venerable came, he would probably not be able to withstand the dangers inside the vortex, right? Although supreme treasures were important, one's life was more important. At the same time, Jianghu had another doubt. The spatial vortex was like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. However, this spatial vortex in front of him was so powerful. Why was this special space that contained it not swallowed? Could this be a special space formed naturally in the Chaos Sea? Jianghu could not think of a definite answer. I'll remember this location. When I'm strong enough in the future, perhaps I can come and explore. Although he had lost Green Bird Palace, it was not like he did not gain anything this time. He obtained information about a Stage 7 Supreme Treasure. A Stage 6 Supreme Treasure was already incomparably precious. A Stage 7 Supreme Treasure's value was even higher. Even heavenly venerable powerhouses did not have many who could possess such a legendary supreme treasure. Chapter 594. In the waters of the Gold Flow River, every giant stone pillar extended from the bottom of the river at an unknown depth of light years. Just their diameters were measured in light years and were incomparably majestic. The stone pillars were covered with canyon-like depressions and a large number of caves. Even a Tao Lord would have to spend an enormous amount of time in order to carefully investigate the holes and caverns of a stone pillar. Therefore, everyone basically used their spiritual senses to investigate. If they discovered something abnormal, they would focus on investigating carefully. When Jianghu first entered the special space, he was about 5,000 light years away from him. Tao Lord Jia Fa of the Heavenly Feather race had an excited expression on his face. He was following a giant stone pillar and investigating deeper into the Gold Flow River. All these years he had been exploring the area with coordinates 29867. It was not only to find the place where Tao Lord Blue Moon had fallen, but also to search for treasures for himself. Not long ago, he sensed the aura of a supreme treasure and found his way here. Tao Lord Jia Fa's spiritual senses could cover an area of 5,000 light-years. From his position, he just happened to be able to detect the cave with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. The aura of the supreme treasure is getting stronger and stronger. It's so strong even though it's 5,000 light-years away. A great opportunity. Tao Lord Jia Fa was extremely excited and kept diving down to search. Just like that, half a month passed and he finally arrived outside the cave. At this moment, the Supreme Treasure's aura had already reached the level of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure. Could it be that Tao Lord Blue Moon died here? That's possible. Tao Lord Jia Fa suddenly stopped and broke out in a cold sweat. At this depth of the Gold Flow River, dangerous places that could instantly kill an Aeon Realm Tao Lord was simply too common. Since this cave contained a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure, the danger inside was definitely not small. It would not be surprising if there was danger that could kill a Universe Realm Tao Lord. I was almost possessed. If this is really where Tao Lord Blue Moon died, I'll die if I go in. Although supreme treasures were important, one had to be alive first. Report to the race. Tao Lord Jia Fa was very decisive. Greed was the nature of any sentient being. The difference was whether one could control the greed in one's heart. Tao Lord Jaffa had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless epochs and experienced countless dangers. He was an expert who could control his greed. A clue to a 6th-tier supreme treasure. I'll be rewarded for reporting it. Together with my own savings, it's enough to exchange for a 5th-tier supreme treasure. Soon, GRFA Tao Monarch received news that the 6th sacred master of his race had left his miniature universe and was rushing toward him. The 6th sacred master will need 5 days to get here. However, there are still experts from many factions roaming this area. Tao Lord Jia Fa frowned as he thought to himself. Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Feng Su aren't too far away. Just in case, let's call them over as well. After doing this, Tao Lord Jaffa stood guard at the entrance to the cave. Inside the special space, endless spatial wind blades and the auras of precious treasures poured out of the enormous spatial vortex. According to the ranks of supreme treasures, the 6-fold mountain in my body is actually an incomplete supreme treasure. The true treasure on the other side of the spatial vortex is the true body of the true treasure? Jianghu hid in the space of Sky Tower, deep in thought. Although he was very tempted, he restrained the desire in his heart very well. I'd better leave this place first and come back later. Jianghu shook his head. Next, when he was about to leave, he ran into a little trouble. The power of the spatial vortex was too terrifying. He had to expand Sky Tower to 9 light-years tall to resist the suction force. Now it wasn't so easy to leave the space. Let's move slowly. Jianghu was very patient. He steered the 9 light-year tall Sky Tower, withstanding the endless spatial wind blades and suction force, and slowly flew toward the spatial rift. Under the effect of the suction force, he crossed the distance in less than 1/10,000th of a second. In the end, he used half a month to return to the spatial rift. I have to pass through the enchantment quickly. Jianghu was highly focused. Sky Tower shrunk countless times in an instant, becoming an ordinary 9-story tower. Let's go. Jianghu's reaction was very fast. In less than 1/1,000,000th of a second, he controlled Sky Tower, passed through the enchantment, and successfully left the special space. That was close. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he immediately became alert again. He sensed the aura fluctuations of other experts. Boom. Almost at the same time, a heaven-like world projection descended. It combined with the spacetime control to form an extremely powerful spacetime domain that covered an area of hundreds of light-years. Outside the cave, Tao Lord Jia Fa laughed. Ha, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I didn't deliberately look for you. You were the one who wanted to die and bumped into me. You didn't want to live but you chose to die. You can't blame anyone. This was really a pleasant surprise. He had been worried that the 6th Sacred Lord would need 5 days to arrive. What if the experts of other forces discovered this cave during this period? Therefore he specially contacted Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Feng Su, who were not far away. However, Tao Lord Jia Fa didn't expect that he would only wait for half a day. Before the 2 experts of the same race arrived, Tao Lord Mountain Sea arrived first. Moreover, Tao Lord Mountain Sea happened to appear in the depths of the cave. After half a day of investigation, he already knew that there was something strange about this cave that could block spiritual senses. Clearly, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord had entered the cave before him. However, the aura of the supreme treasure did not disappear. This meant that Dao Lord Mountain Sea did not obtain the supreme treasure in the cave. He's a new Dao Lord of the human race, but he can enter and exit the depths of the cave freely. This means that there's no danger inside at all. I worried too much before. In that case, after I kill him, I'll go deeper to explore. Let's see how you escape this time. Dao Lord Jiafe was full of smiles. Previously, the Ninth Sacred Lord had speculated that Dao Lord Mountain Sea might have a special 6th grade supreme treasure that could control spacetime. However, its offensive methods were too weak. In recent years, he had been collecting information about Dao Lord Mountain Sea. The evaluations of the various forces on Dao Lord Mountain Sea also confirmed this speculation. Even if your spacetime domain is more powerful than mine, you can't escape at all in this cave. Since your offensive methods are not good, then die. Your supreme treasure will become the cornerstone of my path to becoming a heavenly venerate. Dao Lord Jiafei's face was full of excitement as he flew into the depths of the cave with the giant red sword. Oh no. In the depths of the cave, Jianghu had just passed through the spatial rift when he entered the unique spacetime of the heavenly feather race. His spiritual senses had already detected the traces of the enemy. This is troublesome. Jianghu frowned. He had only obtained a clue to a legendary supreme treasure after such a huge loss. How could it be discovered so easily? The Golden River was so big. How could he have bumped into it? His luck was too bad. He shook his head again. It was better to think about how to deal with his opponent first. Break! Jianghu shouted. The extremely real Mountain Sea spacetime instantly descended. Crack! Dense and terrifying cracks appeared in the spacetime of the Kingdom of Heaven and began to collapse. However, Dao Lord Jiafe did not care. He took advantage of this opportunity to pounce in front of Jianghu. There's no choice. I can only fight. Jianghu took a deep breath. The heaven-connecting tower transformed into a long shuttle and appeared in his hand. Then like a sword it stabbed out. Although this special supreme treasure could only unleash the power of the 42nd level, the supreme treasure itself was extremely sturdy. Even the spatial wind blades in the special space could not shake the heaven-connecting tower, let alone an Aeon Realm Dao Lord. At the same time, Jianghu also used the 5-element sword technique of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Kill. The tip of the heaven-connecting tower, which was glowing with 5-colored sword light, stabbed towards Dao Lord Jiafe. This stab was extremely fast. Wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the void and countless vortexes appeared in the Golden River water. As for Dao Lord Jiafe, he was brandishing the giant red sword. Like before, he gave up on defense and attacked with all his might. Therefore, this stab pierced Dao Lord Jiafa without any obstruction. Dao Lord Jiafe howled miserably as his body trembled violently. His aura instantly weakened and his imperishable substance rapidly decreased. In just an instant, 50% of his imperishable substance was lost. How is that possible? Who said that his offensive methods are useless? Dao Lord Jiafe was confused. One strike took away half of his life. He was wearing a grade 5 defensive supreme treasure. Why didn't it have any defensive effect? Supreme treasure. The long shuttle in his hand is definitely a grade 6 offensive supreme treasure. Dao Lord Jiafei's face was pale with fear. Since you're here, don't leave. Jianghu was wearing black armor with golden patterns. His aura was majestic like a god of war. He held the long shuttle formed by the heaven-connecting tower and swung it like a rod or a sword. If the EXP panel was his greatest trump card for cultivation, then the heaven-connecting tower was his greatest trump card for combat. When he came out of the special space earlier, Dao Lord Jiafe had already seen the heaven-connecting tower. Naturally, there was no need to hide it. Bang! This time, Dao Lord Jiafe was prepared and raised the giant red sword to block. However, the power of the heaven-connecting tower was too strong and unstoppable, sending him flying. The powerful power caused his aura to drop by another 10%. Run. Dao Lord Jiafe was anxious. However, this cave was covered by the spacetime domain and could not teleport. How fast could he fly? Soon, the long shuttle tore through the void and swept over with a 5-colored sword beam. Dao Lord Jiafe began to despair. He did not expect the situation to change so quickly. A second ago he was still extremely confident and thought that Dao Lord Mountain Sea was in the bag. Now he had become the target of pursuit. Clang. Dao Lord Jiafei's grade 5 supreme treasure sword collided with the heaven-connecting tower once more. The terrifying power generated swept across an area of several light years, forming a terrifying undercurrent. At the same time, the aura of the universe realm Dao Lord of the heavenly feather race dropped by another 10%. Human, Are you prepared to offend the heavenly feather race? Tao Lord Jia Fa hollered. You're about to die and you still dare to say such threatening words? Jiang Xi sneered. Spare my life and you'll be a friend of the heavenly feather race from now on. Tao Lord Jia Fa was truly anxious. Sorry you're not worthy. Jiang Xi swung the long shuttle formed by the heaven-connecting tower and smashed it out again. Bang. Tao Lord Jia Fa was sent flying once more and his aura dropped once more. At most he would die 3 more times. Kuan Yu Fang Su, hurry and save me. Tao Lord Jia Fa suddenly shouted. At the same time, 2 more heavenly spacetime domains descended and overlapped with Tao Lord Jia Fa's spacetime domain. Bus. The 3 heavenly spacetime domains overlapped and became even stronger. They were even stronger than the spacetime domains of ordinary universe realm Tao Lords. Initially, Jiang Xi had the upper hand in the spacetime domain. But now he was at a disadvantage. 5,000 light-years away from the cave, Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su had terrible expressions and were in disbelief. Like Tao Lord Jia Fa, they were both universe realm Tao Lords and their actual combat strength was similar. They were both barely at the universe realm. However, at that moment they could not believe that Tao Lord Jia Fa was being hunted down by a human Tao Lord and could not fight back at all. And this human Tao Lord was none other than Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who had just gained some fame not long ago. How is that possible? Didn't they say that Tao Lord Mountain Sea's offensive methods are weak? Tao Lord Kuan Yu was bewildered. Don't worry about that. Saving Jia Fa is more important. Tao Lord Fang Su said in a deep voice. Then, the 2 of them ignored the danger and teleported 5,000 light-years away to the cave. At the same time, Tao Lord Jia Fa's aura was less than 20% and he was about to die. Jiang Xi was about to attack again mercilessly. Human, you dare to kill him? Tao Lord Kuan Yu shouted angrily. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, if you kill him, my heavenly feather race will definitely destroy all the experts of the human race in the 4th universe. Tao Lord Fang Su also threatened loudly. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with killing intent. A threat? He would not fall for it. Kill? He shouted loudly. The long shuttle was like a sword, carrying endless might as it fiercely pierced out. Chi. Tao Lord Jia Fa, who was already no match for Jiang Xi, was even more helpless after his aura dropped to less than 20% and was instantly pierced. This heavenly feather race expert, whose combat strength had barely reached the level of a universe Tao Lord, howled in grief and indignation and was directly annihilated. You killed an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. Eternal Experience +6. The notification on the experience panel sounded. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. He had been in Chaos Sea for decades, and he had finally opened his shop. Killing an Aeon Realm Tao Lord was equivalent to killing 6 desolate-level Tao Lords. And the spoils of war. After Tao Lord Jia Fa died, the few supreme treasures floating on the spot, including the armor and the scarlet sword, were all 5th-stage supreme treasures. They were also great gains. With a wave of his hand, Riverward collected these few supreme treasures into his pouch. Human, you're courting death. Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su were furious. Kill and steal? To the heavenly feather race they were the only ones who killed and stole in Chaos Sea. No faction had ever dared to do this to them. Even the 2 Holy Land universes had to be polite when they saw them. Now, this small human Tao Lord from the 4th universe had actually killed a top Aeon Realm Tao Lord of their heavenly feather race right in front of them. Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su were furious. This Mountain Sea Tao Lord deserved to be killed. The humans of the 4th universe should be destroyed. Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su each struck out with their palms. 2 huge black palm prints did not give Jiang Xi any room to dodge. The palm prints were extremely powerful, barely reaching the level of a universe Tao Lord. However, Jiang Xi had no intention of defending at all. He directly used his body to receive the palm. Boom. 2 huge black palm prints landed on Jiang Xi's body. Energy exploded, creating a terrifying whirlpool and undercurrent in the Golden River water. Even an ordinary Aeon Realm Tao Lord will be severely injured under these 2 palms. Tao Lord Kuan Yu said coldly. But at this moment, whoosh, Jiang Xi's figure passed through the energy erupting from the palm prints and attacked them directly. With a level 5 defensive treasure and his own level 4 body, he was not afraid of this level of attack at all. The long shuttle formed by Heaven Connecting Tower instantly arrived in front of Tao Lord Kuan Yu with a terrifying might. The tip of the tower pierced Tao Lord Kuan Yu. His defensive treasure was inferior to Tao Lord Jia Fa's, so his aura instantly weakened by 70%. What? Tao Lord Kuan Yu panicked. Run, run. He screamed in a shrill voice. Not far away, Tao Lord Fang Su turned around and wanted to escape without thinking. They did not see the scene of riverward crushing Tao Lord Jiafe. Escape? Can you escape? Jiang Xi sneered. With a flash, he appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Let's fight to the death. Tao Lord Fang Su's expression was extremely solemn. Because they were in the spacetime domain, they could not teleport. Moreover, after Tao Lord Jiafe died, only their spacetime domain overlapped, so its power was greatly reduced. Now that they were at a disadvantage in the fight for the spacetime domain, their speed was naturally much lower. Tao Lord Kuan Yu laughed bitterly. Unlike Tao Lord Fang Su, he did not have a clone. Like Tao Lord Jiafe, if he died this time, he would truly die. Among the three of them, only Tao Lord Fang Su had a clone. Boom. The battle erupted once more, but the situation was one-sided. Jiang Xi crushed the two Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race completely. His defense was strong to begin with, but his offensive methods were weaker. Now that he had released Heaven Connecting Tower, he made up for his lack of offense. A moment later. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Kuan Yu roared in grief and indignation before turning into ashes with a poof. The remaining Tao Lord Fang Su had a grim expression and was about to die as well. There was less than 40% of the imperishable substance in his body. With Jiang Xi blocking the entrance of the cave, there was no way he could escape. I noticed that you were very careful when you attacked, worried that the aftershocks of the battle would hit the spatial rift. Are you afraid? Or are you worried about destroying what's behind the spatial rift? Tao Lord Fang Su suddenly asked. Jiang Xi's expression darkened as he raised his shuttle and swept it out. However, he was still a step too late. The focus of his attacks earlier on was all on Tao Lord Kuan Yu. It would definitely take time for him to turn to Tao Lord Fang Su. You're indeed very strong. I wonder if you can withstand my self-destruction? Tao Lord Fang Su laughed. As he laughed, his body expanded instantly. Under the high-speed circulation of the violent energy, its power increased by hundreds and thousands of times. Boom, 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 boom. The self-destruction of an Aeon Realm Tao Lord was definitely comparable to the combined attack of 100 Aeon Realm Tao Lords. The terrifying power caused the cave to collapse and terrifying abyssal rifts exploded in the void. Crack, 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 crack. It even shook the gigantic stone pillar that had stood for countless epochs. Jiang Xi reacted quickly and retracted his spacetime domain immediately, wanting to teleport away. However, the power of an Aeon Realm Tao Lord's self-destruction was too great. The spatial rift in the depths of the cave was torn apart in an instant. The weak barrier turned into spatial turbulence and was swept away by the Golden River water. The enormous spatial vortex was also visible in the Gold Flow River. A powerful gravitational force that could devour a celestial venerable instantly spread out. The endless river water was devoured. What? The gigantic stone pillar where the cave was located broke in the middle, stirring up one vortex after another. The spatial vortex with a diameter of 1 light-year was like a huge mouth that could devour everything. It attracted all tangible and even intangible objects, turning them into a raging torrent. Jiang Xi wanted to curse. He was in this torrent and the void was in chaos. There was no chance for him to teleport. He only had time to enter Heaven Connecting Tower. Then, almost at the moment when the spatial vortex appeared, it was swallowed up. The Heavenly Feather race was the strongest peak race in the First Universe and also the third largest faction in the Chaos Sea, second only to the two Holy Land universes. However, at this moment, this powerful race was in chaos, which was rare. This was because in a short 3 minutes, they had lost 2 top Aeon Realm Tao Lords. Including Tao Lord Blue Sea who had perished a few decades ago, they had lost a total of 3 top-tier Aeon Tao Lords in the past 100 years. In the miniature universe of the first Sacred Master, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather race gathered in a temple through their avatars. Fang Su, what's going on? Weren't the 3 of you together? Why did Jiafe and Kuan Yu die one after another? What danger did you encounter? The Tao Lords asked anxiously. Tao Lord Fang Su laughed bitterly. Everyone, actually, my true body died just now. The Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race looked at each other. This meant that 4 Aeon Realm Tao Lords had died. Moreover, these 4 Aeon Realm Tao Lords had barely reached the Universe Realm Tao Lord level. Even if they encountered a celestial venerable, they had a chance of escaping. Now they had died one after another. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Heavenly Feather race. Fang Su explained the situation. The first Sacred Master's voice rang out from the skies. Tao Lord Fang Su bowed. First Sacred Master, all of this was done by Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race of the 4th universe. The cave that Jiafe reported did indeed have the aura of a 6th-tier true treasure. He recounted everything that had happened in the cave. Instantly the temple was in an uproar. The upper echelons of the heavenly feather race were all shocked beyond belief. As for the 6th-tier true treasure, it was no longer important. A newly ascended Tao Lord of the 4th universe had actually killed 3 Yin Realm Tao Lords of their race. This was what infuriated them the most. A puny human from the 4th universe dares to disrespect the heavenly feather race. How audacious. Even that half-step celestial venerable Tao Lord 9 Clouds wouldn't dare to kill a Tao Lord of our race. Dear Sacred Masters, issue a bounty to kill all the humans of the 4th universe of the Primal Chaos Sea. How can we allow such a weak power to act so impudently in the name of the heavenly feather race? Kill all their Tao Lords, kill Venerable Ming and avenge Jiafe and the others. Also, tell the other powers of the Primal Chaos Sea that the heavenly feather race is inviolable. Finally, the first Sacred Master spoke. I order all the powers of the Primal Chaos Sea to issue a bounty. Kill a desolate level Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with a 4th-tier true treasure. Kill a flood-level Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 10 4th-tier true treasures. Kill an Aeon Realm Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 1 5th-tier true treasure. Kill a Universe Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 10 5th-tier true treasures. Also, kill a Mountain Sea Tao Lord of the 4th universe of the human race and you will be rewarded with 1 6th-tier true treasure. This bounty was like a declaration of war that quickly spread to nearly 100 forces in the Primal Chaos Sea. All the forces knew that the Heavenly Feather race was about to establish their might. Ever since the Heavenly Feather race became the 3rd power of the Primal Chaos Sea, no weak force had dared to offend them like this. The name of Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea officially spread throughout the Primal Chaos Sea. He came from a weak force, but he actually dared to kill 3 top Aeon Realm Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. He was dead meat. This was the evaluation of Jianghu by many forces in the Primal Chaos Sea. Chapter 595. After the meeting of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather race, the first Sacred Lord summoned Tao Lord Fangshu's clone alone. As a Heavenly Venerable, the first Sacred Lord of the Heavenly Feather race had 6 pairs of white wings. He had 1 more pair than the Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather race. He looked at Tao Lord Fangshu kindly and asked, "You said that there was a spatial crack in the depths of the cave and that there might be a special space inside?" Yes, the aura of a 6th-stage supreme treasure came from there. Tao Lord Mountain Sea seemed to be worried that he might destroy the spatial crack. Tao Lord Fangshu said respectfully, "Do you remember what happened after you self-destructed?" The first Sacred Lord asked again. Tao Lord Fangshu frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "At the moment my true body's spiritual sense collapsed, I seemed to see an incomparably huge spatial vortex appear from the shattered spatial rift. That spatial vortex had a diameter of at least 1 light year. I don't know what happened after that. By the way, Tao Lord Mountain Sea's shuttle was suspected to be a 6th-stage offensive supreme treasure." The first Sacred Lord's eyes flashed. He nodded slightly and said, "No matter what, your main body died because of the race's mission. Later, go to the race and get a set of 5th-stage supreme treasures." "Thank you, First Sacred Lord." Tao Lord Fangshu was pleasantly surprised. A set of 5th-stage supreme treasures included an offensive supreme treasure, an armor supreme treasure, an essence soul supreme treasure, and a flying supreme treasure. This way, even if his main body died, his strength didn't decrease. Instead, he became stronger. After Tao Lord Fangshu left, the first Sacred Lord looked in the direction of the Chaos Sea and muttered to himself, "Such a huge spatial whirlpool in a special space. This is something that has never been seen before. It's worth paying attention to." Then he ordered the 9th Sacred Lord to head to the Chaos Sea as well. This way, the Heavenly Feather race's 6th Sacred Lord and 9th Sacred Lord, 2 Heavenly Venerables, moved out at the same time. They had 2 goals: to explore the unknown spatial whirlpool and to establish the might of the Heavenly Feather race. At the same time, in the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven in the 4th universe, Jianghu's clone was hiding in his own Grotto Heaven. When his main body fell into the huge spatial whirlpool, Jianghu was indeed very nervous. However, there was only one word to describe the current situation: helpless. Because their minds were connected, he was also aware of everything that had happened to the original body. Now, under the protection of the Heavenly Tower, his original body was being transported to an unknown place by the spatial vortex. The speed was extremely fast, crossing an unknown number of light years every second. With the Heavenly Tower here, it should be able to keep my main body safe. I'm just afraid that I might end up in some dangerous place and be unable to escape. That would be troublesome. Jiang Xi shook his head lightly. At this moment he received a message from his master, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi, the heavenly feather race has issued a bounty to the experts of the human race in the fourth universe. They even specifically listed you. What happened? The message also contained the details of the bounty. After Jiang Xi finished reading, his eyes turned cold. The heavenly feather race was truly tyrannical. If they failed to snatch the treasure, they would be exterminated? This bounty order was equivalent to exterminating the human race. If the higher-ups of the human race died, then the other forces of the fourth universe would definitely join forces to exterminate the human race. Then Jiang Xi explained the situation. Master, I met Tao Lord Jia Fa of the heavenly feather race just now. However, he did not mention that his main body had yet to escape. Although the upper echelons of the human race had internal competition, they were very united against outsiders. If everyone knew that his main body was still in danger, they would definitely think of ways to rescue him. At that time, it might implicate the other experts of the human race. He had already seen the danger of this spatial vortex. Even heavenly venerables could die if they were swallowed in. I'll settle everything myself, Jiang Xi thought to himself. On the other side, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was silent for a long time after understanding the reason. At this moment, his main body and avatar were fighting in the Chaos Sea. This was an avatar he had left behind. It's only been 200 years since the battle in the ancient immortal world. Not long after entering the Chaos Sea, he killed 3 Aeon Realm Tao Lords who barely had the combat strength of a universe realm. This disciple of mine is becoming more and more unfathomable. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a complicated expression. Then this avatar of his arrived in the bright universe of Tomorrow Supremacy and appeared in front of a huge temple in the void. Senior Brother Ming. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shouted outside the temple. Nine Firmaments, why are you here? Tomorrow Supremacy walked out of the temple in the form of a white-robed middle-aged man. The next moment, his mind stirred and he knew what had happened. Tomorrow Supremacy said in surprise, your disciple. Yes, I don't understand either. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and said with a serious expression, I called you here mainly because of the bounty the heavenly feather race issued. What do you think? Stop war with war. Tomorrow Supremacy's aura suddenly erupted. Alright. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. I just heard that the 2 sacred lords of the heavenly feather race moved out without hiding their whereabouts. Do you want me to cooperate with you? No need, I alone am enough. A dragon-patterned scepter appeared in Tomorrow Supremacy's hand. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and did not insist, because Tomorrow Supremacy had a rank 6 offensive treasure, the Chaotic Heavens Scepter. 100 years ago, the Chaotic Heavens immortal abode of the ancient immortal world had opened. Tomorrow Supremacy had relied on an immortal abode token to fight his way to the end and obtained this Chaotic Heavens Scepter. With a rank 6 offensive treasure in hand, Tomorrow Supremacy's strength was even stronger than before. Jiang Xi hid in the space of sky-piercing tower and was swept to an unknown place by the huge spatial vortex. The suction force of this spatial vortex was too strong, and the distance it covered was unknown how many billions of light years. Therefore it could not stop for a while. Endless spatial wind blades swept through the vortex channel, and the terrifying power was probably enough to annihilate even a heavenly venerable instantly. Fortunately, I have sky-piercing tower. Otherwise, my true body would have really fallen. Jiang Xi secretly rejoiced. Many of his methods were mostly used on his true body. If he died, his strength would probably fall directly to the lowest level of Tao Lords. Next, Jiang Xi allowed sky-piercing tower to be swept by the suction force and began to organize the gains of this battle. This time the gains are not small. Just the rank 5 treasures alone there are 4. Tao Lord Jia Fa and Tao Lord Kuan Yu each had 2 rank 5 treasures, and Tao Lord Fang Su had self-destructed. Things happened too suddenly, and he did not even have the chance to take away Tao Lord Fang Su's treasures. What a pity. An Aeon Realm Tao Lord is 6 yuan of eternal experience points and it's gone. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. All in all, the gains from this battle are still very big. In this battle, in addition to the treasures, he also obtained 12 yuan of eternal experience points. Of the 12 yuan of eternal experience points, 10 yuan has been converted into eternal fragments, and the remaining 2 yuan has been left to deduce Tao techniques. Next, Jiang Xi let his clone in the Grotto Heaven world begin to expand the Grotto Heaven world. He believed that after this expansion was completed, his strength would rise to another level. Without relying on sky-piercing tower, he would have cosmic combat power. Wait and see. The last time I fused with the 5 Yuan eternal fragments, it took more than 100 years to complete the expansion. This time it will definitely take longer. Jiang Xi thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Sky-piercing tower was still being brought to an unknown place by the spatial vortex. On this day, Jiang Xi suddenly realized that the suction force outside had begun to weaken. Am I finally coming to the other end of the spatial vortex? Jiang Xi took a deep breath and began to try to control sky-piercing tower to escape the suction force. On the other side, in the cave that had been destroyed by Tao Lord Fang Su's self-destruction, the sudden appearance of the huge spatial vortex had turned this place into a new dangerous place. The monstrous golden river water continued to pour into the spatial vortex. With the huge spatial vortex as the center, the area within a radius of hundreds of light years was covered by the suction force. The closer it was to the center, the stronger the suction force. At this moment, 100,000 light years away from the spatial vortex, ripples appeared in the void, and 2 figures appeared at the same time. Each figure had 6 pairs of white wings, but their auras were very ordinary and did not have the slightest bit of power. However, if any Tao Lord in the Chaos Sea saw them, they would be able to recognize that they were the 6th and 9th sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan. Any expert who ventured into the Chaos Sea would be told that there were some terrifying existences that could not be provoked. The 9 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan were 9 heavenly venerables that could not be provoked. The 6th and 9th sacred lords stared in the direction of the spatial vortex. Given their strength, they could vaguely sense the terrifying aura there. In just a few short decades, our clan has lost 4 top-tier Aeon Realm Tao Lords, the 6th sacred lord said. 3 of them were killed by new human Tao Lords in the 4th universe. Some of the powers in the Chaos Sea have already begun to mock our Heavenly Feather clan. This time, the 2 of us will join forces and show those other races the might of the Heavenly Feather clan. That's right. The Heavenly Feather clan is the strongest clan in the 1st universe and the 3rd strongest power in the Chaos Sea. Even the 2 Holy Land universes do not dare to provoke us. That puny human from the 4th universe dares to provoke us? This time we must annihilate them. The 9th sacred lord's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The 2 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan spoke in a domineering tone. This was because they were confident. The 2 Holy Land universes had transcendent statuses, and the experts that came from them rarely became enemies with other powers. Hence, strictly speaking, the Heavenly Feather clan was the strongest and most domineering clan in the Chaos Sea. This was because this clan was truly powerful. In terms of overall strength, the Heavenly Feather clan had many Tao Lords. Of course, compared to the 2 Holy Land universes, the Heavenly Feather clan's Tao Lords were slightly weaker. However, the Heavenly Feather clan had many celestial venerables, a total of 9. In this aspect, they were much stronger than the 2 Holy Land universes. This was because the 2 Holy Land universes were unable to produce new celestial venerables. The current celestial venerables had all survived from ancient eras, and their miniature universes had been destroyed long ago. Without their miniature universes, the celestial venerables would naturally be much weaker. This made the celestial venerables of the 2 Holy Land universes weaker than the Heavenly Feather clan. Naturally, they would be wary of them. The eternity is coming. This calamity will be the era of the Heavenly Feather clan. This time, we must show those other races that the might of the Heavenly Feather clan is not to be trifled with. The 6th sacred lord said. The 9th sacred lord nodded lightly. The humans of the 4th universe have jumped out at this time. This is the perfect time to establish our might and lay the foundation for the upcoming battle of eternity. Then he said softly, they only have 1 Ming Zun. Although he is strong and has 3 bodies, he doesn't even have a 6th-tier attack true treasure. He is no match for us at all. We have 9 celestial venerables and obtained the ancient inheritance from the ruins of myriad worlds. In the entire Chaos Sea, only celestial venerable purple firmament, who is eternally suppressed by the 4th universe, can suppress us. The other celestial venerables are nothing to be afraid of. This time we will use that space whirlpool as bait. No matter how many celestial venerables are attracted, we must punish them severely, especially that Ming Zun. If he comes, we will kill him directly. The 2 celestial venerables talked as they continuously teleported closer to the giant space whirlpool. To them, a distance of 1,000,000 light years was just a matter of time. At the same time, in the void space 10 million light years away from Gold Flow River, chaotic gray fog was churning. An enormous abyss was affecting the environment of this void space. This was a famous danger zone in Chaos Sea, 9 Extinction Abyss. Even universe-level Tao Lords didn't dare to set foot here. Boom. A golden staff shadow appeared out of thin air like a dragon swimming in the sky. Break. A gentle but powerful voice sounded in this void space. The light that shot into the sky caused the surrounding gray fog to disperse. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, shattering the void above 9 extinction abyss. In such a dangerous environment, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible to teleport. However, this staff shadow directly shattered the void space and brought a white figure with it. Its speed kept increasing, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. In less than a minute, it crossed the extremely dangerous 9 extinction abyss. Whoosh. Then the white figure successfully teleported away from this area. After this teleportation, Ming Zun looked at the Gold Flow River in the distance. Phew, I'm finally here. There were many dangerous places on the way from the 4th universe to the Gold Flow River. This journey would have taken half a month. However, Ming Zun swept through all the dangerous places in an absolute manner. In the end, it only took him 5 days to complete the journey. The heavenly feather race of the 1st universe has reproduced for countless eras. In terms of the number and quality of strong beings, they are the top existence in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, their strong beings have a kind of arrogance in their bones. They are domineering and powerful, and they don't even care about the 2 Holy Land universes. This time, Jianghu embarrassed them, so he wants to take the opportunity to use the human race of the 4th universe to establish his dominance. Back then, when Heavenly Venerate Purple Sky was invincible in the Chaos Sea, no Heavenly Venerate dared to be presumptuous. Even the Heavenly Feather race had to obediently submit. This time, I'll imitate Heavenly Venerate Purple Sky. With the 6th stage True Treasure Cupid Sky Staff, my original body can finally display its strength. Heavenly Feather Race, I hope you are a good opponent. Ming Zun, who looked like a middle-aged man in white, hadn't stepped into the Chaos Sea for a long time. He had 1 original body and 2 clones. Usually, only the 2 clones wandered in the Chaos Sea. His original body rarely moved. Whoosh! Ming Zun teleported again and directly entered the inner area of Gold Flow River, approaching the huge space whirlpool. In the past few days, the news of a new danger zone appearing in Gold Flow River had spread to almost 100 forces in the Chaos Sea. Moreover, the traces of the 2 holy masters of the Heavenly Feather race had also spread. All the forces knew that this was the intention of the Heavenly Feather race. Since they wanted to establish their dominance, they couldn't remain calm. Only by making it public and causing a huge commotion would they be able to attract more attention, and the effect of establishing their prestige would be better. Therefore, Ming Zun didn't need to search at all. He could easily obtain the whereabouts of the 2 holy masters of the Heavenly Feather race. As the devouring force kept decreasing, Jianghu finally regained control of Sky Tower. Then he drove Sky Tower and flew rapidly in the whirlpool tunnel. Finally, he passed through the other end of the space whirlpool and arrived at an unknown place. Jianghu hid in Sky Tower and was very safe. However, the scene in front of him made him very surprised. This was another special space. The area was huge, but the structure was very simple. There was a huge lake. In the middle of the lake there was an island. There were no plants on it, only ancient palaces connected together. Putting the island aside, Jianghu felt that this lake was very strange. The mirror-like lake was divided into many densely packed areas. Every area was reflecting an image just like a surveillance camera. Although the image wasn't big, it seemed to encompass the entire world and monitored the space within a radius of tens of thousands of light years. When one's spiritual consciousness probed it, they could see the detailed surveillance scene. At the same time, above each area, there was a normal-sized space whirlpool. There were more than 100,000 of them. Jianghu came out from one of the space whirlpools. He looked at the surveillance area below the space whirlpool and probed with his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, he found that the surveillance area below was showing the place where he fought with the 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. Through the surveillance image, he could clearly see that the huge space whirlpool was the center of that place and had turned into a new danger zone. Could it be that this space can monitor the entire Chaos Sea? Or could it be that through these space whirlpools I can reach all places in the Chaos Sea? Looking at the surveillance areas and space whirlpools, Jianghu's heart was in turmoil. How powerful must a force be to be able to do this? Even the 2 holy lands couldn't do it, right? Such a great divine ability should be achieved through the space whirlpools above each surveillance image. The other end of the space whirlpools is probably in the depths of the 3 great danger zones. Just like the huge space whirlpool I passed through, it's hidden in a special space and is extremely dangerous. Even heavenly venerables don't dare to step into it. Jianghu took a deep breath and made these conjectures in his heart. He had relied on the heaven-reaching tower to escape this calamity. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to come to this mysterious surveillance space. Soon, after a careful examination, the images confirmed his guess. It was divided into many lakes, and the surveillance images displayed seemed to have existed since time immemorial. Many of the scenes in the images were familiar to him. For example, when he was rushing to Goldflow River from the fourth universe, some of the danger zones he passed through on the way were in these images. Of course, he didn't recognize most of them. The existence that built this huge surveillance system definitely doesn't belong to this era. This is a civilization that was once extremely powerful. Jianghu's shock couldn't be calmed down for a long time. The aura of the supreme treasure that attracted the sixth-level mountain came from that space whirlpool. Jianghu looked at one of the space whirlpools. Moreover, the aura of the supreme treasure coming from that space whirlpool had surpassed a 6th-stage supreme treasure and reached a 7th-stage supreme treasure. The corresponding surveillance image below also showed a special space. He didn't know where it was or if it was one of the 3 great danger zones. Jianghu didn't rush into the space whirlpool. He planned to go to the island in the middle of the lake to explore first. Just then, a new situation appeared. Jianghu found that the corresponding surveillance image of the space whirlpool he came from had changed. A terrifying figure appeared 100 light-years away from the space whirlpool. It was more than 100,000 kilometers tall, like a flaming demon god, and its entire body was emitting monstrous lava flames. True Flame Demon Lord? Jianghu was a little surprised. This was a heavenly master from the second universe. He was very famous in the Chaos Sea and belonged to a special life form, somewhat similar to the fire spirit of the fourth universe. How did he find this place? Jianghu was puzzled. On second thought, he understood. The huge space whirlpool had a diameter of 1 light-year, and the power it emitted covered an area of more than 100 light-years. The Empyrean powerhouses wandering in the Goldflow River could sense the commotion there with just a slight sense. It's going to be interesting. Jianghu had the mentality of watching a good show. Through the monitoring screen, his spiritual sense could clearly observe what was happening there as if he was in the scene himself. Moreover, Jianghu wasn't worried that the other party would pass through the huge space whirlpool and come to this mysterious surveillance space. The power of the huge space whirlpool was too strong. The space wind blades emitted from the whirlpool channel could instantly annihilate a 4th-stage supreme treasure. Even a 6th-stage supreme treasure couldn't last long. To pass through the channel in the space whirlpool, it would take a total of 5 days. What kind of defense could withstand the endless space wind blades in the channel for 5 days? Unless the other party also had a special supreme treasure like the Sky Tower, the possibility of this was very slim. Even if the other party could come, it would still take 5 days. Therefore, Jianghu wasn't worried about his safety at all. In the surveillance image, True Flame Demon Lord frowned as he looked at the space whirlpool 100 light-years away. He muttered to himself, the aura of a 6th-stage supreme treasure. After hesitating for a moment, he began to approach the space whirlpool, slowly moving forward against the storm-like space wind blades. However, he stopped after moving forward for only 10 light-years. Scary. If I go any closer, I might be swallowed directly. True Flame Demon Lord shook his head. Boom. Boom. Another 2 figures appeared 100 light-years away from the space whirlpool. Each of them had 6 pairs of white wings and looked extremely holy. They were the 6th and 9th sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather clan. When they saw the huge space whirlpool, their eyes were filled with shock and surprise. This was because the aura of supreme treasures coming from the space whirlpool had already reached 6th-stage supreme treasures. If they passed through the space whirlpool and reached the other end, what level of supreme treasures would it be? Chapter 596. In the inner region of the Goldflow River, 100 million light-years deep, another 10,000 light-years down, a huge spatial whirlpool had formed a new danger zone, emitting a terrifying aura. 100 light-years away from the spatial whirlpool, the 6th and 9th sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather race stood side by side, looking at Lord True Flame. The 2 sides were facing each other and a battle was about to break out. The 6th sacred lord opened his mouth and said in a loud voice, Lord True Flame, you have intruded into the treasured land of the Heavenly Feather race. You deserve to die. The treasured land of the Heavenly Feather race? Deserve to die? Lord True Flame's face turned cold. My race's Tao Lord discovered it first. Of course, it belongs to the Heavenly Feather race. The 9th Sacred Lord said loudly. Ah, what a joke. Why don't you just announce that the entire Chaos Sea belongs to the Heavenly Feather race? Only then can you show off your dominance and power. Lord True Flame laughed angrily. Heavenly Venerables were extremely proud. Even if the Heavenly Feather race was extremely powerful, he couldn't tolerate it. Whatever you say is useless. The sixth Sacred Lord snorted coldly. Then, an incomparably realistic space-time domain descended. Numerous massive stars filled the sky, blotting out the sky and turning into streaks of light. The ninth Sacred Lord also used his spatial domain. Then many giant swords attacked Lord True Flame. This area was already affected by the spatial whirlpool, so it was difficult to increase one's speed to the maximum. With the spatial domain of the two Sacred Lords, Lord True Flame couldn't escape at all. He could only fight. Lord True Flame, who was 100,000 kilometers tall, roared angrily. The spatial domain that was like a world of flames descended. Volcanoes spewing lava formed and clashed with the attacks of the sixth and ninth Sacred Lords. Boom, 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 boom. Space-time exploded, and a terrifying aura swept across tens of thousands of light years. A vacuum appeared in the golden waters of the Gold Flow River. As a heavenly venerate, Lord True Flame naturally wouldn't be subdued so easily. Even though he was being suppressed, he still fought fiercely. How terrifying. Jianghu's spiritual sense felt like he was there himself. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura of this battle. Just the shockwaves alone was enough to annihilate a desolate-level Tao Lord. At the same time, Jianghu also felt the power and tyranny of the Heavenly Feather race. I'm afraid they want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Not only do they want to use the humans of the fourth universe to establish their might, but they also want to defeat or kill more Empyreans to intimidate the other forces in the Chaos Sea. In another part of the inner area of the Golden Flow River, Ming Tianzuan was holding the Armillary Heaven Staff as he broke through the void and advanced rapidly. What a powerful fluctuation. He was a little surprised. He had long sensed the aura emitted by the spatial vortex. However, he did not expect that a battle would break out so suddenly. It's Empyrean powerhouses fighting. It's just that I wonder who it is? Ming Tianzuan didn't rush over immediately. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, he didn't want to be so reckless. Then he flew in the Golden River at a speed 100 times the speed of light, approaching the enormous space vortex. As for the battle over there, it was becoming more and more intense. Being able to become an Empyrean powerhouse, there was naturally not one who was simple. Although Demon Master Zhenyan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to resist the combined attacks of the sixth and ninth Saint Masters with his huge body. Who is spying on us? Come out. The sixth Saint Master suddenly shouted, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. Have I been discovered? Riverward was startled. Through the monitoring screen of the mysterious space, his spiritual sense was able to clearly observe the situation of their battle as if he was there himself. However, he quickly realized that he hadn't been exposed. There was a new powerhouse on the way. The surveillance images in the lake were extremely powerful, and they were able to monitor the area around the spatial vortex for tens of thousands of light years. In the images, a white figure could be seen holding a long staff with a dragon engraved on it as he moved stealthily. After the sixth Saint Master shouted boom, a huge staff shadow broke through the heavens and earth, shattering the stars that the sixth Saint Master had formed. At the same time, a casual voice rang out. The sixth Saint Master lives up to his name. I've long heard that the 9 Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather clan are all very powerful. In terms of strength, the first Saint Master is ranked first, while you, the sixth Saint Master, are ranked second. I didn't think that you would be able to discover me even after I hid my tracks. Mingzun, how dare you come here to die? The 9th Saint Master was filled with murderous intent. Good that he's here. It saves us the trouble of finding him. The 6th Saint Master laughed coldly. Compared to them, the true Flame Demon Master, who was in a sorry state, laughed loudly. Aha, Mingzun, long time no see. At that moment, the 4 Heavenly Masters had gathered. The battle seemed to have become even more intense and unpredictable. Mingzun. Jianghu, who was monitoring everything in the mysterious space, looked worried. He had already seen the combined strength of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather clan. They could completely suppress the true Flame Demon Master. If the true Flame Demon Master wasn't a special life form and didn't have a strong body, he would have been in danger of dying. This is troublesome. Why is Mingzun here? He only has a level 6 primordial soul treasure. His offensive and defensive treasures are both level 5. Compared to the true Flame Demon Master, his defensive treasures are much weaker. Jianghu was very worried. Mingzun was the pillar of the human race in the 4th universe. Now that Heavenly Master Purple Firmament was permanently suppressed by the 4th universe, if anything happened to Mingzun, it would be a huge problem. At that moment, the 6th and 9th Saint Masters of the Heavenly Feather clan were very happy. Although they had completely suppressed the true Flame Demon Master, it was still difficult for them to kill him. The newcomer Ming Zun was different. He would be easier to deal with because he only had a level 6 primordial soul treasure. He was weak in other aspects. If the Heavenly Feather clan wanted to establish their dominance, what could be better than killing a Heavenly Master? Ming Zun. How dare the human race in the 4th universe offend your superiors and go against the Heavenly Feather clan? You caused the death of 3 of our Aeon Realm Dowlords. Your clan will be wiped out. The 6th Saint Master said directly. The white-robed middle-aged man Ming Zun looked even colder. Wipe out my clan? If you die, the human race in the 4th universe will have no one to rely on and will naturally be wiped out, the 9th Saint Master said softly. You should feel honored that we'll wipe out your clan so that we can intimidate the other powers. In the mysterious monitoring space, Jianghu heard these words clearly and sneered how domineering. Only the Heavenly Feather clan was allowed to kill him, but he was not allowed to kill them? Then the battle erupted again. Although the 6th and 9th Saint Masters had turned their attacks to Ming Zun, they did not give up on suppressing the true Flame Demon Master. Heavenly Feather clan, you are too arrogant. The true Flame Demon Master was furious. Ming Zun, let's work together and kill these 2 bastards. Ming Zun did not say a word, but his aura suddenly changed. He changed from a gentle image to a crazy war god. His eyes shone with a shocking light as his violent aura shot into the sky. Kill. The level 6 primordial chaos staff seemed to have come alive. It turned into a divine dragon that soared into the sky and swept across the land. Rumble. The 2 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan moved as well. Within the spacetime domains of the 6th and 9th Saint Masters, the large planets and giant swords that were rotating at high speed suddenly froze in the air. Suddenly, a special wave of energy was descending. A blurry light covered the spacetime domains of the 2 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan. Bam, 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 bam. The 6th Saint Master's stars shattered and emitted rays of 5-colored light. At the same time, the 9th Saint Master's giant swords quickly merged together. Descend. The 2 heavenly masters shouted at the same time. Amidst this huge commotion, the 5-colored brilliance circulated, and in an instant, it condensed into a light figure that looked like a woman. The woman's face was blurry. She was millions of kilometers tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings behind her back. She held a giant sword in her hands and looked extremely holy. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire land. It was as if she was some kind of supreme existence. Boom, boom, boom. Be it the 2 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan, Ming Zun, or the true Flame Demon Master, their spacetime domains instantly collapsed the moment the woman appeared. Even Jianghu, who was in the mysterious monitoring space, could feel the pressure that the woman was emitting because his spiritual consciousness was present. It was an indescribable pressure that surpassed that of a heavenly master. It surpassed the current level of life. Descent? Jianghu's expression was solemn. He was worried about Ming Zun. The 2 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan suddenly used the descend of the descend. Its power was beyond imagination. If they had used it earlier, the true Flame Demon Master wouldn't have lasted until now. That was indeed the case. The true Flame Demon Master had escaped immediately. He didn't have any fighting spirit left. The true Flame Demon Master's 100,000-kilometer-tall body desperately tried to escape under the terrifying pressure of the woman. However, the pressure was too strong. Even if the 4 heavenly masters' spacetime domains collapsed, he couldn't increase his flying speed, let alone teleport. Be careful, Ming Zun. This is probably the ancient inheritance that the Heavenly Feather clan obtained. The true Flame Demon Master said anxiously. Ming Zun held the armillary sky staff and stood in the golden river water. He didn't say a word. He didn't try to escape like the true Flame Demon Master. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. At this moment, the 2 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan were inside the woman's body. The 6th Sacred Master said softly, the last time the Heavenly Feather clan used the descend of the Heavenly Feather clan, it was when the 9 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan worked together to kill the strongest person in the 3rd universe. Heavenly Master Yu and Ming Zun, you should feel honored to be able to see the descend of the Heavenly Feather clan before you die. Descend and kill all enemies, the 9th Sacred Master said. The woman in the light suddenly started singing softly. It was as if the heavenly music had descended upon this world. This magical music entered deep into one's primordial spirit and was intoxicating. Its power was so strong that even a heavenly master would find it hard to resist. The true flame demon master stopped and stared blankly at the sacred woman in the light. Ming Zun also stared at the sacred being and didn't say a word. Jianghu, who was in the mysterious space, became anxious when he saw this scene. He was worried about Ming Zun. Although he could hear the music, he wasn't affected by its magical power. This was because his primordial spirit wasn't there. At this moment, the sixth sacred master chuckled and said, "Descend, please kill the enemy who dares to challenge the dignity of our clan." Previously, the 9 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather clan had used Descend of the Heavenly Feather clan and easily killed the strongest person in the third universe, Heavenly Master Yuan. Although it was only the 2 of them using it this time, their opponents were obviously weaker than Heavenly Master Yuan. This was enough. Buzz! 2 shocking beams of light suddenly condensed on the woman's blurry face. They pierced through the sky and shattered the void. One beam shot toward the true flame demon master and the other toward Ming Zun. The true flame demon master, who was affected by the music, woke up at the critical moment. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out blazing lava that collided with the beams of light. Boom! The true flame demon master howled in pain. The beams of light easily destroyed the lava that he had condensed and hit his body. Instantly, half of his 100,000-kilometer-tall body exploded. On the other side, Ming Zun raised his armillary staff and smashed it out. Bam! The beams of light hit the armillary staff. Ming Zun was only sent flying by this terrifying power. The sixth sacred master, who had been smiling confidently, was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "You actually managed to block the attack of a Descend. You are quite capable. However, you can only be lucky once. The next attack you..." "Haha." Ming Tianzuan interrupted him and laughed out loud. His clear eyes were filled with raging flames and his desire to battle was overflowing. "I thought that your so-called Descend of a Descend was the real Descend of a Descend. It turns out that it is just a projection of a Descend of a Descend. Since that is the case, you can all die." Ming Zun's arrogant voice reverberated throughout the area. At the same time, the huge space whirlpool and the continuous waves of battle attracted another 3 heavenly venerables. They did not go near the battle area. Instead, they watched from afar. Originally, these 3 heavenly venerables were already shocked by the Descend of a Heavenly Feather tribe. However, when they heard Ming Zun's arrogant voice, they were even more shocked. Ming Zun is actually disregarding the 6th sacred master and the 9th sacred master? Jianghu heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ming Zun was more powerful than he had imagined. At the very least, his life should not be in danger this time. On the other hand, the 6th sacred master and the 9th sacred master of the Heavenly Feather race were enraged by Ming Zun's words. "Arrogant!" the 6th sacred master shouted angrily. "Humph! The 9 heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather race have dominated the Chaos Sea for countless eras. There are very few who dare to be so arrogant in front of us. You are just a small human heavenly venerate from the 4th universe. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" The 9th sacred master's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Kill him." The 6th sacred master waved his hand and pointed at Ming Zun. The Heavenly Feather race sovereign light figure, who was 1,000,000 kilometers tall, stepped on the void and waved a giant sword that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. He slashed it at Ming Zun. Crash! The void exploded. Terrifying waves of energy swept across the area. This attack was extremely terrifying. The true flame demon lord was in despair. Although he was not the target of this attack, just the aftershocks were enough to annihilate him. This was because the light beam just now had already taken away half of his life. Roar! The true flame demon lord roared in despair. At this moment, Ming Zun, who was like a god of war, laughed maniacally. His body expanded by 100,000 times. "Fifth move!" Ming Zun shouted. Boom! 5 heavenly venerables appeared in the surrounding void. They were all holding dark heaven staffs. They swept across the heavens and earth. These 5 heavenly venerables were in 5 different directions. It was as if they had turned this area into Ming Zun's world. Ming Zun's true body was the core of this world. When this world was formed, the Heavenly Feather race sovereign light figure's terrifying aura covered this area. Cracking sounds could be heard as it collapsed. "Kill?" Ming Zun's eyes shone brightly as he waved his dark heaven staff. Whoosh! Instantly, the 5 similarly towering phantoms fused with him. The dark heaven staff turned into a giant staff shadow and smashed out. At this moment, the giant sword that the woman in the light figure had waved also landed. Boom! The void shattered, and the boundless chaotic gray fog gushed out from the crack in the abyss, mixing with the water of the Golden River and setting off huge waves. A terrifying aura swept across tens of thousands of light-years like a tidal wave. This terrifying aura was so powerful that even a universe-realm Tao Lord would die. However, in this collision Ming Zun's body, which had expanded by 100,000 times, only took one step back. As for the woman in the light figure with 12 pairs of 5-colored wings, she took 3 steps back. Unlike the earth-shattering battle just now, at this moment, with the huge space vortex as the center, the heaven and earth within 100 light-years radius suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The other 3 heavenly venerables who were watching from afar were completely stunned. Demon Lord True Flame, who had fallen into despair, was also stunned. Then he was overjoyed. As for the 6th and 9th sacred lords, their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The heavenly feather race sovereign light figure they had summoned couldn't defeat a mere human heavenly venerate. The supreme treasure in your hand is a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. This is impossible. The 9th sacred lord was shocked and furious. When did this happen? A few days ago, the heavenly feather race had issued a bounty on the humans of the 4th universe. For this, they had specially gathered the latest information and found out that Ming Zun didn't have a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. But now he had one. I just got it not long ago. You are very lucky to be my first opponent after I obtained the armillary staff. Ming Zun stood in the void. His white robes fluttered in the wind, but his aura was like that of a god of war. He was even more domineering than the heavenly feather race. Your sovereign's descent is nothing compared to my armillary staff. If this is all you have, then I have overestimated your heavenly feather race. The 6th sacred lord said in a low voice. The heavenly feather race's descent of the heavenly feather race came from an ancient inheritance in the Chaos Sea. Although only the 9th sacred lord and I are using it together, its power is definitely greater than that of most heavenly venerables. I'm afraid that your advantage isn't just because you have a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure. Your mastery of the secret technique is also beyond my imagination. It seems like this is your true strength. Your 2 clones are far inferior to your true body. You are qualified to make the 9th sacred lord and I go all out. Ah. Ming Zun's laughter shook the void. Go all out? Then let me see how strong you are. 9th sacred lord, attack. The 6th sacred lord shouted. Alright. Let's show Ming Zun the power of the heavenly feather race's descent of the heavenly feather race. The 9th sacred lord was filled with anger. At that moment, many heavenly venerables from various factions were secretly watching the battle from afar. This was a battle to establish the heavenly feather race's prestige. If they couldn't defeat Ming Zun even after joining forces, it would be a huge joke. The entire heavenly feather race would become the laughing stock of many factions in the Chaos Sea. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 streaks of flowing light flew out from the 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord and merged into the sovereign's light figure. Ka. The female sovereign's light figure quickly changed. Her body had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings and was covered by silver armor. There was also a crown on her head. The light figure in her hand was originally a huge sword, but it was now a real sacred sword. 3 6th grade treasures. Jianghu, who was in the mysterious space, was shocked. The armor, crown, and sacred sword were the 6th sacred lord's defensive supreme treasure, the primordial spirit supreme treasure, and the 9th sacred lord's offensive supreme treasure. This way, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure's strength increased tremendously. The 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race are really going all out. Jianghu was a little worried. Could Ming Zun still withstand their attacks? Indeed, the 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord's expressions were extremely serious. This is the strongest state that we can reach when we join forces to unleash the sovereign's descent. I don't believe that you can still suppress us, the 6th sacred lord said coldly. At the same time, the fully armed female light figure waved her sacred sword and slashed down once again. In the distant space, Ming Zun was expressionless as he looked at the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure, whose aura was even more terrifying. 6th move. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. There were originally 5 heavenly feather race's light figures, but now there was one more. This caused the world to become even more real. Then, the staff smashed the heavens as it swept towards the sacred sword that was coming down from above. Rumble. The staff and sacred sword collided, causing heaven and earth to collapse after this attack. Ming Zun immediately retreated. The sovereign's light figure obviously had the upper hand. The 6th sacred lord and the 9th sacred lord heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was not the end. Powerful. Look at my seventh move. Ming Zun, who had retreated, immediately raised his staff again. What? There's still a seventh move? This is impossible. The sixth Sacred Lord and the ninth Sacred Lord were shocked. Whoosh. The silhouettes of the seven venerables of heaven and earth appeared in seven different locations with their enormous staff shadows. Then they combined together in an extremely mysterious way. The space-time instantly turned into boundless darkness. There was no light at all. Rumble. After a loud explosion, the darkness dissipated and light reappeared. At this moment, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure was sent flying. It broke through the turbulent waters of the Golden River and crashed into a huge stone pillar. However, Ming Zun had no intention of stopping. He laughed and said, "Not bad. Your sovereign's descent has some tricks up its sleeves. I have used all 7 moves, but I still can't break through this sovereign's light figure. My 8th move has just been created, and it's not perfected yet. Let's try it on her." "It move?" Ming Zun's voice seemed to resound in the sky. The heavenly feather race swept across heaven and earth once again. 7 complete heavenly feather races light figures and 1 blurry light figure appeared. In an instant, the space-time once again turned into boundless darkness. However, following this, a shining light figure appeared in the darkness. The strange thing was that this light figure didn't seem to belong to this world. It seemed to have descended from another world. Many heavenly venerables who were attracted by the commotion were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying attack before. How is this possible? Is this the power of a heavenly venerate? True Flame Demon Lord was shocked. Rumble. The shadow of the stick that appeared from the darkness swept across the place and eventually descended upon the spacetime. The darkness dissipated once again and light reappeared. However, the heavenly feather race's sovereign's light figure instantly collapsed. It turned into rays of 5-colored light and disappeared. The 3 rank 6 ultimate treasures also scattered. Impossible. He actually destroyed the sovereign's light figure. The 9th Sacred Lord was completely shocked. He touched it. The 6th Sacred Lord's heart trembled as he panicked. He was the second most powerful person in the heavenly feather race. In the past, he had even fought with Heavenly Master Zishao, who was known as the Invincible Heavenly Venerate. However, at that time, he had been defeated by Heavenly Master Zishao and had been forced to flee. He had been unable to fight back at all. Later on, when he heard that Heavenly Master Zishao had been suppressed by Universe 4, he even clapped his hands and cheered. However, at this moment he felt as if he had experienced that feeling again. In the mysterious space, Jianghu was monitoring everything through the images in the lake. He was also shocked and excited at the same time. This is Ming Zun's power? I have never seen Ming Zun in action before. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Haha, this is the fortune of the human race. Chapter 597. In the inner region of Goldflow River, undercurrents were surging. From the appearance of the huge space whirlpool to the battle between the 4 heavenly venerables, the earth-shattering aura had never subsided. At that moment, there were more than 10 heavenly venerables watching from afar. However, none of them dared to get close. These heavenly venerables were all stunned. It was too terrifying. The 10 heavenly venerables did not expect that Ming Tianzuan, who was not well known in Chaos Sea, would have such terrifying strength. The heavenly feather race's sovereign descent technique summoned the sovereign light shadow, which definitely had the combat power of a top-notch heavenly venerate. However, it was still defeated by Ming Tianzuan. My original body has always lacked a suitable 6th-rank offensive treasure. Ming Tianzuan's voice sounded. He held the armillary sky staff and stood in the surging golden river water. There was no joy on his face as he said in a low voice, "It is precisely because I do not have a powerful offensive treasure that I have always kept a low profile. I am afraid that I will be too powerful and bring disaster to my race. I am indebted to Heavenly Venerate Zishao. He is like my father and brother. Before he was suppressed by the 4th universe, he asked me to lead my race well. 6th Sacred Master, 9th Sacred Master, do you know what angers me the most?" In the next moment, Ming Tianzuan's eyes shone brightly as he roared, "I am most angry that you dare to put a bounty on my race's elites. How dare you say that you want to exterminate my race? So what if you are from the Heavenly Feather race? So what if you are the 3rd force in Chaos Sea? How dare you be so arrogant when Heavenly Venerate Zishao is here? Today, I will let you know the consequences of threatening to exterminate my race." Ming Tianzuan roared with a ferocious expression. His blood-red aura shot up into the sky like a rainbow. Then he lifted the armillary sky staff and swept it out. The 8th move. Run. Run. The 6th Sacred Master and 9th Sacred Master were shocked and angry. However, they did not have any thoughts of fighting back. They did not dare to stay any longer and immediately teleported away. However, the speed of the staff was too fast. Boundless darkness instantly descended. It was as if a staff shadow had descended from an illusion into reality. It shone brightly as it merged with Ming Tianzuan's armillary sky staff whoosh. The staff silently smashed toward the 6th Sacred Master and 9th Sacred Master. The expressions of the two heavenly venerables from the heavenly feather race changed drastically as they unleashed their spacetime domain at almost the same time. Several huge stars and giant swords appeared. Boom, boom. However, this strike was too powerful. Wherever it passed, stars exploded and giant swords crumbled. It swept toward the two heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race with unstoppable momentum. Quick, stop him. The 9th Saint Master shouted in fear. His attack can even defeat the Sovereign Light Shadow. How can I possibly block it? Let's escape first. The 6th Saint Master said angrily. You can't escape. Ming Zun was expressionless as he chased after them with his staff. His speed continued to soar. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. Moreover, this staff was surrounded by many staff shadows that wreaked havoc in this spacetime, constantly smashing apart the stars and giant swords formed by the two heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race. At this moment, spacetime was in chaos, and they did not have any chance to teleport. Phew! A 6th grade flying ship appeared. The 6th Saint Lord and the 9th Saint Lord instantly entered the flying ship. They wanted to use the flying ship's speed to escape. Quick! The 9th Saint Lord shouted anxiously. Quick, quick, quick! The 6th Saint Lord's face was tense as he sped up. The flying ship's speed became faster and faster. However, Ming Zun's speed was not slow as he used the armillary sky staff to open a path. 100,000 times the speed of light instantly caught up with the flying ship. Do you think you can escape? Ming Zun clenched his right hand and grabbed at the flying ship. His palms suddenly became 1,000,000 kilometers large. Staff shadows whizzed out from his fist and covered the space around the flying ship. Then boundless darkness descended. Not good. We have no chance of resisting within the flying ship. 6th brother, don't worry about me. You go. I will stay here and delay him. The two heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race were in despair. The 9th Saint Lord wanted to fight with his life to win a chance for the 6th Saint Lord, but he was stopped by the 6th Saint Lord. Boom. The flying ship disappeared, and the two heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race reappeared. The 6th Saint Lord was wearing silver armor, and his 6 pairs of white wings were gently flapping. He originally looked very holy. However, at this moment, this heavenly venerate elite that shook the entire Chaos Sea was filled with anger. Ming Zun, we have already escaped, but you are still chasing after us. If it was just the 9th Saint Lord, he would be in danger of dying in front of you. However, are you sure you can stop me? Are you sure you want to fight to the death with my heavenly feather race? His words sounded like a threat, but in reality he was begging for mercy. Hand over a set of 6th grade treasures, and the enmity between your heavenly feather race and my 4th universe's human race will be considered settled. Otherwise, I don't mind having a few more opponents to train my staff techniques with. Ming Zun's tone was extremely domineering. The 6th Saint Lord's expression was very ugly. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Then he raised his head and said, "All right, my heavenly feather race respects the strong. These are 4 6th grade treasures. 1 for attack, 1 for flight, 1 for primordial spirit, and 1 for armor. I hope you can keep your promise." Whoosh, he waved his hand and 4 streaks of light shot out. Ming Zun stretched out his hand and grabbed them. After taking a look, he kept them and dispersed the boundless darkness. Whoosh. The 6th Saint Lord brought the 9th Saint Lord and teleported away without stopping for a moment. This scene shocked the dozen or so heavenly venerables who were secretly watching from afar. Demon Lord Jin Yin, who was not far away, and Jianghu, who was in the mysterious space. The heavenly feather race was the 3rd most powerful force in the Chaos Sea and the strongest race in the first universe. They had always been domineering in their actions. However, Ming Zun, who was not well known in the Chaos Sea, had actually forced 2 heavenly venerables from the heavenly feather race to bow their heads and hand over a set of 6th grade treasures to save their lives. Moreover, the 6th Saint Lord was not an ordinary heavenly venerate. He was the 2nd heavenly venerate of the heavenly feather race. Congratulations, Ming Zun. The human race of the 4th universe is really powerful. Countless years ago, there was heavenly venerate Purple Firmament who was invincible in the Chaos Sea. Now you, Ming Zun, have defeated 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race. I admire you. Demon Lord Zhenyan said. Demon Lord Zhenyan and all the friends who are watching the battle. Venerable Ming glanced at Lord True Flame, then looked around. I would like to ask everyone to help spread the news of this battle. Let all the forces in the Chaos Sea laugh at the Heavenly Feather race? I like it. Demon Lord Zhenyan laughed. Don't worry, Mingzun. We will do as you say. Don't worry. Soon the entire Chaos Sea will know about this. The dozen or so heavenly venerables who were secretly watching the battle also laughed through their spiritual senses. Mingzun nodded slightly. Then he broke through the endless golden water of the Gold Flow River with the Armillary Sky Staff and disappeared. Demon Lord Zhenyan and the other heavenly venerables also left with mixed feelings. As for the huge space vortex as the source and battlefield of this battle, it was also known by all the forces in the Chaos Sea. However, at this stage no heavenly venerables dared to step into it. This was because everyone had noticed its uniqueness and danger during the battle just now. This was a dangerous place that could threaten the lives of heavenly venerables. In the distant mysterious space, Jiangxi's spiritual sense saw everything through the surveillance footage in the lake. It was as if he was there himself. He was still a little excited and shocked, and it was difficult for him to calm down in a short time. After this battle, none of the major forces in the Chaos Sea will dare to use the humans of the Fourth Universe to establish their dominance, right? Although the two heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather race had not died, they had to use a set of 6-stage supreme treasures to survive. This was enough to explain everything. Mingzun used this battle to tell the Chaos Sea that the humans of the Fourth Universe were not to be bullied. Jiangxi also understood Mingzun's final intention. With Mingzun's strength, he could have at least killed the Ninth Sacred Lord if he had been ruthless. However, this would have led to a situation where only one side would be able to kill the Heavenly Feather race. No matter how strong Mingzun was, there was only one of him. The Heavenly Feather race was different. Even if one of the 9 heavenly venerables died, there were still 8. Moreover, the Heavenly Feather race had the first Sacred Lord, who was even stronger. He could survive in front of the invincible Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. He was probably not weaker than Mingzun. In addition, at the level of Dao Lords, the Heavenly Feather race still had hundreds of Dao Lords. As for the human race including Jiangxi, there were only 23 Dao Lords. If the human race and the Heavenly Feather race really went against each other, the human race would be the one to suffer in the end. Therefore, Mingzun had profited greatly by taking a set of 6-stage supreme treasures. At the same time, he could settle this grudge and prevent the two races from going to war. Once the war started, it was conceivable that the human race's experts would hide in the Fourth Universe for safety. They would not dare to step into the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea was the battlefield of Dao Lords and Heavenly Venerables. If they could not explore and train here, the human race would not have the chance to give birth to a new Heavenly Venerate. A temporary compromise in exchange for more opportunities for the race to develop. Jiangxi's gaze was deep. At this moment he understood the meaning of being the leader of the race even more. Under the situation where Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament was permanently suppressed, Mingzun would be the only sky of the human race. He would protect the entire race and lead the race to become stronger. I want to become stronger too. Jiangxi took a deep breath. His spiritual consciousness left the lake surveillance image. His gaze turned to the island in the middle of the lake. Then he flew over. He could see that there were many ancient palaces on the island. Obviously, a long time ago this was once the residence of an ultimate expert or a powerful race. Just from the surveillance images in the lake he could tell. Those images could almost monitor all the dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. At the same time, through the large number of space whirlpools above, he could also reach those places. This kind of heaven-defying method was unheard of. Even the two Holy Land universes could not do it. Otherwise, the Chaos Sea would have long become the Holy Land's private land. What kind of powerful civilization left behind the traces? Is it the previous Calamity era? Or an even more ancient existence? Jiangxi thought as he flew. Soon he was above the island. Vaguely, there was an ancient and heavy aura coming from it. There shouldn't be any danger. Jiangxi was a little hesitant. He did not go down immediately. He had already used his spiritual consciousness to check and could confirm that there was no aura of life below. And if there was really danger, the danger would have erupted when he entered this space. It would not have waited until now. However, to be cautious, Jiangxi still did a test. He took out a true treasure that he did not need and threw it down. Dang! The true treasure hit the roof of a palace, making a crisp sound. There is no danger. Jiangxi landed on the island with ease. An island with a diameter of only 1 million kilometers is not considered big. To him, he could cross the entire island with a light step. Of course, this was an exploration, so he did not need to be so fast. Next, Jiang Xi walked slowly on the island. Soon, his gaze was attracted by the connected palaces. He could see that these ancient palaces were connected to the island. They were all carved out of the mountain rocks on the island, forming many ancient stone palaces. On the outer walls of the palaces, there were relief patterns that clearly recorded the history of the existence of that powerful civilization. There were powerhouses fighting, causing the sky to fall and the earth to sink. Abyss cracks that could not be healed were torn open in the void. Endless chaotic gray fog poured down like a waterfall. There was a golden whip that swept across the sky, destroying the densely packed ancient warships and leaving a long golden river in the void. There was a towering mountain that directly killed a group of giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. Black rain filled the sky. There was also a peerless figure who created a brilliant path that penetrated everything. He swept away the powerful enemies in the sky like rain and crossed over to an unknown world. These relief patterns were not dead objects. They carried a kind of tragic and stirring feeling of blood and tears. Just a glance at them would cause one to fall into a tragic situation and feel grief. Even with Jiang Xi's current strength, he could not resist the will of the relief patterns. It's too scary. What a scary civilization. It took him a long time to break free from that tragic and stirring situation. Then, with shock, he fell into deep thought. The long golden river that was left behind by the long whip is obviously the flowing gold river. I don't know when that battle took place. However, the traces of the battle have remained to this day and become a dangerous place in the Chaos Sea. What about that mountain? Could it be the treasure that attracted the sixfold mountain? And that heaven's path? Is it the legendary Eternal Road? Or is it the road on Earth? In addition, where did the enemies of this scary civilization come from? Jiang Xi had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he could not find the answers. At this moment, he also thought of a lot of other things. For example, where did these treasures in the Chaos Sea come from? Who refined them? Jiang Xi had never heard of any expert who could refine supreme treasures since he had roamed the Chaos Sea. Senior Qing Shi once said that the ancient immortal world of the fourth universe was a garbage station. But does the fourth universe have that many treasures? Obviously, the ancient immortal world is not a garbage station of the fourth universe, but a garbage station of another world. There are many low-grade treasures in the ancient immortal world, and there are many high-level treasures in the Chaos Sea. They seem to be of the same origin. If that's the case, the treasures in the ancient immortal world might have come from the Chaos Sea. And the source of these treasures is probably related to the scary beings in the relief carvings. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. I thought I was very strong, but after seeing this, I'm still too weak. I don't even have the right to be with them. Maybe when I have the battle power of a celestial master, I'll be able to know these hidden secrets. Jiang Xi sighed. Actually, even if he knew now, he would only be asking for trouble. In short, he was too weak. Jiang Xi guessed that the 2 Holy Land universes and the Heavenly Feather race should know something. Just now, he had watched the battle through the surveillance video of the lake. He had noticed that when Tomorrow Venerable used the Armillary Sky Staff to perform the 8th move, the 6th Sacred Master had said something he had touched. Touched what? Eternal Road? Jiang Xi pondered for a long time before looking away from the relief carvings. Then he walked toward a palace. He walked along the long corridor and stepped into the palace. After looking around the palace, he realized that there was nothing special about this ancient stone palace. The only thing worth noticing was that there were ancient carvings everywhere in the palace. In the carvings, there were strange life forms that looked like humans cheering. It was as if they had made a breakthrough in their cultivation. There were races killing each other, and there were also great beings fighting in the sky. Countless carvings were telling the story of an ancient civilization. However, these carvings gave Jiang Xi the feeling that although they were similar to the relief carvings outside the palace, they were more like imitations. The ancient civilization shown by the carvings was imitating the scary beings in the relief carvings. The battle in the relief carvings is obviously even more ancient. And the civilization living in this mysterious space might have seen that battle and recorded those scenes. Or maybe the great beings who left these carvings were the ones who experienced that battle. Jiang Xi looked at the carvings and pondered. Next, he explored the palaces on this island and found that there were similar carvings in every palace. There was no useful information. Finally, Jiang Xi walked to the center of the island. It was like a square surrounded by many palaces. In the middle of the square, there was only a huge stone wall with some messy symbols carved on it. Those symbols were very ancient like words. Although Jiang Xi had never seen them before, he could clearly understand the meaning. This was a message transmission at the primordial spirit level. I've broken through, but so what? Even the eternal supremes will die. Dead. They're all dead. After paying such a huge price, none of them survived. Cage. This is just a cage. Heaven piercing. Heaven piercing. Only she stepped out. What? Jiang Xi stood in front of the stone wall and stared blankly. The symbols on the stone wall contained madness, anger, sorrow, unwillingness, and regret. These strong emotions caused Jiang Xi to fall into them, and his primordial spirit suffered a strong impact. Vaguely, it was as if there was a powerful existence roaring and roaring at him. They're all dead, all dead. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Boom. His sea of consciousness rumbled, and Jiang Xi suddenly woke up. Huff. Terrifying, just the emotions contained in the words can affect my mind. An expert who died in an unknown era, just the words left behind are so powerful. Then how strong is his own strength? Jiang Xi was shocked and pondered the meaning of those words. The two heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather clan used the Supreme Descent and summoned the Supreme Light Shadow. The words on the stone wall also mentioned the Eternal Supremes. Could this be the realm after the Heavenly Venerables? The cage refers to this mysterious space? Or the entire Chaos Sea? Or something else? Jiang Xi seemed to have discovered a huge secret, and his heart was beating rapidly. He shook his head and eliminated the first possibility. The cage could not be this mysterious space because those spatial whirlpools were the passageways out. If it's referring to the Chaos Sea, then it's terrifying. Jiang Xi felt suffocated. He thought of the calamity. Every countless eras, the Chaos Sea would experience a calamity that could destroy everything. Why would there be a calamity in the Chaos Sea? Was there a terrifying existence that was controlling everything? The expert who left behind these words was terrifying, but his ending was so tragic. Did he die in the calamity? The last sentence mentioned the heaven-piercing realm and also mentioned that she stepped out. That she, is it referring to the peerless figure in the relief? Jiang Xi fell into deep thought in front of the stone wall, trying to deduce all of this. In fact, when he saw the carvings just now, he realized that the heavenly path that the woman had created was somewhat similar to the one on Earth. However, it didn't make sense. Because among the 4 original universes, the 4th universe was the youngest. Even the strongest race in the first universe, the Heavenly Feather race, was far from the terrifying existence in the relief, so the 4th universe was far behind. Therefore, inferring from this point, the path to heaven couldn't be the one on Earth. The road on Earth is paved with eerie white bones, but the heavenly road on the relief pattern is resplendent. Jiang Xi shook his head. There might be many secrets hidden in it. I'll ask Senior Qingshi some other day. He was the one who showed me the path on Earth. Jiang Xi moved forward again and entered the depths of the island, carefully observing everything around him. This island is too quiet, like a paradise, but there are no plants or treasures, only a palace and a large number of carvings. Finally, Jiang Xi came to the palace in the deepest part of the island, which was also the largest one. As soon as he walked into the palace, Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed and saw 2 items lying quietly on the ground. One was a black half-moon talisman with special symbols engraved on it. The other was a gray stone token, emitting waves of intoxicating aura. These 2 items. Jiang Xi was puzzled and surprised. He was puzzled because before entering the island, he had already used his spiritual consciousness to investigate this place. He was sure that he hadn't found these 2 items at that time. In other words, these 2 items didn't belong to the Tao Lord level. He was surprised because he recognized the black talisman. When he first entered the Chaos Sea, Tao Lord 9 Heavens gave him a lot of information, including information about this talisman. It's the token of the myriad world's ruins. Jiang Xi looked at the half-moon talisman with a burning gaze. Chapter 598. The 3 most dangerous places in Chaos Sea were Goldflow River, Mount Shenhuang, and Wanjie Ruins. Among them, Wanjie Ruins was the most famous because it was said to be a corner of the ruins left behind by a calamity. There were many dangerous places and ancient ruins. The dangerous places there were enough to kill a heavenly master. It was no less dangerous than Goldflow River. The ancient ruins there might contain a large number of treasures and inheritances. Any one of them would drive many forces in Chaos Sea crazy. As for the token, it was a special item in Wanjie Ruins. If one could carry the token with him in Wanjie Ruins, he might not be able to avoid all the dangers, but he could at least go through many dangerous places. Moreover, each token corresponded to a special world in Wanjie Ruins, which was equivalent to a safe cultivation space. It's like a protective amulet. Jiang Xi was full of smiles. It was a pleasant surprise. It was something that even a heavenly master would want. In the long years in Chaos Sea, there had been many battles because of the token in Wuxia ruins. Many heavenly masters had died because of it. It was just that Riverward knew that once, more than 10 Empyreans waged a great battle for a token, and in the end half of them fell. With this item I can explore more places in Wuxia ruins. This meant that there would be more precious treasures, more legacies, and more opportunities. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. Jiang Xi shook his head and looked at another item. It was a gray stone token. When his spiritual consciousness touched the token, it seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Buzz. The gray token trembled slightly and a colorful light appeared on its surface. Then the light condensed into a figure. It looked like a human and was very similar to the living beings in the palace carvings. It wore a gray robe and had a simple face. During this process, Jiang Xi did not sense any danger. Therefore he remained vigilant and did not leave. At this moment, the gray-robed figure spoke. "Successor, my name is Qing Shuang. When you see this image of me, it might be many eons later." The voice was low and it was speaking in an unknown language. However, the meaning was clearly conveyed to Jiang Xi through a special primordial spirit fluctuation. When one's strength reached a certain level, there was actually no need for words at all. One could communicate and understand each other through the fluctuations of their primordial spirits. How many eons later? Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. He had basically remembered all the famous experts in the Chaos Sea. However, Qing Shuang did not exist. Clearly, Qing Shuang was not a powerhouse of this era. His appearance is similar to the life forms in the palace carvings. He should be a powerhouse of that race. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the word ancient isn't enough to describe his existence. Jiang Xi was shocked as he listened to Qing Shuang's voice carefully. My race had a glorious past. They once broke through the heavens and made the higher realms bleed. But because of this, they fell into a trough and declined to the point where their race was almost annihilated. The 7 holy land universes of the race were all destroyed. Qing Shuang's gaze was deep and filled with disappointment and reminiscence. These simple words set off a storm in Jiang Xi's heart. The race that Qing Shuang belonged to not only had a mysterious space that monitored the entire Chaos Sea, but it also had 7 holy land universes. Truly abnormally strong, terrifyingly strong. But what was the higher realms? Were they the enemies in the battle in the relief carvings? Jiang Xi really wanted to ask Qing Shuang, but this was only an image. Qing Shuang would not answer him, nor did he reveal any more information about the higher realms. He only talked to himself. I was the last celestial sovereign of my race. I finally reached the end of my path before the eons. However, the path of eternity did not descend as scheduled. The punishment of that battle came in the end. They took away the opportunity of eternity from the Chaos Sea. They will no longer bestow it. At this point, Qing Shuang smiled bitterly. There was anger, indignation, and humiliation. But my race cannot be annihilated. He suddenly roared, his gaze sharp as a knife. I'm going to make one last gamble. I'm going to the endless void and break through into eternity. If I succeed, the Chaos Sea will once again appear in the eternal sacred land. My race will then be able to continue on without fear of the eons. If I fail, Qing Shuang fell silent. However, Jiang Xi was deeply shocked. He could now confirm that the higher realms mentioned by Qing Shuang were the enemies in the battle in the relief carvings. Qing Shuang's race was the descendants of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings who fought against the higher realms. At the same time, Jiang Xi was also puzzled. According to Qing Shuang, after the failure of that battle, the higher realms should have taken away the opportunity of eternity from the Chaos Sea and no longer bestowed the path of eternity. Then, how did the 2 sacred land universes in the Chaos Sea come about? Jiang Xi shook his head. He did not know how much time had passed. Many secrets had been buried by time. It was very difficult to find the answer. Perhaps, one day in the future, when his strength was enough to stand at the top of the Chaos Sea, he would be able to find out everything. At this moment, the silent Qing Shuang spoke again. If I fail, then my race will be wiped out by the eons. However, as a race that once caused the upper realms to bleed, even if we are to be annihilated, we must leave behind an indelible mark. The ruins of myriad worlds has existed for even longer than my race. It's a place that even the upper realms are wary of. It can guarantee that the things I leave behind will not be destroyed even after thousands of tribulations. Therefore, this time, other than bringing along my treasures to break through eternity, I have other treasures. The other treasures below rank 7 and the inheritance of my tribe are hidden in the deep space of the myriad world ruins. Inside this token is the map of the Chaos Sea that my race has collected for countless years. You can use it to reach that space. Latecomer, you can consider those supreme treasures as your reward. I hope that in the future, you can let the inheritance of my race reappear in the world and illuminate the entire Chaos Sea. This is not my request because I can't ask a powerhouse who has gone through so many tribulations. At the end, Qing Shuang smiled and looked at the sky. Everything is done. This time we will break through the heavens. That resolute figure gave off an unstoppable feeling. It was deeply engraved in Jiang Xi's mind. Thank you for your gift, senior. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Qing Shuang seemed to have sensed it. He turned around and smiled, then, suddenly, the figure condensed from the token disappeared. After everything calmed down and quietened down. Bang bang bang, Jiang Xi's heart raced. This was a huge surprise. The black token and the stone token were still there. There was no life left in this mysterious space. Obviously, Qing Shuang had failed to break through eternity. That powerful race had been completely wiped out by the calamity. The things that Qing Shuang had left behind must still be in the ruins of myriad worlds. The wealth of a heavenly master was already vast. What Qing Shuang had left behind was the inheritance and treasures of his race. One must know that this race was once extremely powerful. Those terrifying existences only needed one whip to leave a mark. It had become one of the 3 perilous lands, Golden River. Even though this race had declined to the extreme, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if a hair was plucked, it would still be stronger than the current 4th universe's human race. One could imagine that if he could take back the inheritance and treasures, not only would he benefit, but the entire human race would become stronger. I'm rich. Jiang Xi was extremely excited. He reached out and grabbed the black token and the stone token. He used his spiritual consciousness to check the token. Indeed, there was a huge amount of information stored inside. It almost included the map of the entire Chaos Sea. Compared to this, the map that Master gave me back then is really just a corner of this. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Just this map alone was invaluable. Thinking about it, it made sense. Qing Shuang's race could use the lake and spatial whirlpool in this mysterious space to monitor the entire Chaos Sea. It was not strange for them to be able to collect this map. In addition, Jiang Xi did not think of hiding this map. With this map, the experts of the human tribe will be able to explore more places in the Chaos Sea and obtain more opportunities. From when Venerable Ming suppressed the 2 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race in a rage to now seeing Qing Shuang's image. Riverward also understood the significance of being the leader of the tribe and the pillar of the tribe. He was not just Jiang Xi but Jiang Xi of the human race. Although he was still a rank 5 true lord, his actual combat strength had long surpassed that of an Aeon Realm Dao Lord. He could definitely be called one of the pillars of the race. He had the responsibility and obligation to support the race. Moreover, the Chaos Sea was so big. If he only had the strength of one person, he might not be able to explore it all by the time the next calamity arrived. Only by sharing the map with the other experts of the race would its value be greater. At the same time, Jiang Xi already had a plan for the next step of his cultivation. Next, I'll cultivate in this mysterious space. When my Grotto Heaven world is finished expanding, I'll go out and explore. Once the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world was completed, his actual combat strength would rise to another level. Even if he did not use the Heaven Connecting Tower, he would still have Universe Realm combat strength. At that time, he would have a greater chance of finding the precious treasure component that was attracted to the 6th layer mountain range. Then he would go to the Myriad World's ruins to find what Qing Shuang had left behind. In the boundless Chaos Sea, about 200 million light-years deep in the inner area of the Golden Flow River. Huge stone pillars that were as thick as light-years stood in the Golden River water. In the area between the stone pillars, there were countless water whirlpools that sometimes condensed and sometimes dissipated. The terrifying power emitted by the whirlpools was enough to kill a Universe Realm Dao Lord. Therefore, generally, only heavenly venerables dared to enter this area. At this moment, 2 figures stood in the Golden River water. Their auras were very strong and they easily dispersed the whirlpools. Dao Lord 9 Clouds, today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. The one who spoke was an expert in red armor. He had a single horn on his forehead and 2 pointed ears. Other than that, he was similar to a human. This expert in red armor held a crescent blade. When he activated a secret technique, the phantom of a red lotus appeared behind him. It did not seem to belong to this world. Phantom of a secret technique? Dao Lord 9 Clouds was dressed in golden armor. He looked from afar. Then he said softly, "You're a Tao Lord from the Red Lotus Sacred Land? I've never seen you before and I don't have any information about you. This should be your first time leaving the Sacred Land universe. Are you sure you want to choose me as your trial partner? Don't you want to reconsider?" There were 2 Sacred Land universes in the Chaos Sea. The smaller one was called the Red Lotus Sacred Land. The expert in red armor in front of him was from the Red Lotus Sacred Land. As expected of Tao Lord Nine Clouds. "You have sharp eyes. You're right. The trial battle is my first battle in the Chaos Sea. I'll choose you as my opponent," the expert in red armor said proudly. He said loudly, "Since it's a trial, I'll choose the strongest. I don't want to choose those weak Tao Lords." "Then let's do it." Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled. This was his true body. He was stronger than his slaughtered doppelganger. He was a true half-step heavenly venerate. "Alright, I'd like to see how powerful Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who is so famous in the Red Lotus Sacred Land, is." The expert in red armor's figure swayed and became illusory. At the same time he slashed out with his blade. Whoosh. The next moment the blade shadow was blurry, and the huge red lotus merged into it. The blade shadow's aura became even stronger. It crushed the void and slashed toward Tao Lord Nine Clouds. "You're using an ultimate secret technique right from the start?" Tao Lord Nine Clouds shook his head indifferently and slapped out. Whoosh, his palm grew rapidly. 7 colored rays of light condensed in his palm, forming a universe. The aura of various Tao techniques gradually rose. Half-step heavenly venerate secret technique, universe in the palm. Boom. The huge palm that covered heaven and earth broke through the water of the Golden River and covered the blade shadow that had merged with the red lotus. Ka, the blade shadow shattered. The figure of the expert in red armor reformed. However, he was firmly imprisoned by the power of the universe in the palm. Bang. The huge palm sent him flying. He crashed into a huge stone pillar. The expert in red armor did not care. He flew back and praised, "Impressive. As expected of Tao Lord Nine Clouds. You've already figured out the secret technique to open up a universe. No wonder Prime said that you're the next most promising heavenly venerate in the Chaos Sea. I've lost. I admit defeat." Whoosh. After saying that, he did not say anything else and teleported away. The next most promising heavenly venerate? Tao Lord Nine Clouds stayed where he was and shook his head with a smile. The paragons of the 2 Holy Land universes have never appeared in the Chaos Sea. They're only famous and mysterious. The paragons of the Red Lotus Holy Land actually gave me such an evaluation. Then they asked the Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Holy Land to challenge me for a trial battle. He had experienced this many times. He often encountered the Tao Lords of the 2 Holy Land universes who came to challenge him. Nine Clouds. At that moment, Tao Lord Nine Clouds' avatar in the 4th universe received a message from Ming Zun. "Haha, Nine Clouds, I just defeated 2 heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race and resolved the danger of the bounty. At the same time, I obtained a set of 4 6th-tier true treasures from them. This is a joyous occasion for the human race. Quickly inform the other Tao Lords." Resolve the danger? For 6th-tier true treasures? Tao Lord Nine Clouds' eyes widened in surprise. This was a great blessing for the entire human race. He did not have time to think too much and hurriedly informed the other Tao Lords. Soon Jianghu, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shirzun, Tao Lord Miluo, and the others all received the news. Apart from Jianghu, who already knew about this, the other Tao Lords of the human race were all shocked and excited. In the Chaos Sea, 7th-tier true treasures only existed in legends. No powerhouse had ever seen a 7th-tier true treasure. Therefore, 6th-tier true treasures were the treasures that determined the depth of each race's foundation. As a pinnacle race, if they did not have a powerful 6th-tier true treasure, their foundation would be a little weak. The human race of the 4th universe was the strongest pinnacle race in this universe. However, before Ming Zun obtained the armillary staff, the entire race only had 1 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure, which was also with Ming Zun. Essence Soul True Treasures could only protect one's life and did not increase one's strength by much. This situation only improved after Ming Zun obtained the armillary staff from the armillary Immortal Abode. However, compared to the many factions in the Chaos Sea, their foundation was still too weak. They only had 2 6th-tier true treasures. Now they suddenly became rich. In the 4th universe, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the human Tao Lords gathered again for a Tao Lord meeting. Haha, in the past few hundred years, our human race has really had one happy event after another. To be honest, when I received the news just now, I still couldn't believe it. Only now do I dare to confirm it. That's right. Ming Zun first obtained the armillary staff, and now he obtained 4 6th-tier true treasures from the heavenly feather race. From today onwards, our human race's position in the fourth universe is really unshakable. Ever since heavenly venerable purple firmament was suppressed, the demons and ghosts who didn't dare to fight with us have always wanted to suppress us. They should be obedient in the future. In front of the huge stone table, except for heavenly venerable purple firmament's seat which was empty, Ming Zun and the 23 Dao Lords were all present. This time, everyone's faces were filled with smiles as they chatted excitedly. After a while, Ming Zun smiled and knocked on the table. Everyone. The Dao Lords immediately quietened down and turned their gazes to Ming Zun. Jianghu also looked over. I called everyone here today to celebrate, and also to distribute these 4 6th-tier true treasures, Ming Zun said with a smile. The Dao Lords were stunned. Some hesitated, some were tempted. Ming Zun, this is what you obtained from the battle. You should keep it for yourself. Dao Lord 9 Firmament frowned slightly. That's right, Heavenly Venerable. These true treasures will be more useful in your hands. The true treasures we have are enough. Heavenly Venerable, you should keep them for yourself. The other Dao Lords also spoke. Ming Zun shook his head and smiled. I have a 6th-tier offensive true treasure and an essence soul true treasure. It's enough. In terms of armor and defense with my strength, there shouldn't be many in the Chaos Sea who can threaten me in close combat. There's even less of a need for a flying true treasure. If someone is stronger than me, even a 6th-tier flying true treasure would be useless. The Dao Lords present all had rather complicated looks on their faces. At this moment, there was no internal competition. There was only unity. Jianghu also sighed. The importance of a 6th-tier true treasure was self-evident. It could greatly increase the strength of a heavenly venerable. However, Ming Zun still took it out without any hesitation. I've already thought about it. Ming Zun spoke again. These 4 6th-tier true treasures are for offensive, defensive, flying, and essence soul true treasures. The offensive true treasure will be given to 9 Firmament, the defensive true treasure will be given to Yan Qing, and the flying true treasure will be given to Zun. As for the essence soul true treasure, I'll give it to Jianghu. Do you have any objections? The Dao Lords exchanged glances. There was nothing wrong with the distribution of the first 3 treasures. However, did Jianghu have the right to give the essence soul true treasure to him? However, no one raised any objections because the true treasures belonged to Ming Zun. He could give them to whoever he wanted. Dao Lord 9 Firmament glanced at Jianghu and shook his head. Ming Zun, I'll pass. In the Chaos Sea, only heavenly venerables can threaten me. It doesn't mean much to me whether or not I have a 6th-tier offensive true treasure. You should give it to Pure Wind. Besides, it happens to be a sword-type offensive true treasure. Pure Wind is more suitable than me. Dao Lord Pure Wind was the leader of Sword Gate and also a Universe Realm Dao Lord. His strength was ranked in the top 5 of the human race. Master. Jianghu wanted to speak. He understood Dao Lord 9 Firmament's intentions. His master's attainments in the Sword Dao were not low. With a sword-type 6th-tier true treasure, his strength would definitely be stronger. Now that he took the initiative to give it away, it was completely out of consideration for him so that he could successfully obtain the 6th-tier essence soul true treasure. Humans could not be completely selfless. Everyone had their own selfish motives and everyone wanted a 6th-tier true treasure. However, if both master and disciple were to obtain a 6th-tier true treasure, one could imagine that even if the other Dao Lords did not say anything, they would definitely have a knot in their hearts. However, before he could say anything, he was stopped by Dao Lord 9 Firmament's gaze. Jianghu could only give up. Although he did not interact much with his master, he knew that Dao Lord 9 Firmament's intentions. However, he was well aware of some of Dao Lord 9 Firmament's small actions. When I obtain Senior Qing Shuang's inheritance in the future, I'll let Master choose if there are better true treasures in there. Jianghu thought to himself. However, at that moment, someone spoke up for Jianghu. 9 Firmament, that's not appropriate. We can all see your contributions to the human race. A 6th-tier offensive true treasure is more suitable for you. A skinny old man with a sword on his back spoke. It was Dao Lord Pure Wind. Pure Wind, there's no need to decline. A 6th-tier true treasure won't be of much help to me, Dao Lord 9 Firmament said with a smile. Dao Lord Pure Wind wanted to say something else. Ming Ming knocked on the table and smiled. Let's do as 9 Firmament says then. The 6th-tier sword true treasure will be given to Pure Wind. That way, the human race will have another invincible Dao Lord. No one said anything else about such an allocation. Neither did they question whether Jiang Ci was qualified to obtain a 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure. As Jiang Ci's master, Tao Lord 9 Firmament had taken the initiative to give up a 6th-tier offensive True Treasure. What else could they say? If they were to question him, they would be offending him. Everyone, there's a reason why I'm giving the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure to Jiang Ci. Ming smiled again. All the Tao Lords looked over in confusion. Many of you might not be aware of Jiang Ci's strength. Ming smiled. Actually, Jiang Ci's current combat strength can already be ranked in the top 5 of the human race. He shouldn't be much weaker than pure wind. The moment that was said, apart from Tao Lord 9 Firmament, everyone was shocked. Before long, someone thought of something. They had noticed it when the Heavenly Feather race issued the bounty previously. That bounty token separately listed the reward for killing Riverward. It was a rank 6 supreme treasure. That reward was enough to show how important Jiang Ci was to the Heavenly Feather race. However, the Heavenly Feather race did not announce the details of the battle between Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Jiafe. Therefore, everyone was only puzzled at that time but did not know the reason. They thought that Jiang Ci had offended the Heavenly Feather race. At that moment, while everyone was shocked, Ming seemed to know what they were thinking and continued, "You guys are right. Not long ago, Jiang Ci was surrounded by Tao Lord Jiafe, Tao Lord Kuan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su of the Heavenly Feather race. Then, he killed the 3 of them and attracted the bounty from the Heavenly Feather race." Hiss. The Tao Lords all sucked in cold breaths of air, their faces filled with shock. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race were not nameless and were quite famous in Chaos Sea. Not many of the human Tao Lords present were confident of killing the 3 of them in a single battle. I got lucky as well. The environment was special and they couldn't escape, Jiang Ci said humbly. The Tao Lords were still in disbelief. Even if the environment was special, the strength of Tao Lord Jiafe and the others was obvious. This time round, everyone had no objections. Jiang Ci was definitely qualified to obtain a 6th-tier Essence Spirit Cardinal Treasure. Compared to them, even though Jiang Ci had been in seclusion for 80,000 years in a special space, his cultivation time did not even add up to 100,000 years. The future of a genius like him was immeasurable. Among them, the youngest had already lived for more than 100 million eras. Chapter 599. In the 4th universe at the Human Tao Lords meeting. When Venerable Ming told them about Jiang Ci's strength and battle achievements, all the Tao Lords were convinced. In fact, Jiang Ci was convinced too. Venerable Ming's selfless contribution strengthened his previous thoughts. He decided to contribute the map left behind by Qing Shuang. Venerable Ming and everyone. Jiang Ci suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. I have something too. I'll take this opportunity to offer it to the race. He smiled. Oh. What is it? The upper echelons of the human race, including Venerable Ming, were curious. Not long ago, I obtained a map of the Chaos Sea by chance in Golden River, Jiang Ci continued. Map? How big is it? Is it about the 3 lands of peril? Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked at the same time. The eyes of the other Tao Lords lit up as well. When exploring the Chaos Sea besides strength, the most important thing was a map. Without a map, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Chaos Sea. This was because the map marked the safe path and the information of the various danger zones. They could use this to avoid a large number of dangers. Among them, the most important was the map of the 3 lands of peril. Not only were there dangers, but there were also a large number of treasures and inheritances. Having a map meant having the opportunity to explore these treasures and inheritances. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Ci smiled and said, "All of them." Everyone was stunned. The entire map of the Chaos Sea, including the 3 lands of peril and the various danger zones. In the starry sky where the Tao Lords were gathered, only Jiang Ci's loud voice was left. Everyone else fell silent. They were completely stunned, including Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. These 2 words echoed in their minds. Finally someone could not help but take deep breaths. Excited. But immediately after, everyone began to doubt the authenticity of Jiang Ci's words. It was impossible not to doubt it. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, no faction had ever collected the entire map of the Chaos Sea. Even the 2 Holy Land universes could not do it. Is what you said true? Are you sure? Honored Ming also found it hard to maintain his composure as his eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Ci, explain it in detail or make it appear. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments took a deep breath. Jiang Ci nodded and said solemnly, "This map contains too much information. It may take a long time for it to appear and, don't worry, you can just manifest it. This sky-connecting mountain and river diagram is the safest place. You don't have to worry about it being stolen by other forces. Honored Ming said solemnly. After that, Jianghu began to display the map information in the stone token in this starry sky. All kinds of complicated paths, spatial whirlpools, coordinates, information about danger zones, and so on appeared one by one in the starry sky. This wasn't something that could be materialized in a year or two. The boundless primal chaos sea was just too huge. A map that included the entire primal chaos sea naturally required a huge amount of information to be recorded completely. Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shirzun, Tao Lord Pure Wind, and the other Tao Lords were all looking at the map that Jianghu had materialized with excitement and seriousness. At the same time, at the end of the endless void in the sky-connecting mountain and river diagram, inside the spherical celestial body with the chaos fog churning inside, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament statue changed. His eyes flickered with five-colored brilliance as if he was recording everything. Jianghu. A faintly discernible voice seemed to ring out in this space. After a full 100 years, Jianghu finally managed to completely materialize the map information in the stone token. During this process, everyone's spiritual consciousness didn't leave. As a Tao Lord powerhouse, splitting a strand of spiritual consciousness into the sky-connecting mountain and river diagram wouldn't affect the movement of the main body. In fact, even in these 100 years, everyone had been looking at the map that Jianghu had materialized. However, this was just a cursory glance. No one had the time to study the specific information in the map in detail. This was because this map was too huge. A map with a diameter of more than 100 light years. One could clearly see that this was a miniature version of the Chaos Sea in the vast sea formed by the Chaos Fog. There were 4 incomparably huge celestial bodies that were like islands in the sea. They were the 4 original universes. There were also small islands and reefs scattered all over the vast sea like reefs. These were the miniature universes of celestial venerables. 2 of the larger ones were Holy Land universes. The 3 lands of extremis on the map had also shrunk countless times. One could only use spiritual consciousness to detect them. For example, in this map with a diameter of more than 100 light years, Gold Flow River, which was 100 million light years long, wasn't even as long as a strand of hair. To put it simply, Jianghu needed 100 years to materialize the map, and if one really wanted to study it in detail, 100 million eras wouldn't be enough. How terrifying. I'm in awe. What kind of powerful being could record the entire map of the Chaos Sea? Haha, this is the opportunity for the human race to rise. The human Tao Lords were all so excited that they went crazy. Some laughed and cried. This map is more valuable than 106 tier true treasures. Tomorrow Venerable said solemnly. Jianghu was slightly taken aback. So valuable? But seeing the crazy looks on the other Tao Lords' faces, he somewhat understood. The human race of the 4th universe had been sullen for too long. Back then they had been glorious. When Purple Firmament wasn't suppressed, even if there were only a dozen Tao Lords in the 4th universe, they could still do whatever they wanted in the Chaos Sea. They didn't even have to hide when they saw other powerful beings because they had the support of invincible celestial venerables. Who would dare to offend them? But after Purple Firmament was suppressed, the former glory of the past was no longer there. They had to bear with it, keep a low profile and become more cautious. Now, with this map, the human race would have a chance to obtain more treasures and inheritances in the Chaos Sea. It wouldn't be long before the entire human race became stronger. Tomorrow Venerable's clear eyes flashed with divine light. He looked at Jianghu and said, although the strength of a race requires the contributions of experts, this map has been given to you for free. But you offered this map for free, which is a great contribution to the race. In terms of value, it's at least a 7th tier true treasure, which is 10,000 true treasure points, but you also know that our race's treasury is accumulated from everyone's contributions for countless eras. Although there are many treasures, they're not as valuable as this map. Therefore, the race doesn't have anything of equivalent value to repay you. Jianghu nodded gently. The human race's treasury was limited. It was accumulated from the contributions of more than 20 Tao Lords and Tomorrow Venerable. The contributions of the Tao Lords were considered small. It was mainly Tomorrow Venerable. The large number of treasures that Tomorrow Venerable had obtained in the Chaos Sea were all directly placed in the human race's treasury. He didn't take anything in return. It was completely free. It was as if he was the patriarch of the entire race, looking after the entire race. So this time I can only give you 5,000 true treasure points, Tomorrow Venerable said with a deep gaze. Tomorrow Venerable, you're giving it all for free. Moreover, I've already taken a 6th-tier essence soul true treasure. Jianghu hurriedly said. I'm different from you. What you need is strength. Tomorrow Venerable shook his head. There's no need to refuse. 5,000 true treasure points is all. You can't get more even if you want more. If you really want to contribute more to the race, then you should step into the Tao Lord realm as soon as possible. Jianghu nodded seriously and sighed. The human race relied on these Tao Lords, Tomorrow Venerable, and the legacy left behind by Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament to achieve what they were today. Everyone had been working hard in the Chaos Sea, accumulating strength for the race bit by bit. Soon I'll be able to hold up the sky, Jianghu thought to himself. After the Tao Lord meeting ended, Jianghu took some time to return to Goldflow River and obtain the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure from Tomorrow Venerable. Then he returned to the mysterious monitoring space and continued to cultivate there. He had the protection of the Heavenly Tower and was not afraid of the danger of the huge space whirlpool. He could enter and leave this mysterious space safely. In the following days, Jianghu did not idle while waiting for the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world to complete. He refined the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure and deduced Tao techniques at the same time. He also took some time to study the map of the ruins of myriad worlds in preparation for exploring the things left behind by Qing Shuang. Cultivation knew no time, especially for experts with long lives. 1,000 years, 10,000 years was no different from a second. Just like that, 500 years passed quickly. On this day, in the depths of the 4th universe's space interlayer, rumble. The Grotto Heaven world called the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven completed its expansion with the last violent tremor. Jianghu's clone stood high in the sky, his mind merged with this huge world. Everything here was under his control. A diameter of 2 billion light years. Jianghu's eyes lit up. Then, with a thought, the world energy that had become even more powerful poured into his body. During this process, his physical strength and essence soul strength were rapidly increasing, and his strength was transforming. Finally, after the transformation was completed, an even more powerful aura spread out. A universe realm Tao Lord. Jianghu was sure that even without the Heavenly Tower, he could fight a universe realm Tao Lord. If he used the Heavenly Tower, he would be even stronger. Moreover, in 500 years, he had not only completed the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world. He had also successfully refined the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure and made up for the weakness of his Essence Soul defense. Compared to a Heavenly Venerable, I'm still far from it. However, at least I can protect myself. I can go on an adventure without worry. Jianghu smiled. This time he went out mainly for 2 things. First, he wanted to explore the treasure parts that were attracted to the 6th-tier mountain. Second, he wanted to go to the ruins of myriad worlds to find the things left behind by Qing Shuang. Both of these things had a certain degree of risk. This was also the reason why he waited until his strength had improved before going out. Soon Jianghu arrived in the air above the lake in the mysterious space. There were more than 100,000 normal-sized spatial vortexes in the air, corresponding to the surveillance images in the lake. With the map in hand, he already knew the location of each surveillance image. Buzz. Jianghu's 6th-tier mountain armor was still trembling violently. In fact, ever since he entered this mysterious space, the attraction of the 6th-tier mountain had never subsided. However, he endured it. He endured it for hundreds of years, waiting until his strength had improved before going out to explore. Mount Shenhuang. Jianghu looked at one of the spatial vortexes. The aura of the supreme treasure was coming from there. The corresponding surveillance image below also showed a special space. The location of that special space was near one of the 3 great forbidden lands, Mount Shenhuang. If it's really Mount Shenhuang, then things are serious. Jianghu took a deep breath. He already had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't dare to be sure. Let's go take a look. Then he drove the Heavenly Tower into the spatial vortex. Boom. There were also endless spatial wind blades in this vortex channel. The terrifying power was enough to instantly kill a Heavenly Venerable. However, the special treasure, the Heavenly Tower, was not afraid of these spatial wind blades at all. It was safely swept to the other end of the channel by the powerful suction force. Half a month later, the suction force weakened again. This indicated that they were about to reach their destination. Jianghu regained control of the Heavenly Tower and quickly flew through the vortex channel. Before long, they reached the end of the channel. Whoosh. The Heavenly Tower successfully passed through the vortex channel and arrived at the other end of the special space. This special space was similar to the one in the inner zone of Gold Flow River. It was empty except for a huge spatial vortex in the middle that swallowed everything. However, this was not the focus of Jianghu's attention. At this moment he was staring at the 6th-tier mountain armor on his body. Buzz buzz buzz. The trembling of this supreme treasure had reached its peak. If he hadn't refined it long ago, this supreme treasure would have left him. The aura of this supreme treasure is everywhere. It must have reached stage 8, right? Jianghu was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. He could clearly sense the aura of a supreme treasure that was 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times more powerful than a 6th-grade supreme treasure permeating this space. And the source was not here. It was even further away. Over there. Jianghu looked in a direction whoosh. He controlled the heavenly tower, withstanding the suction force of the spatial vortex, and arrived in front of the spatial barrier. There was also a spatial crack here. It was 100,000 kilometers long and 10,000 kilometers wide. This was similar to the special space in the inner zone of Gold Flow River. There were also spatial cracks. The supreme treasure's aura came from this spatial crack. Then, through the spatial vortex here, it was transmitted to the mysterious monitoring space. Then, through another spatial vortex, it was transmitted to the special space in Gold Flow River. Finally, the supreme treasure's aura was transmitted to the inner zone of Gold Flow River through the spatial crack in that special space. Tao Lord Jiafe and I sensed it. Riverward came to a sudden realization and instantly understood the reason for all of this. According to the map left behind by Senior Qing Shuang, there are more than 100,000 spatial vortexes in the monitoring space corresponding to more than 100,000 special spaces. These special spaces are all complete, and the barrier is extremely difficult to destroy. Now, these 2 special spaces that have been destroyed have become the passageway for the Supreme Treasure's aura to be transmitted. Coincidentally, the Supreme Treasure's aura has attracted the 6th-tier mountain. Jianghu felt that the Supreme Treasure's aura was directed at the 6th-tier mountain. The barrier of the special space was indeed difficult to destroy, but if it was a stage 8 Supreme Treasure or even a higher grade Supreme Treasure, it would definitely have the strength to break the barrier. Compared to that unknown Supreme Treasure, it seems that the 6th-tier mountain is the Supreme Treasure component. Perhaps after I brought the 6th-tier mountain to the Chaos Sea, I was sensed by that unknown Supreme Treasure. At this point, Jianghu was still a little worried. He was worried that this was a trap. Let's go and take a look. With my current strength, even a heavenly venerable will find it difficult to keep me here. After pondering for a moment, Jianghu no longer hesitated. At the same time he was highly focused and maintained a battle-ready posture. According to the map, this special space is located in a dangerous place near Mount Shenhuang. The Supreme Treasure's aura is so powerful. Perhaps it has already been discovered by other experts. No matter what, I still have to be careful. If a large number of experts have gathered outside, then I'll just retreat. Jianghu thought to himself. The spatial vortexes in the special space were very powerful. They were a threat to other experts, but to him they were life-saving means. Swoosh. He passed through the spatial rift in front of him and arrived outside. What the fuck? As soon as he arrived outside, Jianghu was dumbfounded. In the vast chaos sea, the gray fog of chaos was constantly churning and surging. Countless abyssal rifts, mixed with terrifying lightning and thunder, spread down from the endless void. The power was enough to destroy a universe-realm Tao Lord. Jianghu was at the edge of an abyssal rift. If he was not careful, he would be struck by the lightning and thunder. However, this was not his focus at all. At that moment, his gaze was completely attracted by another gigantic celestial body in the distance. A towering mountain that seemed to reach the heavens stood in the middle of Chaos Sea. Around the mountain, there were also countless abyssal rifts that flickered with lightning of various colors. The churning gray fog of chaos poured out from the abyssal rifts and poured down the mountain like a waterfall. It was majestic and spectacular. However, this spectacular scene represented terror and danger. Even if a heavenly venerable were to accidentally fall into the abyssal rift, they would not be left with a corpse. Therefore, any expert who came to Mount Shenhuang to explore would be shocked. The first time they saw this mountain, they would be filled with reverence. However, it was different for Jianghu. He was a little stunned and the joy in his heart surged uncontrollably. It's really Mount Shenhuang. Jianghu's eyes were fixed on the dark mountain peak in the distance. He could clearly sense that the source of attraction of Mount Shenhuang came from there. The omnipresent aura of the Supreme Treasure also filled this vast world. That was why there were no experts guarding outside the spatial rift. That supreme treasure was Mount Shenhuang, and it stood in the middle of Chaos Sea. There was no need to guard it, and it could not be guarded. There's a scene in the relief sculpture. There's a towering mountain that directly killed a group of experts with 3 heads and 6 arms. Previously, Jianghu had a guess, but before he saw it with his own eyes, he did not dare to confirm it. Now he finally confirmed that Mount Shenhuang was that towering mountain. To be precise, Mount Shenhuang was the main body of that towering mountain, and Mount Shenhuang was an incomplete part of it. What grade of supreme treasure should this be? Rank 9? Rank 10? Jianghu's breathing became hurried. He had nothing to worry about now. This was not a trap but a super great opportunity. What was Mount Shenhuang? It was one of the 3 great lands of Chaos Sea. If he refined Mount Shenhuang, it would really be heaven-defying. Whoever it suppressed would die. A moment later, Jianghu regained his composure. He was not dazzled by the sudden surprise. He thought of many things. Countless years ago, Mount Shenhuang was one of the 3 great lands of peril. With the aura of this supreme treasure everywhere, I'm sure everyone knows that Mount Shenhuang is a supreme treasure of unknown grade. Therefore, in these long years, many experts must have tried to subdue and refine this supreme treasure. But now, Mount Shenhuang is still standing in the middle of Chaos Sea. Jianghu looked at the towering mountain in the distance with a deep gaze. It was obvious that Mount Shenhuang was not something he could refine just because he wanted to. There must be some difficulty in doing so. Let's try it first. Whoosh. Next, Jianghu kept teleporting in the direction of Mount Shenhuang without stopping for a moment. The closer he got, the more he felt the terror of this towering mountain. The heavy aura that rushed at him seemed to be able to suppress everything. The pressure on his body and soul was extremely strong. Dong dong dong, it was as if a heavy hammer was pounding on his body and soul. At the same time, the aura of the supreme treasure was also constantly strengthening. When Jianghu finally got within 100 light-years of this behemoth, the powerful aura of the supreme treasure had finally reached another level, reaching the level of a 9th-stage supreme treasure. The pressure on my body and soul has also undergone a qualitative change. It's even stronger. Jianghu also felt the pressure. After the Grotto Heaven world completed its continuous expansion, with the help of the power of the world, his body and soul had also undergone a continuous transformation. At this moment, his body was comparable to a Tier 5 supreme treasure. Even a heavenly venerable would have to put in a lot of effort to truly harm his body. The strength of his soul had also increased from a flood-level Tao Lord to an Eon-level Tao Lord. It could be said that there were not many places that could make him feel pressured anymore. Now he was still 100 light-years away from Mount Shenhuang, but the pressure was already very uncomfortable. In this position, even an Eon-level Tao Lord would find it difficult to move an inch. Jianghu shook his head and continued forward despite the pressure. At this point he did not dare to teleport anymore and flew forward carefully. If he teleported again he might fall into the abyssal rift at any time. According to the records of Azure Frost's map, Mount Shenhuang is 900 million light-years tall. The pressure brought by the heavy aura is a pressure on the body and soul. It's also a tempering. The experts of the various factions not only come to Mount Shenhuang to search for treasures and opportunities. There are also many experts who come here to borrow the pressure of this mountain to temper their bodies and souls. They treat this place as a cultivation holy land. As Jianghu flew, he recalled the information about Mount Shenhuang in his mind. Therefore it was easier to encounter experts from other factions here. However, he did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, nor did he restrain his aura. He continued to approach Mount Shenhuang. Swoosh! A golden light flew over from afar and soon entered the range of his vision, heading straight for Jianghu. That powerful aura caused people to be alarmed. Chapter 600. The golden light whistled over, but Jianghu took the initiative to stop and looked over with a smile. He had long discovered the other party. I actually met an expert of the human camp here. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The golden light stopped in front of Jianghu. It was a Tao Lord who looked similar to a human. His body looked like it was made of gold, and his entire body shone with golden light. This person's name was Tao Lord Qilong, and he was the patriarch of the Aurum race, one of the top races of the 4th universe. In terms of strength he was a universe Tao Lord. Tao Lord Qilong had joined the human camp long before the 4th universe evolved. He usually roamed the 3 great danger zones of the Chaos Sea and had many tricks up his sleeves. He was very good at staying alive. In the Chaos Sea, he was an existence that many Tao Lords were unwilling to provoke. However, at this moment, Tao Lord Qilong was full of smiles. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, my spiritual sense discovered you from afar. I heard that you were roaming the Goldflow River, so I didn't dare to recognize you at first. Only when I got closer did I dare to confirm it. Haha, I'm so happy to see an expert of the human camp in Mount Shenhuang. I'm also very happy to see you, Tao Lord Qilong. Jiang Ci smiled sincerely. In the fourth universe, the Aurum race was the strongest ally of the human race. Apart from their different races, they were as close as family. I've heard of your accomplishments. When you first entered the Chaos Sea, you killed 3 of the top universe Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. After 500 to 600 years, given the speed at which your strength increases, I'm sure I'm no longer your match. Tao Lord Qilong praised. You jest, Tao Lord Qilong. Jiang Ci shook his head and chuckled. It wasn't easy to receive praise from Tao Lord Qilong. However, his current strength had indeed surpassed Tao Lord Qilong's. Then, the two of them continued flying towards Mount Shenhuang together while chatting. I remember that Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 firmaments are in the Goldflow River. Why are you here? Tao Lord Qilong asked. Under such circumstances, most human experts would choose to roam the Goldflow River because they could receive timely reinforcements from other races. Therefore, it was rather strange for Jiang Ci to suddenly appear in Mount Shenhuang alone. I'm here to use the pressure of Mount Shenhuang to temper my body and soul, Jiang Ci said casually. At this moment, in order to prevent other powerhouses from noticing the abnormality, he had already put away the 6-layer mountain. Tao Lord Qilong was rather surprised. Then he smiled again. Most of the experts of the nearly 100 factions in the Chaos Sea came here to temper their bodies and essence souls. I've been here for quite some time, so there are some things I can tell you. Thank you very much. Jiang Ci cupped his hands in thanks. He had learned some information about Mount Shenhuang from the human race's database, but it wasn't much because human powerhouses rarely ventured into Mount Shenhuang. As for the information in Azure Frost's map, it was only a map. There was no information about the powerhouses. Taoist Lord Qilong smiled. Mount Shenhuang is different from Goldflow River. The whirlpools in the inner area of the flowing Gold River did not follow any pattern. They could appear at any time. He had to be vigilant at all times in order to avoid danger. The dangers of Mount Shenhuang are the abyssal rifts and lightning. However, these dangers can be seen and can be prevented in advance. He pointed at the terrifying rifts that spread down from the endless void. The location and size of those abyssal rifts rarely change. The areas between the 2 abyssal rifts are relatively safe. Some of the larger safe areas have become the cultivation bases of many powerhouses. I know a little about that. Jiang Ci nodded slightly. Mount Shenhuang mainly had 36 large safe areas. The length, width, and height of each area were at least light years. Tao Lord Qilong shook his head. I'm talking about the powerhouses cultivating here. There are 3 of them that you need to pay special attention to. They are Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land, Heavenly Venerate Evil of the First Universe, and Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon of the Second Universe. Jiang Ci listened carefully. This was important information. Tao Lord Qilong continued, Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink comes from the Holy Land universe. He's not afraid of the calamity, so he's very aloof and has an excellent personality. As long as you respect him and don't anger him, there won't be any danger. Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon has a violent personality. Her Blood Moon spacetime has always enveloped the space within hundreds of millions of kilometers around her. You absolutely can't go near that space, or you'll be in danger of dying. Actually, these 2 are fine. As long as you don't provoke them, you'll be fine. The most troublesome one is Heavenly Venerate Evil. At this point, Tao Lord Qilong's expression became very serious. Jiang Ci's heart trembled. He had long memorized the information of many powerhouses in Chaos Sea, including those Heavenly Venerates. There were many Heavenly Venerate powerhouses. Some were good at physical annihilation, some were good at essence spirit attacks, and some did not have 6th-grade supreme treasures. And Heavenly Venerate Evil, a lone traveler from the First Universe, was one of the terrifying existences. There were so many Heavenly Venerate powerhouses in Chaos Sea. The fact that he dared to use the word evil, as his name already showed his strength. In fact, in terms of actual combat strength, Heavenly Venerate Evil was not outstanding. He could only be considered ordinary. Heavenly Venerate Evil could be considered terrifying mainly because he was a special life form. His talent was in attacking the essence spirit. Later on, he used his talent as the foundation to create an even stronger essence spirit secret technique. Combined with the projection of a miniature universe, it formed a powerful spacetime domain called the Evil Prison Spacetime. This special spacetime domain had a strong impact on the essence spirit will. Heavenly Venerate Evil's battle with other Heavenly Venerates is average, but he has an absolute advantage against us Tao Lords. Tao Lord Qilong sighed. Once he uses the evil prison spacetime, even the essence spirit of a Heavenly Venerate will be affected. As for us Tao Lords, our essence spirits will probably fall into a daze and be slaughtered by him. Jianghu nodded solemnly. He could imagine how terrifying it was. Unless one had a Heavenly Venerate essence spirit or a 6th grade essence spirit true treasure, they could resist the impact of the evil prison spacetime. Although I have a 6th grade essence spirit true treasure, I have to be careful, Jianghu thought to himself. After all, his essence spirit was only at the level of an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. Tao Lord Qilong shook his head and sighed. Moreover, Heavenly Venerate Evil doesn't have any race ties, so he doesn't have any scruples and does as he pleases. He's not afraid of causing trouble at all. Therefore, everyone will take a detour when they encounter Heavenly Venerate Evil. If it weren't for Heavenly Venerate Qingyan from the Great Sky Sacred Land, other Tao Lords like me and I would have left the safety zones of Mount Shenhuang long ago. Jianghu smiled and said bluntly, there must be other benefits to staying here. Sure enough, Tao Lord Qilong also smiled. Of course, Heavenly Venerate Qingyan has a good personality. Occasionally he will publicly preach and impart his cultivation insights to everyone, allowing us Tao Lords to gain a lot. After all, there are too few Heavenly Venerates who are willing to teach us like this, so we don't want to leave. Besides, Heavenly Venerate Evil will also give face to the safety zone where Heavenly Venerate Qingyan is. Jianghu nodded slightly. It seemed that Heavenly Venerate Qingyan from the Great Sky Sacred Land had quite a bit of prestige. There were 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea, the Great Sky Sacred Land and the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Among them, the Great Sky Sacred Land was stronger because in terms of size the Great Sky Sacred Land was larger. There's one more thing. You've just arrived here so you must be careful. Heavenly Venerate Evil likes to change his appearance. Usually those who haven't seen him before won't know his aura fluctuations. Therefore you might be fooled by him. If you don't know him, it's very easy to anger him and attract a fatal calamity, Tao Lord Qilong added. 2 streams of light streaked through the void and approached Mount Shenhuang. Along the way, Jianghu learned more about the situation from Tao Lord Qilong. Mount Shenhuang had a total of 36 safety zones. Heavenly Venerate Qingyan from the Great Sky Sacred Land was stationed in Safety Zone 1. Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon from the Second Universe was stationed in Safety Zone 9. As for Heavenly Venerate Evil from the First Universe, he didn't have a fixed place to cultivate. He liked to wander around and disguise himself to fool Tao Lords. It would be fine if they could recognize him, but if they couldn't, they might be in danger. Up ahead is Safety Zone 1. It's also the place where the most experts in the entire Mount Shenhuang gather. Tao Lord Qilong pointed ahead. Jianghu stood side by side with him and looked ahead. There were still 3 light-years from here to Mount Shenhuang. At a glance, this 900 million light-year tall mountain peak was like a vast and boundless wall that separated heaven and earth. It extended in all directions and couldn't see the end. The abyssal rifts that extended down from the void didn't seem that terrifying when looking from afar. Now, however, they could clearly feel the terror of the abyssal rifts. Boom! Those lightning bolts flickered and rumbled continuously, emitting terrifying might. If touched, even a Heavenly Venerate would be severely injured. The so-called Safety Zone 1 was located between the 2 abyssal rifts. Compared to Mount Shenhuang, this safety zone was very small, but in reality, it covered a very large area. However, this wasn't the main focus of Jianghu's attention. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in his body. The 6-fold mountain is about to leave my body. Jianghu's eyes flashed. The supreme treasure, the 6-fold mountain, had already been absorbed into his body, but the attraction between supreme treasures wouldn't disappear because of this. On the contrary, he could feel that attraction even more clearly now. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful pressure was like a heavy hammer that constantly struck his body and primordial spirit, bringing him great pressure. At this point, the heavy aura emitted by Mount Shenhuang is already very strong. With the current strength of my body and primordial spirit, can I get close to Mount Shenhuang? Jianghu frowned slightly. If he couldn't even touch it, then he naturally wouldn't have the chance to subdue this mountain peak. Beside him, Tao Lord Qilong had been observing Jianghu because the closer he got to Mount Shenhuang, the stronger the pressure. At this point, even a universe realm Tao Lord would have to use all his strength to continue forward. However, Tao Lord Qilong discovered that although Jianghu was frowning, his flying speed didn't change at all. He seemed very relaxed. How is this possible? How many years has he cultivated for? His body and primordial spirit are already so strong? He's comparable to a universe realm Tao Lord? Tao Lord Qilong was very shocked. He originally thought that Jiang Xi was able to kill the three top universe realm Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race mainly because of the supreme treasure. However, the situation before him told him that Jiang Xi was very strong to begin with. I've been cultivating here for more than 10,000 epochs, tempering my body and primordial spirit to their current level. That's why I can withstand the pressure here so easily. How did he do it? Tao Lord Qilong was very puzzled. Tao Lord Qilong, Jiang Xi pointed ahead, where many powerful figures were sitting cross-legged in the void. I can see several Tao Lords at a glance. How many Tao Lords are cultivating here in Safety Zone 1? There were many experts here, so he didn't use his spiritual sense to investigate this place. That would easily attract the hostility of other Tao Lords. Nearly 100, Tao Lord Qilong replied. Tao Lord Qilong replied, their distance from Mount Shenhuang varies. From this, we can determine everyone's strength. The stronger one's body and primordial spirit are, the closer they can be. Currently, the one who can reach the deepest part is Celestial Venerable Qingyan. Can Celestial Venerable Qingyan touch Mount Shenhuang? Jiang Xi asked casually. Of course. Any Celestial Venerable can truly reach Mount Shenhuang. Tao Lord Qilong laughed. When you mention this, it reminds me of a rumor that has been circulating for a long time. What rumor? There's a special supreme treasure aura within 10,000 light-years of Mount Shenhuang. You should be able to sense it, right? Jiang Xi nodded. Therefore, there was once an expert who speculated that Mount Shenhuang should be a supreme treasure that surpasses the legendary level. Tao Lord Qilong chuckled. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, many celestial venerables have approached Mount Shenhuang, touched it, and tried to refine this supreme treasure. However, not a single celestial venerable has succeeded. Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. It was just as he had guessed. Everyone knew that Mount Shenhuang was a supreme treasure. But why did they not succeed? With the strength of a celestial venerable, they should be able to subdue and refine even a rank 9 supreme treasure, right? Or rather, Mount Shenhuang's grade was higher than rank 9 and even celestial venerables could not control it? At the thought of this, Jiang Xi was worried. He still wanted to find an opportunity to refine it this time. Whoosh, whoosh. They continued to fly forward and the pressure increased rapidly. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, the further we go, the greater the pressure. Tao Lord Qilong could not help but say, the place where I usually cultivate is deeper. It's close to my limit, so it's more helpful for me to improve my strength. If you can't take it anymore, you can tell me in advance. Alright, I also want to test my limits. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. Tao Lord Qilong did not say anything else and only observed secretly. However, he realized that Jiang Xi's expression did not change and he appeared very casual. At the same time, many Tao Lords cultivating in Safety Zone 1 also noticed Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Qilong. Tao Lord Qilong said not long ago that he went to the ruins of myriad worlds to search for treasures. Why is he back? Who's beside him? A new face that I've never seen before. He looks like a human and is traveling with Tao Lord Qilong. He should be a human expert from the 4th universe. Some of the Tao Lords who were training together were secretly chatting amongst themselves, but very few of them knew who Riverward was. After all, Jiang Xi had been in the Chaos Sea for less than 1,000 years. In terms of fame, the Heavenly Feather race had issued a bounty for him because he had killed 3 Aeon-level Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. However, everyone only knew that Jiang Xi was Tao Lord Mountain Sea. They did not know about Jiang Xi's specific situation, nor did they know what he looked like. In the end, a Tao Lord recognized him. He's Tao Lord Mountain Sea from the 4th universe. As soon as he said that, everyone matched Jiang Xi's appearance with the slightly famous Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Then they realized that Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Qilong were still flying deeper. The experts who could cultivate in this area were naturally all universe-level Tao Lords. Everyone might be very strong, but that didn't mean that their bodies and essence souls were also strong. This was also the main reason why they were cultivating here. Tao Lord Qilong's strength could be considered top-notch among the universe level. It wasn't strange that he could continue to go deeper. But why did Tao Lord Mountain Sea dare to continue? A new Tao Lord of the human race shouldn't have cultivated for long, right? Why was his body and essence soul stronger than theirs? Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Qilong flew for another half a day before stopping. This is where I often cultivate. Tao Lord Qilong looked at Jiang Xi and sighed. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the pressure of this area. Jiang Xi chuckled but didn't say anything. If he had just stepped into the Chaos Sea, he would probably have knelt here. His body would have shattered and his essence soul would have dissipated. However, after 500 to 600 years, the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world had already transformed his strength. He only felt slightly strained here. In terms of physical strength, he far surpassed most universe-level Tao Lords. Only his essence soul was slightly weaker. However, he had a Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure, so he could easily withstand the pressure here. One had to know that many Heavenly Venerables didn't even have a Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure. There are so many Tao Lords ahead? Jianghu looked deeper in surprise. Closer to Mount Shenhuang, there were some powerful figures sitting cross-legged in the void. That's right. Tao Lord Qilong explained, although nearly 100 Tao Lords are gathered in Safety Zone 1, those who can truly enter that place are at least at the Tier 4 level. Their bodies are at least as strong as a Tier 4 Supreme Treasure, and their essence souls are at least at the peak of the universe level. Look ahead. There are a total of 14 Tao Lords. Their bodies and essence souls have reached the limit of the universe level. If they take another step forward and their bodies and essence souls undergo a qualitative transformation, they will be comparable to Heavenly Venerables. Actually, in the depths, apart from Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land, there are 2 other Tao Lords cultivating there. It's said that those 2 Tao Lords have Tier 6 Armor Supreme Treasures, and their essence souls are comparable to Heavenly Venerables. They are from the Red Lotus Sacred Land and the Third Universe respectively, Tao Lord Qilong lamented. Jianghu also sighed. His body's strength was probably similar to those 14 Tao Lords, but his essence soul was much weaker. However, he didn't expect to encounter 2 Tao Lords whose essence souls were comparable to Heavenly Venerables in Safety Zone 1. How many such Tao Lords were there in all 36 safety zones of Mount Shenhuang? How many were there in the entire Chaos Sea? He really couldn't underestimate the experts of the Chaos Sea. Right, one of the 2 Tao Lords in the depths is from the Heavenly Feather race. You once killed 3 top universe-level Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race and have a deep grudge with them. You have to be careful, Tao Lord Qilong reminded. Who is it? Tao Lord Flying Feather? Jianghu's pupils constricted slightly. He knew of this Tao Lord expert in terms of strength. Tao Lord Flying Feather was ranked 2nd among the universe-level Tao Lords. The first level was the half-step Heavenly Venerables. There were not many existences comparable to Tao Lord 9 Clouds in the entire Chaos Sea. From this, it was clear how strong Tao Lord Flying Feather was. Furthermore, Tao Lord Flying Feather was the disciple of the first Sacred Lord of the Heavenly Feather race and was best at Essence Soul attacks. His body might be a bit weaker, but he has a 6th grade defensive treasure. The strength of his Essence Soul is comparable to a Heavenly Venerate and he's good at Essence Soul attacks. Compared to Heavenly Venerables, his secret techniques are only slightly inferior. With such strength and the backing of the Heavenly Feather race, he's unafraid of any faction in Chaos Sea. Jianghu knew very well that in the eyes of most experts, Tao Lord Flying Feather was an existence that could not be provoked. However, he was not afraid at all. Sorry, a Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure just happens to counter you. Jianghu thought to himself and smiled. That smile puzzled Tao Lord Qilong as he did not know why Jianghu was smiling. Tao Lord Qilong, thank you for telling me along the way. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Jianghu cupped his fists and thanked him. Haha, we're both from the human camp and should help each other. I've been cultivating in Safety Zone 1 the entire time. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can send me a message from Universe 4. Tao Lord Qilong smiled. Jianghu nodded and turned into a stream of light, continuing to approach Mount Shenhuang. That Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea is still going deeper? To be able to fly to this position, he's either protected by a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure or his body and essence soul are close to the limits of a universe Tao Lord. Seems like there's a reason why the Heavenly Feather race offered a bounty for his head. As Riverward drew closer and closer, the 14 Tao Lords seated in the lotus position in the void noticed him as well. Jianghu did not care about their spying and continued advancing at his own pace. Dong, 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 dong. The heavy aura emitted by Mount Shenhuang was like a wave that slapped against his body and essence soul continuously, bringing him immense pressure. The pressure is getting stronger. If not for the Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure, my essence soul would have collapsed long ago under this pressure. Although he looked calm, his body and essence soul were already trembling. Swoosh! In the end, Jianghu stopped and did not continue forward. The 14 Tao Lords were also in this area. The pressure here is already making me very uncomfortable, but it's not to the point of losing my composure. No wonder the 14 Tao Lords stopped here. If I continue forward, even with the protection of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure, I won't be able to control my body and essence soul. Jianghu shook his head. In that situation the body would crack, blood and sweat would flow, and the essence soul would disintegrate and recover piece by piece. It was extremely painful. Looks like I can't really get close to Mount Shenhuang with my current strength. Jianghu felt that it was a pity. However, he was not discouraged. As long as the strength of my body and essence soul reach the heavenly venerable level, it'll be fine. Jianghu was very confident. This was because after his Dao technique was deduced to the heavenly Dao realm, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds again. At that time, his body and essence soul would have a high chance of reaching the heavenly venerable level in advance. Not only that, but his cultivation, secret techniques, grotto heaven world, and so on would also experience a qualitative leap. Chapter 601. Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race has appeared in the first safety zone of Mount Shenhuang. Dao Lord Mountain Sea is in Mount Shenhuang. I can confirm that it's him. I saw it with my own eyes. There were nearly 100 universe realm Dao Lords cultivating in the first safety zone of Mount Shenhuang. Just now half of them saw Jianghu. Naturally the news spread quickly. Jianghu had nothing to hide about this. He had no intention of hiding his whereabouts from the beginning. After all, the only one who truly had a grudge with him in Chaos Sea was the Heavenly Feather race. Without a conflict of interests, the other factions would not take the initiative to find trouble with him. As for the Heavenly Feather race, Tomorrow's Supremacy had defeated 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather race previously. This battle had a great deterrent effect. If the Heavenly Feather race wanted to deal with him now, they would only use the strength of a Dao Lord. If they wanted to send Heavenly Venerables, they would have to give Tomorrow's Supremacy a reason to attack. Since that was the case, Jianghu had nothing to be afraid of. He could roam Chaos Sea openly. At this moment, in the depths of Mount Shenhuang's first safety zone, 2 figures with enormous auras sat cross-legged in the void. One of the figures had 5 pairs of white wings behind his back. It was the famous Dao Lord Flying Feather of the Heavenly Feather race. From this position one could sense more pressure from Mount Shenhuang. If one's body and essence spirit were slightly weaker, they would probably collapse. Under normal circumstances, only an Empyrean would be able to remain safe and sound here. Dao Lord Flying Feather was not afraid. He sat cross-legged in the void motionlessly. As a top universe realm Dao Lord, his body might not be the strongest. However, he had a grade 6 armor treasure and was not afraid of the pressure here. In terms of essence spirit, he was even more outstanding. His essence spirit had already reached the level of a heavenly venerable. To him, as long as he made a breakthrough in his body or secret technique and touched the origin level, he would be able to advance further and become a half-step heavenly venerable. Buzz. Right then, a fluctuation appeared in the void and attracted Dao Lord Flying Feather's attention. He opened his eyes abruptly. Dao Lord Featherflight was able to see a black armored figure come to a halt in the area where the 14 cosmic Dao Lords were located. To be able to reach that place meant that his body and essence spirit had reached the limit of a universe realm Dao Lord. It's him. Dao Lord Mountain Sea Dao Lord, you killed Jia and Kuan Yu, and Fang Su has also lost his strongest true body. How dare you come here? Jia, it seems that today is my chance to avenge you. Dao Lord Flying Feather said Dao Lord Flying Feather. The Heaven Feather race was one of the most supreme races in the first universe. Over the course of its long history, the many Dao Lords of the race had naturally formed their own little cliques because they were of the same race and were experts on the same level of power. For example, Dao Lord Featherflight and Dao Lord Jiafa were on extremely good terms. After spending so many years together, both sides had long since gotten used to the existence of friends. Furthermore, to Dao Lord Flying Feather, his friends were his family. This was because even before he had become a Dao Lord, his blood relatives had already passed away. All he had left were his friends. The death of Dao Lord Jiafa had once driven him mad. Although the race had already removed the bounty for killing the Fourth Universe's human race, however, during these 500 to 600 years, Dao Lord Featherflight did not give up. He had been searching for the whereabouts of Dao Lord Mountain Sea through the intelligence system of his race. However, Dao Lord Mountain Sea's whereabouts were a mystery. Even though the Heavenly Feather race's intelligence network was very powerful, they still couldn't find any clues. Dao Lord Featherflight had no choice but to temporarily bury his anger and hatred in his heart. Because of the sudden rise of Venerable Ming, the human race of Universe 4 got rid of the title of a weak force. Now this matter could only be resolved through revenge and could no longer be pressured by the tribe. But who would have thought that his enemy would take the initiative to deliver himself to his mouth? He actually saw Tao Lord Mountain Sea here. Tao Lord Featherflight felt as though he had searched high and low for something only to find it by chance. Very good. Whoosh. A white stream of light tore through the air and flew towards Jianghu. It's Tao Lord Feather. He's charging towards Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Could it be that he's trying to regain face for the Heavenly Feather race? I heard that Tao Lord Featherflight and Tao Lord Jiafa were best friends, and Tao Lord Jiafa died at the hands of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Mountain Sea is in trouble. Some of the Tao Lords noticed this and began to watch in secret. However, most of them were just watching the show and no one was willing to interfere. Only Tao Lord Qilong looked worried. Although he was worried, he could only watch. That was because the pressure in that area was very strong and it was not something he could enter. If I had known, I would have let Jianghu go to another safe zone. Tao Lord Qilong regretted it. He did not expect Tao Lord Featherflight to dare to attack in Safety Zone number 1 without any regard for Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink's dignity. Jianghu had just sat down cross-legged in the void when he saw a white stream of light flying towards him. Still looking for trouble? He frowned slightly. Although he was not afraid of Tao Lord Featherflight, there was still Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink in the depths. If he attacked in Safety Zone number 1, he might anger this Heavenly Venerable from the Great Sky Sacred Land. He did not want to provoke a Heavenly Venerable for no reason. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to retreat just like that. Swoosh. The white stream of light was extremely fast. In an instant, it flew from billions of kilometers away to his area. Compared to the vast void, the two of them looked very small. However, their powerful auras covered the entire area like a monstrous wave. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. A cold voice sounded in the void. Tao Lord Featherflight walked over step by step, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers with each step. What's the matter? Jianghu stood up calmly and looked straight at him without any evasiveness. Do you really not know? Or are you pretending to be stupid? Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were cold as if he was looking at a corpse. At the same time he approached step by step. Oh. Are you avenging the 3 Aeon Realm Tao Lords of your race? Or are you trying to regain the face of your Heavenly Feather race? Jianghu asked. No matter which it is, you will die today. Tao Lord Featherflight's voice rumbled, covering the sound of thunder in the abyssal chasm and spreading throughout Safety Zone 1, so confident. Jianghu smiled. At this moment, the two sides were less than 1,000,000 kilometers apart and arrived in an instant. Tao Lord Featherflight stopped and stared at Jianghu with eyes filled with killing intent. You have guts. You don't seem to be afraid of me? Jianghu's smile did not change. Why should he be afraid? In terms of physical strength, he was stronger than Tao Lord Featherflight. As for the strength of his essence spirit, although the difference was huge, he had a rank 6 essence spirit supreme treasure, so he was naturally not afraid. As for attack, his secret technique was definitely inferior to Tao Lord Featherflight's. However, his Grotto Heaven world far surpassed Tao Lord Featherflight's. With the support of the power of the world, Jianghu was confident that even if he did not use the Heaven Connecting Tower, his attack would definitely not be weaker than Tao Lord Featherflight's. If he used it, he would naturally be stronger. How confident? Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were cold. Then go to hell. Whoosh. The unique kingdom of heaven spacetime of the Heavenly Feather race descended instantly. White feathers accompanied by the sound of Kingdom of Heaven echoed in the world, appearing incomparably sacred. As a Tao Lord expert whose essence spirit was comparable to a Heavenly Venerable, with the support of the power of essence spirit, his Kingdom of Heaven spacetime was thousands or tens of thousands of times stronger than the spacetime domain of ordinary Universe Tao Lords. At the level of Universe Tao Lords, only a few half-step Heavenly Venerables could defeat him. Therefore, Tao Lord Featherflight was very confident that this puny human would not be able to resist in his spacetime domain. However, Jianghu did not move and merely spat out a word. Break. Boom. A seemingly real world descended at the same time. The stars, continents, mountains and rivers in the starry sky were incomparably real and crushed towards Kingdom of Heaven spacetime with an unstoppable force. Crack, crack, crack. Kingdom of Heaven spacetime began to collapse. Impossible. Tao Lord Featherflight's expression changed drastically, unable to believe what he was seeing. Apart from Heavenly Venerables, only half-step Heavenly Venerables spacetime domains were stronger than his. However, this human in front of him could crush his Kingdom of Heaven spacetime. However, Tao Lord Featherflight was a top universe Tao Lord after all. He had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless years and naturally had plenty of combat experience. Although Kingdom of Heaven spacetime collapsed, it did not dissipate immediately. This gave him a chance to counterattack. Just because the spacetime domain is strong doesn't mean that the essence spirit is also strong. Tao Lord Featherflight quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to attack again. Buzz. The feathers that filled the sky in Kingdom of Heaven spacetime condensed into an illusory white arrow with a dazzling light. Suddenly, it tore through the void and attacked Jianghu. The strength of my essence spirit is comparable to a heavenly venerable. The power of this essence spirit attack is close to 1/10,000th of a heavenly venerable. How are you going to block it? Tao Lord Featherflight looked as if he was looking at a dead man. Primordial spirit attacks were what he was best at. With an essence spirit comparable to a heavenly venerable, it was enough to crush almost all Tao Lords. Of course there were strong and weak. He was good at essence spirit attacks but not physical attacks. That was why the Heavenly Feather race gave him a grade 6 armor treasure to make up for his shortcomings. Swoosh. The illusory white arrow trembled the void and arrived in front of Jianghu instantly. However, Jianghu did not move at all. He reached out and grabbed casually. Poof. The white arrow was directly crushed, turning into streams of light and disappearing. As for the essence spirit attack with the grade 6 essence spirit treasure, the arrow was like an egg striking a rock and did not cause any damage to his essence spirit. You. Tao Lord Featherflight's expression changed drastically again. This time there was shock. He did not have time to think and once again condensed his strongest essence spirit attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, illusory white feathered arrows shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth. At that moment Jianghu moved. How dare you spout nonsense with just this little bit of strength? What a joke. Jianghu was merciless with his words and executed thunderous methods at the same time. His figure swayed and a long shuttle appeared in his hand. It was formed by heaven-piercing building during this process, the various powers in his body, cultivation, body, essence spirit, secret skills, Tao techniques and even the strongest world power condensed into a ball and injected into the long shuttle. Swoosh. The long shuttle formed by heaven-piercing building tore through the air with him at a speed that exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. The distance of 1,000,000 kilometers was no different from being extremely close. Although one could not teleport in the spacetime domain, at that moment Jianghu disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported and appeared in front of Tao Lord Featherflight. This? Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes widened. He had no chance to react. The tip of the long shuttle was the tip of heaven-piercing building, which was also the sharpest part of this special treasure. The grade 6 cardinal treasure on Tao Lord Flying Feather's body was instantly pierced like a piece of paper and was of little defensive use. The aura of this top universe realm Tao Lord weakened by 30% in an instant. Boom. Then, in the next moment, Tao Lord Featherflight's body was sent flying by the powerful force of Jianghu's attack. At that moment, Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were blank. He could not believe everything before his eyes. Even a grade 6 defensive treasure could not defend against it. There was only one possibility. The power of that attack had already reached a half-step heavenly venerable. How dare you spout nonsense with such strength? Jianghu repeated his words, but this time, it was a furious roar. Impossible. Who are you? Tao Lord Featherflight regained control of his body. He roared with fear and a little anger. However, Jianghu had already attacked again. The long shuttle was about to pierce out. Tao Lord Featherflight hurriedly shouted, "Senior Qingyan, save me." Jianghu had no intention of stopping. His eyes were cold. Chi. The long shuttle was led by the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Great Tao Scroll. It shone with 5-colored light and carried all his strength as it stabbed Tao Lord Featherflight continuously. With the suppression of the Mountain Sea spacetime domain, Tao Lord Featherflight could not escape or dodge at all. In an instant, this top-notch universe realm Tao Lord who was incomparably confident earlier was like a punctured balloon. His body instantly deflated and he was deader than dead. You killed a universe realm Tao Lord. Eternal EXP +9. The notification of the arrival of experience points rang out. Jianghu was delighted. However, right at that moment, a chill ran down his spine and all his hair stood on end. Boom. An incomparably terrifying phantom of a giant hammer covered the world, directly destroying his Mountain Sea spacetime and smashing towards him. If he was hit, he would definitely be annihilated instantly. Furthermore, the giant hammer phantom carried a terrifying might and completely sealed this spacetime. Even a universe realm Tao Lord would not be able to break through. Heavenly Venerable. Jianghu felt a chill run down his spine. Break! He roared angrily. Without even thinking, the long shuttle pierced out again. Although it could not break through the spacetime of the giant hammer phantom, it could break a hole. That was enough. As long as he sensed the spacetime fluctuations, he could teleport. Swoosh. A huge hole exploded in the void and ripples appeared in the sealed spacetime once more. Buzz, teleport. At the same time as he teleported, Jianghu's figure entered heaven-piercing building. Furthermore, he did not forget to take away Tao Lord Flying Feather's supreme treasure. This series of operations was completed in the blink of an eye. Swoosh. The long shuttle formed by heaven-piercing building disappeared from Mount Shenhuang No. 1 safety zone with Jianghu. Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, this isn't over. Don't enter that abyssal chasm. In the vast void, Jianghu's angry and worried voice echoed. More than 20 Tao Lords, including Tao Lord Qilong, witnessed this extremely short battle with their own eyes. Excluding the time when Jianghu and Tao Lord Flying Feather exchanged blows, the true battle process did not exceed a second. However, this extremely short period of time was enough to shock them completely. Initially, everyone thought that this Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race was definitely finished. Who was Tao Lord Flying Feather? He was in existence second only to half-step Heavenly Venerables. If his body or secret technique was stronger, he would be able to become a half-step Heavenly Venerable. However, the outcome was completely beyond their imagination. Such an expert was killed instantly by Tao Lord Mountain Sea. What was even more shocking was that Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink also attacked just now, but he did not manage to hold Tao Lord Mountain Sea back. Heaven-defying. The humans of the fourth universe have Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament and Heavenly Venerable Ming. In the past, there was only Tao Lord 9 Firmament, but now there's Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Most importantly, I just asked around. Tao Lord Mountain Sea has cultivated for a very short period of time. It's said that he has less than 100,000 years. This is simply, it's a pity that there are a large number of abyssal rifts in Mount Shenhuang and there's that powerful pressure, so spacetime is very unstable. If he uses teleportation under such circumstances, there's a high chance that he'll fall into that abyssal rift. Even Heavenly Venerables don't dare to teleport in Mount Shenhuang. He's courting death. Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink is such a kind expert and is usually aloof. Why would he attack at this time? Could it be that they angered him when they fought in Safety Zone 1? The 20-odd Tao Lords instantly had many thoughts. Some sighed, some were secretly delighted, and many were puzzled. They had clearly heard Tao Lord Flying Feather's cry for help before he died. The meaning of those words was worth pondering. Did Tao Lord Flying Feather have a relationship with Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink? Or did the Heavenly Feather race have some connection with the Great Sky Sacred Land? The former was obviously unlikely, so the latter was the only possibility. As for the final words left behind by Riverward, everyone was only stunned and amused. What right did a Tao Lord have to threaten a Heavenly Venerable? Even if Tao Lord Mountain Sea's talent was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to threaten a Heavenly Venerable. Putting aside the Tao Lords of the other factions, just the human experts of the fourth universe alone, Tao Lord 9 Firmament was very strong, right? Tao Lord 9 Firmament was already a half-step Heavenly Venerable countless epochs ago, but he was still in the same place and was no match for a Heavenly Venerable at all. No matter how talented Tao Lord Mountain Sea was, what right did he have to threaten a Heavenly Venerable? Which one of those who could cultivate to become a Heavenly Venerable didn't have heaven-defying talent? While everyone was having all sorts of thoughts, only Tao Lord Qilong was filled with worry. He quickly informed the humans of the matter through the incarnation he left in the fourth universe. At this moment, in the deepest part of the first safety zone, near the mountain wall of Mount Shenhuang, a huge figure with 6 pairs of arms was sitting cross-legged in front of the mountain wall. His dignified face was filled with doubt. "You escape?" Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen frowned. The pressure he faced in this position could be said to be the strongest in the entire Mount Shenhuang. Even if he was a Heavenly Venerable, he had to use 90% of his strength to resist. Therefore, the attack he attacked just now was only 10% of his strength. However, Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen was confident that with his strength, even 10% was enough to kill a half-step Heavenly Venerable. However, the outcome was out of his expectations. To think that the human would be able to break a hole in the shadow of his secret technique, allowing the human to escape successfully. Is it because of his attack methods or the long shuttle in his hand? Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen pondered for a moment and shook his head, not continuing to dwell on this question. He came from the Great Sky Sacred Land and naturally didn't lack supreme treasures. Even if a puny Tao Lord was a little strange, it wasn't worth spending too much energy on. In Heavenly Venerable Qin Yan's eyes, the threatening words in the last sentence couldn't even be considered a joke. He attacked just now only because the Heavenly Feather race had some ties with the Great Sky Sacred Land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to destroy his image of being a nice guy. As for whether this would offend the Fourth Universe's humans, Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen didn't think about this at all. No matter how powerful Heavenly Venerable was, he wouldn't dare to attack a powerhouse from the Great Sky Sacred Land. This was the confidence of the number one faction in the Chaos Sea. It's been more than 1,000,000 epochs. Is there really no way to refine this Mount Shenhuang? But Supremes once revealed that this is indeed a supreme treasure. Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen sighed. He had 6 pairs of arms, one of which had been pressing his palm on the dark mountain wall. He had already tried countless methods to refine this supreme treasure, but none of them worked. After Riverward executed teleportation, he had a feeling of resigning himself to fate. Even though he hid in Sky Connecting Tower, he was still very worried. Although Mount Shenhuang was called a cultivation holy land by many factions, it didn't mean that it was safe here. One of the 3 great perilous lands was not just a casual remark. No one knew what was hidden behind those abyssal rifts, because even Heavenly Venerables would die if they went in. And that spacetime had long become incomparably chaotic under the suppression of Mount Shenhuang. Once he used teleportation, the direction was no longer what he could control. Who knew where he would teleport to? However, if he didn't teleport just now, then he wouldn't be able to shake off Heavenly Venerable Qin Yan's bombardment. Therefore he could only fight to the death. Furthermore, with the protection of Sky Connecting Tower, there was still a very high chance of survival. Huff! Teleportation was naturally a matter of an instant. With Jiangxi's current strength, the maximum distance of teleportation was 5,000 light-years. But in this kind of environment, the distance of teleportation was uncertain. The next moment, the teleportation ended. But Jiangxi's heart also sank. Because the situation was very bad. The moment the teleportation ended, the Sky Connecting Tower, which had already transformed to its normal size, which was 90,000 kilometers tall, immediately suffered a violent impact. Boom! The Heavenly Tower was like a small boat sailing in a stormy sea. It was thrown up high by the huge waves, and then it was instantly sent flying far away. Damn it! During this process, Jiangxi felt an incomparably terrifying impact engulfing the entire Sky Connecting Tower. It made people tremble with fear. Boom boom boom. Several hundred unknown impacts surged like a raging tide, almost instantly crashing into Sky Connecting Tower again. Under this kind of powerful power, Sky Connecting Tower was like a rubber ball, being wantonly thrown out. It was sent flying again and again without the slightest ability to resist. I feel that this power is even stronger than Mount Shenhuang's abyssal rift. Where did I teleport to? Jiangxi stood in the space of Sky Connecting Tower and only felt his throat go dry, frightened by this terrifying power. He did not control Sky Connecting Tower, nor could he control it. He could only allow Sky Connecting Tower to be thrown out again and again. However, Sky Connecting Tower was still powerful in the end. Its interior was very stable and not affected by the outside world. What the hell is going on outside? As soon as my spiritual consciousness spread out, it was instantly annihilated. Jiangxi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. At least his life was not in danger now. What he needed to think about now was figuring out where he was. And Shang, reflect the surrounding scenery of Sky Connecting Tower. Now he could only let Sky Connecting Tower's weapon spirit temporarily become his eyes. Soon, the surrounding scenery in all directions was completely reflected in the space inside Sky Connecting Tower. Oh my god! Jiangxi was stunned by the scene before him. Chapter 602. This was a vast and dark space. Countless dazzling light blades formed a storm that swept through everything. The impact that Heavenly Connecting Tower felt was brought about by the huge blades of light. Jiangxi was inside Sky Piercer Tower. Although he couldn't feel this kind of random flying, the scene in all directions had already appeared. He could clearly see that those light blades were like giants, kicking Sky Piercer Tower around like a ball. Obviously, if he was controlling Sky Piercer Tower himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an impact. Too strong. Unbelievable. There are countless light blades like a storm here. Even a Heavenly Venerable would die. Jiangxi couldn't feel the power of the light blades, but he was the owner of Sky Piercer Tower. He could clearly sense the energy that erupted from those light blades through Sky Piercer Tower. The power of each light blade far exceeded the attack that Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen had used on him. If I didn't have Sky Piercer Tower, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated the moment I entered. Jiangxi took a deep breath and finally calmed down. But at this moment when he really calmed down, he discovered that there was something wrong with his body. The supreme treasure that he had put away, the sixfold mountain, seemed to be trembling a little more than when he was in the first safety zone of Mount Shenhuang. The sixfold mountain had been trembling, but because it hadn't increased by much, he didn't notice it immediately when he entered this space just now. Could it be? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Mount Shenhuang was very tall, a total of 900 million light-years. The entire body of the mountain was naturally very large. If it was hollowed out, it would be about the same size as the grotto heavens of many Tao Lords. I teleported into the mountain? Jiang Xi felt that this was very likely. Teleporting in Mount Shenhuang was filled with too many uncertainties, and it was impossible to control the direction. There was a strong attraction between Mount Shenhuang and the sixfold mountain in his body. When he teleported just now, it was very likely that he would have entered the mountain under the influence of this attraction. I've never heard of any powerhouse in Chaos Sea being able to enter the mountain. Jiang Xi felt that he had found the key to refining Mount Shenhuang. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, a large number of heavenly venerate powerhouses had tried countless methods to refine this supreme treasure, but none of them had succeeded. Even if they want to enter the space inside the mountain, they won't be able to survive. Jiang Xi smiled. He really had to thank Celestial Master Qing Yen for forcing him to teleport away and come here. Then he relied on the special treasure, the Heaven Connecting Tower, to survive. Small. With a thought, Jiang Xi caused the heavenly tower to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a speck of dust. Those light blades were incomparably huge, and there was a certain distance between each light blade. After the heavenly tower became smaller, the chances of being hit by the light blade were greatly reduced. Even if he was struck, it would only be a single light blade at most. There would not be hundreds of light blades striking him at the same time. It's just a blade of light. With my control over Heavenly Tower, I can already fly through this space. Jiang Xi tried to control the Heaven Connecting Tower, and sure enough, he felt that it finally stabilized. It was no longer like a flying ball that could not be controlled at all. Now, it was only hit once in a while, so the impact on flight was very small. The source of the attraction is there. Jiang Xi sensed carefully. Because the light blades outside were too strong, his spiritual consciousness could not spread out. He could not teleport, nor could he investigate this space. He could only rely on the connection between the treasures to determine the direction. Then Jiang Xi controlled the Heaven Connecting Tower and flew towards the source of the attraction. The dust-like Heaven Connecting Tower's speed continued to soar, and soon, it exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. This space was filled with endless light blades. Each light blade was extremely powerful, there were many of them, and there was no pattern. As a result, the Heaven Connecting Tower was struck from time to time, and its flight was crooked, unable to maintain a straight line. The attraction between the treasures is increasing bit by bit. This made Jiang Xi even more certain of his speculation. This was definitely the interior of Mount Shenhuang. Next, while controlling the flight of the Heaven Connecting Tower, he also sorted out the gains from the battle just now. The eternal experience points obtained from killing a universe realm Tao Lord was very useful. It was a total of 9 yuan. Last time, when I killed Tao Lord Jia Fa and Tao Lord Kuan Yu, I obtained a total of 12 yuan of eternal experience points. At that time I still had 2 yuan left. In addition to this time, I can convert another 10 yuan of eternal fragments to expand the Grotto Heaven world. The remaining 1 yuan of eternal experience points is enough to support the deduction of Tao techniques for thousands of years. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. He would let his clone in the 4th universe expand the Grotto Heaven world. He believed that after this expansion, his strength would increase again. In addition, Tao Lord Flying Feathers Tier 6 armor treasure had also become his spoils of war. It just so happened that the Sixfold Mountain was still a Tier 5 treasure. After the armor transformation, its defense was still a little low. The newly acquired 6th grade armor supreme treasure was just enough to further enhance his body's defense. Of course, the Sixfold Mountain was not eliminated. The spacetime domain of the treasure had a certain amplification effect on his mountain sea spacetime. Moreover, if he could really refine the Shenhuang Mountain, then the armor transformation of the Sixfold Mountain could be used again. Jiang Xi was excited just thinking about it. If such a powerful treasure really transformed into armor, how strong would its defense be? Even if he stood there motionless and let the heavenly venerables attack, they would not be able to break through his body's defense, right? At the same time, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments also found Jiang Xi's clone and asked about the battle in Safety Zone 1. After knowing that Jiang Xi's original body was fine, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments did not ask any more questions. The other upper echelons of the human race in the Fourth Universe and Venerable Ming were also relieved. After all, the talent and strength that Jiang Xi had displayed had far exceeded everyone's understanding. It had only been 500 to 600 years since he killed the 3 Aeon Realm Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race. He had just come out, but he had already killed a top-tier Universe Dao Lord. Moreover, he had been able to escape Heavenly Venerable Qingyan's attack. With such strength, without including Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, Jiang Xi could already be ranked in the top 3 of the human race, second only to Venerable Ming and Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. Therefore, everyone was filled with hope for Jiang Xi's future. Back then, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's growth experience was just like Jiang Xi's. Could be said to be legendary. Even before becoming a Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's speed of improvement was not as fast as Jiang Xi's. In time, Jiang Xi would definitely be another invincible Heavenly Venerable. And the human race in the Fourth Universe would also become even stronger because of this. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. Heaven-piercing tower had already flown more than 4,000 light-years in this space. The trembling of the 6th-tier mountain had increased by thousands of times. If Jiang Xi had not been suppressing it with all his might, this treasure would have left his body. Of course, in Heaven-piercing tower, the 6th-tier mountain could not escape even if it wanted to. At this moment, the space of Heaven-piercing tower was still reflecting the surrounding scenes of the outside world. After flying for such a long distance, Jiang Xi finally saw the source of the attraction. In the distance, in the middle of countless light blade storms, a dazzling 9-tier mountain stood in the dark space, emitting a dazzling light. Those huge light blades were dissipating from the 9-tier mountain and then being swallowed back. The eruption and swallowing maintained a balance, as if maintaining the stability of this space. Could this be the true body of the treasure? Jiang Xi wondered. However, the distance was still too far for him to see the specific situation of the mountain clearly. Heaven-piercing tower continued to fly, getting closer and closer to the 9-tier mountain. At the same time, its flying speed began to slow down. Just like this, another month passed. Jiang Xi was only 1 light-year away from the mountain. Heaven-piercing tower finally reflected the true appearance of the mountain. It was a 9-tier mountain that was completely formed by stacking countless light blades. At the core there were the most concentrated light blades. It's not a physical body. Jiang Xi was very surprised. In that case, the 9-tier mountain was not a treasure. However, it was clearly the source of the attraction that the 6th-tier mountain sensed. Jiang Xi was puzzled as he kept approaching it. 1 trillion kilometers, 10 billion kilometers, 100 million kilometers. As he got closer, the scene he saw became more specific and clear. It actually looks like this. Of the 9-tier mountain formed by the light blades, only the highest tier in the middle looked real. The other 8 tiers were all illusory. The middle tier corresponds to Mount Shenhuang? Jiang Xi looked carefully as this thought flashed through his mind. He continued to get closer. 1 million kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Suddenly, an endless willpower impact crushed Jiang Xi's primordial spirit like a wave. Jiang Xi's face instantly turned pale, and his primordial spirit trembled. That was because this sudden attack of will was like a lofty dragon looking down on ants. It was powerful and crazy. However, Jiang Xi remained clear-headed under such circumstances. That's not right. Jiang Xi realized that this willpower impact was very weak. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to remain clear-headed, and his primordial spirit would have collapsed long ago. Get lost. The willpower impact, accompanied by angry roars, kept attacking, but Jiang Xi became even calmer. Indeed, it's like a paper tiger. It feels thousands of times stronger than a heavenly venerate, but it's very weak. Jiang Xi took a deep breath, and his trembling primordial spirit calmed down. Continue moving forward, but slow down. He remained vigilant and didn't rashly fly close to the light blade mountain. 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Although the lofty and crazy willpower roared again and sounded very terrifying, it wasn't difficult for Jiang Xi to resist with the strength of his primordial spirit. Get lost. Get lost. The willpower impact that was constantly crushing towards him was roaring furiously. However, Jiang Xi dealt with it calmly. He didn't panic at all and he wasn't afraid at all. He was in Heavenly Tower and could guarantee his safety. The endless light blades couldn't hurt him at all. As long as he blocked the willpower impact, it would be fine. 5,000 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers? The dust-sized heavenly tower was getting closer and closer to the Light Blade Mountain. The lofty willpower impact also became stronger and stronger. It roared again and again, "Get lost. Get lost. Otherwise I'll kill you. Kill you." "Kill me?" Jiang Xi smiled. "If I could kill you I would have done so long ago. What's more, I'm in Heavenly Tower. Even a heavenly venerate can't do anything to me. Why would I be afraid of a stupid paper tiger like you?" It was indeed stupid. This willpower impact didn't seem to know how to think. It kept threatening him as if it was a life that had just gained intelligence. "You bastard. Shameless bastard. Get lost or I'll definitely kill you, crush your primordial spirit, and let you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever." The voice of the willpower impact became crazier, as if it was worried that Jiang Xi would approach. Jiang Xi couldn't be bothered and continued to approach. When he entered the 1,000 kilometers area of the Light Blade Mountain, the willpower impact became even stronger, and the pressure on his primordial spirit suddenly increased. "Is starting to be a threat." Jiang Xi's expression became serious. With the strength of his primordial spirit, only a heavenly venerate could give him pressure. 800 kilometers, 600 kilometers, 400 kilometers, boom. The willpower impact reached another level. Fuck. Jiang Xi finally couldn't take it anymore. He knelt on one knee, his body and primordial spirit trembling. Pain intense pain from the depths of his primordial spirit. "Get lost, bastard. Get lost." The voice of the willpower impact became even crazier. The closer he got to the Light Blade Mountain, the stronger the willpower impact became. Jiang Xi felt that his body and primordial spirit were being torn apart. "I haven't reached my limit yet." He endured the pain and drove Heavenly Tower closer to the Light Blade Mountain. Finally, he stopped when he was 14 kilometers away. Perhaps this position was still a bit away from his life and death limit, but it was already very close. Jiang Xi didn't dare to continue forward. "Haha, shameless bastard, you want to get close to me? If you know what's good for you, leave this place quickly and I can spare your life." The voice was still roaring loudly. At this moment, Jiang Xi could completely see the 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades compared to the 900 million light-year Mount Shenhuang. This 9-layered mountain was only 90,000 kilometers high. Countless gigantic blades of light emanated from the 9-layer mountain, howling as they engulfed the entire space. A speck of dust stopped 14 kilometers away, motionless. In the space inside Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged. His body was trembling, his face was pale, and sweat mixed with blood kept flowing down. He closed his eyes and quietly resisted the willpower impact. As he got used to it, the pressure from the willpower impact gradually decreased. After half a year, Jiang Xi opened his eyes again. His gaze had calmed down. "Under the crushing pressure of the willpower impact, my primordial spirit's strength actually improved a little." Jiang Xi smiled. His primordial spirit was at the Aeon level. For ordinary Aeon level experts, it would take thousands of epochs to improve. Then he turned his gaze to the Light Blade Mountain. "Is it the key to refining Mount Shenhuang? Let's try it first." Whoosh! The tip of the dust-sized Heavenly Tower extended towards the Light Blade Mountain. He wanted to use Heavenly Tower to absorb the Light Blade Mountain. Scram, scram, scram. The voice of the willpower impact became even more intense and anxious. The distance of 14 kilometers was covered in an instant. The tip of Heavenly Tower arrived in front of the Light Blade Mountain and went straight in. It was as if the 9-layered mountain was just a shadow and didn't exist at all. If he couldn't even touch it, how could he refine it and make it recognize him as his master? Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. "Ah, you can't get it at all. Scram, don't court death." The voice of the willpower impact was still shouting loudly. However, Jiang Xi was already used to its existence and didn't care at all. Suddenly, an invisible wave came from the 9-layered mountain formed by the Light Blade Mountain. It passed through the barrier of Heavenly Tower and reached Jiang Xi's mind. "Human?" It was a very old voice that exuded an extremely ancient aura. "Who are you?" Within Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He could clearly sense that the wave of this voice was clearly different from the crazy voice of the willpower impact. "I am the spirit of Mount Shenhuang," the old voice replied. Jiang Xi was a little surprised but not shocked. Some powerful supreme treasures had their own artifact spirits. This wasn't strange. For example, Heavenly Tower had its own artifact spirit, Nikhang. However, Nikhang was usually devouring immortal power and rarely cared about the outside world unless he took the initiative to communicate with Nikhang. I didn't expect that I still have an incomplete part in the outside world. The old voice sounded again. You didn't expect it? Jianghu was surprised. As the spirit of a supreme treasure, don't you know how many parts you have? I once went through a great battle with my master. My master died and the supreme treasure was damaged. The original artifact spirit was also destroyed. I am a newly born artifact spirit. I only remember some scenes of that great battle. A fist with a sky full of starlight crushed everything. I have forgotten everything else. Since I was born, I have been here and haven't moved, the old voice explained. Then it added, I originally thought that I was an independent existence. Not long ago I felt some kind of attraction. Then I realized that there might be some incomplete parts in the outside world. Now it seems that it's the 6-layered mountain on your body. Jianghu was secretly shocked and instantly thought of something. Great battle? He had seen the relief carvings in the mysterious monitoring space. One of the carvings was a towering mountain that directly killed a group of powerful beings with 3 heads and 6 arms. So, Mount Shenhuang was the towering mountain in the relief carvings? How do you know that your master died? Jianghu probed. He felt that the terrifying existence in that battle shouldn't have died so easily. Perhaps it was still alive. I am an item without a master. My past master naturally died. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang answered, Human, I have been trapped here for countless years. I want to leave but I can't. I need your help. Help? How can I help you? Jianghu hurriedly asked. The 6-layered mountain is an incomplete part of me. Since you have already refined it, it means that you and I are fated. I am willing to accept you as my master. As long as you merge me into your body and refine me with your primordial spirit, you will be able to take me away from here, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang slowly said, accept you as my master. Jianghu pretended to be surprised. That's right, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang said. After I accept you as my master, you will be able to take away this supreme treasure that is 900 million light years tall. However, the conditions for me to accept you as my master are very strict. First, the body must be at least as strong as a 5th-tier supreme treasure. Second, the strength of your primordial spirit must be strong enough. If you are a tribulation transcender, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a perfected lord. If you are a perfected lord, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a Tao lord. If you are a Tao lord, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a heavenly venerable. Unfortunately, I see that the strength of your primordial spirit is only at the level of a Tao lord. You still need to improve. Otherwise, once you merge me into your body and soul will be instantly destroyed. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang finally said in a deep voice. Jianghu, who was inside the heavenly tower, had been very calm. After hearing the conditions of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang, he immediately realized that something was wrong. It's lying to me. According to common sense, there was no danger in a supreme treasure recognizing its master. At most it would fail. However, Jianghu was different from other experts. He had a special supreme treasure, the heavenly tower. He had already learned a lot of information about supreme treasures through the artifact spirit, Nikhang. It could be said that in terms of understanding of supreme treasures, there were not many experts in the entire Chaos Sea who could surpass him. Therefore, when the spirit of Mount Shenhuang probed his mind and took the initiative to communicate with him, he became vigilant. He did not want to lose his life because of refining supreme treasures. Supreme treasures above grade 6 would indeed have many harsh conditions to recognize their master. For example, the heavenly tower had 99 layers of seals. It had to be refined and unsealed layer by layer in order to unleash its corresponding power. As for what the spirit of Mount Shenhuang said, one had to meet the requirements of physical strength and primordial spirit before it could recognize its master. Otherwise one would die. This sounded very reasonable. However, he fulfilled both of these conditions. An essence spirit comparable to a grade 5 supreme treasure. A perfected Lord Cultivation and a Tao Lord essence spirit. Since that was the case, he could follow the requirements and directly refine it to recognize him as its master. However, the words of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang were filled with strangeness. Let's see what tricks it's up to first. Jianghu thought to himself. The invisible fluctuation of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was still in his mind. Haha, that's great. I meet both of the conditions you mentioned. Jianghu pretended to be excited and said loudly. My physical strength has already reached that of a grade 5 supreme treasure. Furthermore, my cultivation is at the level of a perfected lord, but my essence spirit is at the level of a Tao lord. You meet both conditions? You're a perfected lord? Aren't you a Tao lord? I'm a perfected lord. Don't lie. If you don't meet the conditions, you'll die, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang said in a deep voice. How can I lie when it's a matter of life and death? Jianghu said hurriedly, but my spirit consciousness can't spread out at all and can't get close to you. How am I supposed to refine it? You're talking about those light blades and the crazy willpower impact? Yes, the light blades are too strong. The moment my spirit consciousness reached out, it was annihilated instantly. The pressure of the willpower impact is too great. I can only reach this position at most and can't continue forward. I can't control those light blades and willpower impact either. This should have something to do with my incomplete body. Then what should we do? You can fuse the other 6 peaks with me and make me more complete. Perhaps you can control it then. What if that still doesn't work? Your form has 9 peaks. Even if I give you my 6 peaks, you're still 2 peaks short. Human, since you and I are fated, you should believe me. I won't lie to you. You must know that Mount Shenhuang is a supreme treasure that many factions in the Chaos Sea covet. For this supreme treasure, it's normal to bear a certain amount of risk. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang said a lot. Jianghu listened carefully but did not speak again. Instead he pondered, they're all dead. Don't believe it. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. The voice of the willpower impact was still roaring, but the content of the voice had changed. Human, show me your sincerity, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang spoke again. Give me the 6 peaks. Even if you don't succeed, you'll only lose a 5th-tier supreme treasure. With your strength you probably won't care, right? Don't tell me you don't even dare to take this little risk? So I won't rush you. You decide for yourself. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang sighed. Jianghu was unmoved. He was not bewitched by the spirit of Mount Shenhuang's words, nor was he affected by the voice of the willpower impact. First released, then changed. Chapter 603. In the vast and dark space, the 9-layered mountain peak formed by countless light blades was the main body of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang. According to common sense, a treasure without an owner could not move. It was like a dead object. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang had fallen into such a predicament. However, its main body, Mount Shenhuang, had stood in the Chaos Sea for countless eras and was known as one of the 3 most dangerous lands. It was also a supreme treasure that many factions in the Chaos Sea had coveted for countless eras. Therefore, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang had its own pride and was unwilling to become a supreme treasure of some powerhouse. What it said just now was also 90% true and 10% false. It was indeed the new supreme treasure spirit of Mount Shenhuang after that battle. Those remnant memories told it that if the supreme treasure broke through a certain limit, it could fly like a cultivator. It could go anywhere in the world and was no longer limited by the laws of heaven and earth that could only be controlled by cultivators. However, it had worked hard for countless eras and could not find any way to break through the limit. This was because supreme treasures were different from cultivators. They were postnatal objects and could not be cultivated on their own. Not long ago, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang had sensed an incomplete supreme treasure component. It realized that this might be its chance to break through the limit of a supreme treasure. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. Then there was a series of subsequent events. It expended its own origin to open a passage and transmitted its aura over. Fortunately, the owner of the incomplete component actually followed the senses of the supreme treasure and found this place. It had a 1 in a billion chance. According to its original plan, it was to find an opportunity to lure the owner of the incomplete component into this space. Then, it would use those light blades to kill the other party and devour the incomplete supreme treasure component. What surprised the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was that the owner of the incomplete component, the human in front of it, actually dared to teleport near Mount Shenhuang. This time it did not even have to look for an opportunity. It directly lured this human here. What was even more unexpected was that this human actually had a supreme treasure above rank 7. He used it to resist the impact of the light blades and arrived in front of it. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang did not lie about this. It was indeed unable to control those light blades and will impact, so it naturally could not pose any threat to this human. Therefore, it could only change its plan and guide him patiently. It would first obtain the incomplete supreme treasure component. After the exchange of words earlier, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang believed that it had not revealed any flaws. In its opinion, this human was no ordinary cultivator to have survived in the space of Mount Shenhuang with that tower-shaped treasure. Such a practitioner had the potential to become a legend, so it was normal for him to be cautious and hesitant. However, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was confident that this human would definitely agree to its request in the face of such great temptation. At that time its plan would be complete. Therefore it was not in a hurry and did not urge Jiang Xi. Instead, it waited quietly for his reply. Jiang Xi was in no hurry. He was 99% sure that the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was lying to him. There was still some uncertainty left. After some thought, he communicated with Nikhang, the artifact spirit of sky-reaching tower. Anai Shang quickly condensed her figure and appeared in front of Riverward, wearing a colorful feather dress. She frowned as she looked at the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades, blocking the invisible waves that the other party had sent in. Jiang Xi, I don't believe it. I understand. I feel that there's a problem with the conditions it mentioned just now, but I can't find out what the problem is, Jiang Xi said. This treasure spirit has already reached the peak of rank 9. It might want to break through that limit by fusing with other supreme treasure components, Anai Shang said with a serious expression. Peak of rank 9? Limit? Jiang Xi was shocked. That's right. Anai Shang nodded. There are actually 9 levels of supreme treasures. However, supreme treasures above rank 7 are very rare. Therefore, many cultivators mistakenly believe that supreme treasures are only rank 6 at most. After a supreme treasure reaches the peak of rank 9, if it can break through the limit of its grade, it will no longer be restricted by the rules. Like a normal cultivator, they can fly into the sky and dive into the ground and go anywhere. Realization dawned on Jiang Xi. He finally knew the goal of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang and Aishang. What grade is sky-reaching tower? He was very curious. Me? And Aishang smiled. You've only refined 70 out of the 99 seals. Therefore, my current power is equivalent to a rank 7 supreme treasure. Although she did not say it explicitly, Jiang Xi understood what she meant. Sky-reaching tower was also a rank 9 supreme treasure and had not broken through that limit. Otherwise it would not be trapped on Earth. No wonder it was so freakishly strong. In a situation where it wasn't an offensive type supreme treasure, he could easily stab Dao Lord Flying Feather to death just by refining 70 layers of seals and considering the sturdiness of the supreme treasure itself. Anai Shang glanced at the 9-tiered mountain again and said, it's very difficult for a rank 9 supreme treasure to recognize an owner. There's no problem with the body strength requirement it mentioned. You need at least a rank 5 supreme treasure body to be able to withstand the immense energy of the supreme treasure spirit. Then when I refined sky-reaching tower back then, it didn't seem to be difficult, right? Jiang Xi was puzzled. Not difficult. Anai Shang glared. That's because I was sealed. 99 seals. If not for the seals, you would have turned into ashes with your essence soul cultivation back then. Jiang Xi smiled but did not say anything. Anai Shang continued, in terms of essence soul strength, there's a problem with the conditions mentioned by the spirit of Shenhuang Mountain. Under normal circumstances, if you want to refine a rank 9 supreme treasure, Dao integration requires the strength of a perfected Lord's essence soul. Tribulation transcenders require the strength of a Dao Lord's essence soul. Perfected Lords require the strength of a Heavenly Venerable's essence soul. Dao Lords require the strength of a Supreme's essence soul. This condition shocked Jiang Xi. It was too harsh. Especially the last condition. Dao Lords require the strength of a Supreme's essence soul. Previously, Jiang Xi had watched the battle with Venerable Ming in the mysterious surveillance space. Through Qing Shuang's message, he finally confirmed the existence of the Supreme Realm. The cultivation of a Heavenly Venerable was divided into 3 steps according to the origin. First step Heavenly Venerable, second step Heavenly Venerable, and third step Heavenly Venerable. For example, his master, Dao Lord 9 Clouds, was called a half-step Heavenly Venerable because he had created the secret technique to open up the universe and had already touched the path of origin. And when a Heavenly Venerable reached the end of the path of origin, they could pass through the eternal road and reach the eternal supreme realm. The universe that they opened up could be promoted to a Holy Land universe. From then on, they would not have to fear the dangers of the calamities and would be indestructible. However, after the battle recorded in the relief pattern, the eternal road no longer descended. Although he didn't know how the 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea came about, this could prove one point. Reaching the eternal supreme realm was thousands of times more difficult than becoming a Heavenly Venerable. It was very difficult for a Supreme to appear in an era of calamities. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were only 2 Supremes, and this was accumulated through countless fortuitous opportunities. It's so difficult to recognize a master. What if I can't meet the requirements? Jiang Xi asked Anai Shang. Of course it will fail. My body and soul will be destroyed. Anai Shang replied. Jiang Xi sneered. This spirit of Mount Shenhuang was indeed up to no good. If you give it the incomplete supreme treasure part now, it will have a certain chance of breaking through that boundary. Although the probability is very small, if it succeeds at that time without the restrictions of the rules, it can completely control this 9th stage supreme treasure and kill you easily. Even I can't save your life because I'm not in my peak state now, and Ai Shang added. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Jiang Xi nodded. Then work hard. 9th stage supreme treasures are rare. If you encounter one, don't let it go. You're still a perfected lord now. You have a chance to train your primordial spirit to the heavenly venerable level, and Ai Shang said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Xi also smiled. This was a great fortuitous opportunity. He also turned his gaze to the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades. You think you're smart, but you don't know that you've already revealed a flaw. Since you've set up a trap, you'll definitely lose your cool after a long time. I'll wait here. As long as I don't leave Sky Tower, you can't do anything to me. I can make use of the willpower impact here to train my primordial spirit, Jiang Xi thought. Even if it wasn't to refine Mount Xianhuang, he still wanted to improve his primordial spirit. The strength of his primordial spirit had always been his weakness, and it felt like it was holding him back. His current combat strength was comparable to a universe realm Tao Lord. However, the strength of his primordial spirit was still at the universe realm. If he could improve it further, his strength would increase correspondingly. I'll wait slowly. Furthermore, my grotto heaven world is still expanding. Once it's done, the strength of my primordial spirit will definitely increase with the help of the power of the world. At that time, let's see if I can reach the heavenly venerable level. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. It'll kill you. That frenzied willpower impact was still roaring. Jiang Xi controlled the sky tower that was the size of a speck of dust and gradually approached the 9-layered mountain peak, allowing the crazy willpower to impact his primordial spirit continuously. He challenged his limits time and time again as he advanced slowly. Such a high-intensity willpower impact was a rare environment to train one's primordial spirit. Time passed and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 years, Jiang Xi advanced 4 kilometers and arrived at the area 10 kilometers away from the 9-layered mountain peak. Get lost, get lost. If you don't get lost, it'll kill you. You. Amidst the crazy voice of the willpower impact, an extremely subtle fluctuation suddenly appeared and sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and was extremely surprised. Because the sound fluctuation was too subtle, it was like an illusion, so he didn't dare to be sure whether the fluctuation existed or not. He carefully sensed and identified it and finally confirmed that there were other voices mixed in with the crazy willpower. It was a very weak fluctuation, as if it was difficult to even transmit a message. The willpower of this voice was very weak, like that of a baby, easily defeated. It gave Jiang Xi the feeling that the crazy willpower was like a layer of shell, protecting this weak willpower. Finally, half a month later, it barely managed to transmit a message. Don't believe it. I am the spirit of Mount Xianhuang. Jiang Xi was immediately stunned. This weak willpower was the spirit of Mount Xianhuang's treasure? Then the spirit of Mount Xianhuang with the old voice from before was fake? He really wanted to communicate with the weak willpower, but it was like a newborn, too weak, and its ability to transmit messages was very poor. Wait. Jiang Xi maintained his patience. He could sense that this weak willpower was becoming stronger. Just like that, a year later, the weak willpower could finally communicate normally. You said you're the spirit of Mount Xianhuang? Jiang Xi asked. Yes, to be exact, I'm the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, the weak willpower replied. In the battle back then, the 9 peaks of Mount Xianhuang were shattered. I was also scattered and my memories were completely shattered. After a long time, I finally regathered some of my origin willpower and memories. However, I discovered that the main peak of Mount Xianhuang had already given birth to a new treasure spirit. Moreover, it had already devoured a large amount of the treasure's origin, which were those light blades. We fought once and I suffered a crushing defeat, almost collapsing again. Fortunately, some of the crazy willpower of that battle still remained in the treasure's origin, and I used it to resist its devouring. However, that battle also caused me to suffer heavy losses, and I had no choice but to fall into a deep slumber. That was until you brought the other 6 peaks and disrupted the order of Mount Xianhuang's origin space. I was stimulated and began to awaken, and it wasn't until recently that I managed to recondense my willpower. Jiang Xi was still cautious as he listened to its narration. Those crazy willpowers said they wanted to kill me? That was an instinctive action of the crazy willpowers while I was asleep. Because as soon as you approached the new spirit of Mount Xianhuang, I was worried that it would fuse with the other 6 peaks, and the treasure's origin would increase greatly. At that time, I might be completely devoured by it, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang answered. It continued, you should remember, when you were communicating with the new spirit of Mount Shenhuang, I used those crazy willpowers to warn you that it would kill you. Jiang Xi nodded. That was indeed the case. What's your purpose in communicating with me now? What do you want to do? I want to recognize you as my master, and become the treasure spirit of those 6 peaks. That way I'll have a body, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang answered. Those 6 peaks were originally a part of my body. It was afraid that Jiang Xi wouldn't agree and hurriedly added. What about my benefits? Jiang Xi was very calm. If the treasure has a spirit, the scattered treasure's origin will recondense, and its power will increase. Moreover, if I have a body, I can fight for the treasure's origin outside to strengthen myself. The power of the 6 peaks will also increase greatly. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang spoke more and more fluently. Jiang Xi's heart stirred, and he communicated with Ni Shang again, explaining the situation. A treasure with an artifact spirit will indeed be more powerful. Moreover, in its current state, as long as it enters the heavenly tower, it won't be able to cause any trouble, Ni Shang said confidently. Jiang Xi nodded, relieved. Next, he communicated with the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang again, and then released the barrier of the heavenly tower. Invisible waves began to merge into the space of the heavenly tower. Very quickly, these waves condensed into an extremely illusory 9-layered peak. It was very similar to the 9-layered peak formed by light blades outside, but there was an even more ancient implication. However, it looked very weak and could disappear at any time. It felt like a gust of wind could blow it away. Jiang Xi nodded lightly at it, and then a stream of light flew out of his body and rapidly expanded. It was the 6-layered peak. Thank you, Master. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang's voice was filled with excitement. Whoosh, the illusory 9-layered peak and the 6-layered peak merged into one, and instantly light shone brightly. The 6-layered peak, which was originally a 5th-stage treasure, actually showed signs of condensing light blades. This was a sign that the treasure's origin was about to condense. The treasure's aura fluctuations were rapidly increasing. Very quickly, it became a 6th-stage treasure. The 6-layered peak originally had a treasure's origin, but it has always been in a scattered state. This old spirit of Mount Shenhuang also carried some treasure's origin. After it merged, not only did it condense these scattered origins, but it also condensed the origin's origin. It also increased the total amount of this treasure's origin, and its power also increased greatly because of this. As the owner of the 6-layered peak, Jiang Xi clearly sensed the changes in the 6-layered peak, and he also formed a connection with the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang. This way, I can use the 6-layered peak's ability to transform into armor again. My control over time and space has also greatly increased. Once it merges with my Mountain Sea spacetime, its power will be even stronger. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this upgrade. Master, the 6-layered peak's damage hasn't completely recovered, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang suddenly said. Damage? Yes, the damage caused by that battle has yet to recover because of the lack of origin. Then it'll be fine after devouring the treasure's origin outside. Yes. Jiang Xi and the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang conversed. At this moment, the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang seemed to have discovered something, and it roared, Human, how dare you trick me? This was because it discovered that the old spirit protected by the crazy will had disappeared. At the same time, the power of the 6-layered peak of the human race suddenly increased. Clearly, the old spirit had become the spirit of the 6-layered peak's treasure. Haha, I'm tricking you? Jiang Xi laughed. You set me up and wanted to kill me, and you dare say I'm tricking you? Human, I wanted to acknowledge you as my master out of goodwill. When did I want to kill you? You're insulting me, insulting a tier 9 treasure. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was furious. Riverward sneered. The conditions for a 9th-grade supreme treasure to recognize an owner and the strength of one's primordial spirit aren't what you said. I'm now a perfected lord, and I need a heavenly venerable level essence soul. If you're not harming me, what are you doing? The spirit of Mount Shenhuang fell silent and suddenly roared crazily, Impossible, how did you find out? How did you find out? My tower is a tier 9 treasure, what do you think? Jiang Xi's smile did not change. No wonder you can survive in this space. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang's tone was filled with indignation. Stop struggling, obediently acknowledge me as your master, Jiang Xi said. You need a master eventually, or you'll be trapped here forever. You. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang sneered, You're far from it. If you want to be my master, you must be the top existence in this sea of chaos. If you become my master, I'm afraid you won't be able to unleash my full power even after countless years. That's my shame, and even more so the shame of my previous master. I'll give you a chance. Jianghu shook his head. Then he ordered the spirit of Mount Shenhuang, absorb. Yes, master. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was pleasantly surprised. Rumble. A hole suddenly opened at the bottom of the dust-sized heaven-connecting tower. The six-layered mountain extended out from the hole and quickly grew larger. Soon, it became larger than a star, and its height instantly exceeded hundreds of millions of kilometers. And heaven-connecting tower just happened to sit at the highest point of the six-layered mountain. Haha, absorb. Absorb. I'll absorb, absorb, absorb. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang shouted excitedly. Boom. In this vast and dark space there seemed to be another source. Endless light blades immediately sensed the attraction of the six-layered mountain and surged over crazily. The nine-layered mountain formed by the light blades also trembled slightly, attracted by the six-layered mountain that was very close to it. It was like a towering skyscraper that was about to collapse. The light blades that were constantly emitting seemed to have been blown by a gust of wind, deviating their direction and flying towards the six-layered mountain that was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. Countless light blades flew over like moths to a flame, causing the entire nine-layered mountain to tremble. No. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was shocked and panicked. Previously the old spirit did not have a carrier, so it naturally could not compete with it. Now that it had a carrier, it was not afraid of it, because it and the old spirit were existences on the same level. It was just that one controlled less source of the treasure, and the other controlled more. It was like an engine of the same quality, but one had less fuel, and the other had more fuel now. The old spirit was going all out, and the speed at which it swallowed the light blades was not slower than it. No. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was anxious. Stop, stop. Why stop? The spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed. This source of the treasure is mine, it's Mount Shenhuang's. The six-layered mountain and Mount Shenhuang are one. The treasure is yours and it's also mine. Moreover, the six-layered mountain is damaged and I need the source of the treasure to recover. Don't worry, I won't take it all. I only want the damage from that battle to be completely recovered. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang laughed as it devoured the light blades. It was like a hungry wolf that had been starved for countless eras and suddenly saw a pile of fresh meat, tearing it apart madly. On the other side, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang was trying its best to control the light blades on its body from being sucked away. One was trying its best to devour. One was trying its best to control. However, there were too many sources of the treasure in the form of light blades, and the spirit of Mount Shenhuang could not control them all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless light blades surged towards the six-layered mountain that was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. When they came into contact, it was like water coming into contact with a dry riverbed, and was completely absorbed. A yellow luster began to flow on the surface of the black six-layered mountain, and its aura was also faintly changing. Moreover, these were only the external changes. The internal changes were even more intense. As the master of the six-layered mountain, Jianghu could clearly sense that the originally ordinary six-layered mountain's interior seemed to be decomposing into countless tiny components. There were many scars and rust on the surface of the countless tiny components. Due to the lack of the source of the treasure, it had been severely corroded over the endless years. However, when the source of the treasure poured in, the tiny components began to regain their vitality. The scars and rust quickly disappeared and slowly became brand new. During this process, the overall aura of the six-layered mountain was rapidly increasing. The power of the treasure was gradually increasing. Whoosh, endless light blades converged like a storm. Under Jianghu's control, the size of the six-layered mountain was also constantly expanding. Its height went from hundreds of millions of kilometers to billions of kilometers, tens of billions of kilometers. 1 light year, 2 light years. The more source of the treasure, the higher the maximum height of the six-layered mountain. The larger its size, the larger its surface area of contact, and the more light blades it could devour at the same time. This was a process of becoming stronger and stronger. No, stop right there. This is mine, stop, stop. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was furious. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.